If you'd like to support the channel, then be sure to check out our Patreon. Link is in the description. Not long after Goku defeated King Piccolo, he found himself at Kami's lookout, being sent up there by Master Korin. There, he met Mr. Popo, who trained him and got attached to him in preparation to Kami's own training. However, unlike the original story, this Kami is more paranoid. As he sees Goku's immense power, and he continues to get stronger and stronger, he sees that there's some darkness within Goku. Kami doesn't like the idea of someone out there being even stronger than Piccolo. He sees a lot of himself in Goku, including the fact that he could have an evil half. After seeing Goku's exponential growth and seemingly limitless abilities, he believes it may be wise to seal him away. He doesn't know what this alien is capable of. According to Kami, Goku may be another Piccolo waiting to happen. Kami consults Popo and explains how this is the safer option for Earth. Popo finds this to be cruel, so Kami alters the original plan and orders Popo to get a lot of capsules full of food, so at the very least, Goku can eat while he's sealed away. He can live a reasonable life, but he will have to live it in solitude. Under the guise of more training, Kami locks away Goku in the hyperbolic time chamber, hoping that time will either kill him or trap him there forever. Goku waits patiently, but even in these early stages, he starts to become really afraid, scared, paranoid. He had never seen so much endlessness. He could train at his heart's content, push himself to the limit, but it was difficult. The gravity was different, and there was no one to interact with. And as days went by, Goku began to wonder what exactly the purpose of this room was. Not long after, Piccolo Jr. begins to attack Earth. With the Z-Fighters being unable to do anything against him, Piccolo had no idea where Goku had disappeared to. He had been keeping tabs on him ever since his father's defeat, and now that he was gone, it was time for him to attack. Back in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku trains for 2 years, and eventually, he gets tired of it. He tries the door, and it is then that he realizes that he's been trapped. Frustrated, he punches the door, falling back through the other side. He is trapped in there. But Goku has hope, and he believes that this is a test by Kami. So rather than panic, he sits calmly and waits. Another year passes, and Goku finally comes to terms with the fact that Kami turned his back on him. There is no escape, and all he has is training. Feelings of betrayal and anger consumed him. He cannot understand how Kami could do this to him. All he's ever done was good. These negative feelings manifest themselves in a violent burst of aura and energy, Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan. This unbelievable power only cemented Goku's goal in life, training to find a way to escape.
3, 2, 1, ready.
As his training continues, Goku begins to talk to an imaginary friend, as a form of comforting himself in this empty, isolating world, calling his imaginary friend Gohan. Goku continues to grow and gets older and older, losing parts of his humanity and sanity as the years go by, and as he never got to interact with others, in a way, Goku is still a young kid in his mind. A little over a month passes in the outside world. and Popo decides to go against Kami's initial wishes and seeks out Goku's help. He bangs on the door relentlessly, but Kami had locked it, and he didn't know how to unlock it. Kami had been taken by Piccolo, and Popo didn't know what else to do. But from the inside, Goku begins to hear the banging, rushing over to the door. Being able to hear the other side must mean that escape is still possible. He slowly powers up into a Super Saiyan form, firing a Kamehameha directly at the door. He begins to scream in frustration as it seemingly does nothing. The bangs increase in intensity, which pushes him further to a level he's never known before. When Popo finally mentioned Kami, that's when he exploded. He screamed out of anger with a giant explosion happening. A portal to the outside world opened up, and for the first time in 30 years, Goku sees the sunlight. The door and the majority of the room shatter behind him as he steps outside. Popo is thrown back by the initial explosion, and after recovering, he lays his eyes on Goku. His long golden hair and eyes filled with nothing but anger, being a stark contrast to the Goku he once knew. His eyes fill with tears as he sees how mentally and emotionally damaged he is now. Pushing that aside and focusing on the issue at hand, he starts pleading with Goku to help them. He explains that Piccolo has taken over Earth and taken Kami hostage. Goku is this world's last hope. Goku smirks, shooting a thumbs up to Popo, but Popo realizes that there's something wrong. What have they done? We switch perspectives to Piccolo, who clenches his throne armrest incredibly hard. That power was unreal. How could he ever hope to win? Was that really Goku? He needed to do something. He was shaking the second he felt that energy. Piccolo tells his forces, Cyborg Tao and Shen, who had both joined him, telling them to prepare for an attack. Piccolo heads to the back, where he crosses in front of the cells containing Krillin, Tenshinhan, Yamcha, and Chaozu. He finally reaches a cell with a little bottle on it, thinking to himself that perhaps it was time to use him. Piccolo takes the bottle and swallows it. Goku arrives at the Tenkaichi Budokai, where he had felt Piccolo's ki. There, Piccolo had taken it as a base of operations. He arrives at the front steps of the destroyed arena, where Tao and Shen stand tall. They ask who the hell he is. He clearly looks like the Goku they knew, but he's far too old. They then question if he's his dad or something. They begin to mock Goku, who silently walks towards them, his aura sparking up and blasting them away with minimal effort. Inside, Piccolo realizes just how easy his minions were defeated. He starts to sweat. Goku arrives through the front doors, and Piccolo exclaims, "Welcome, Son Goku. It's finally time to avenge my father." Goku smirks in response, and he says, "I'm not here for you, I'm here for Kami." Goku begins to toy with Piccolo as they fight, allowing him to believe that he has the advantage. Piccolo isn't naive, however, knowing that the Saiyan is holding back against him. Insulted, he tells Goku to go all out. As he says this, just for a split second, Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan in order to dodge one of Piccolo's moves. When Piccolo turns back around, Goku has already made it inside the building. Piccolo shakes in anger, realizing that for a split second, Goku's power multiplied itself by 50 times. He thinks that Goku may actually be a threat to his reign. He decides to free all the Z-Fighters as a means to try and make Goku vulnerable. They stumble out, weakened and wary. They notice Goku and begin to feel hopeful, running towards him and amongously being happy about seeing him again. Krillin runs towards his best friend, attempting to embrace him, but Tien notices how different Goku's dark energy had become. He's no longer the Goku we once knew and loved. Krillin realizes this as soon as he touches Goku, a shock of electricity sparking and shocking his hand. Krillin moves away, realizing just how much different this Goku was. His heart sinks. They realize that their only hope is now lost. Krillin speaks in a sorrowful tone.
"Goku, what's wrong? We need your help."
His eyes begin to fill with tears as he stares at his former best friend. Goku turns to face the shorter man, a twisted smile on his face, with electricity crackling around his body. He says, "It's good to see you again, Krillin, but I'm not here to save you." Goku finally reached the place where he last felt Kami's ki, but clearly he wasn't there. It was an empty cell. Goku then turned to face the others. Piccolo stood in the middle, yelling at everyone that this guy is much more dangerous than he could ever be. If they want to survive, they all have to team up. Krillin insists that he won't fight Goku, that he's his best friend. Yamcha gulps. getting on the defensive. He tells Goku that Bulma never lost hope for him, that she knew he would return. Was he going to break her heart? Tien curses, but Goku simply ignores them, asking Piccolo where Kami is, telling him that he's going to pay. Krillin wonders just exactly what happened to Goku to cause this change. Whoever did this to him was an awful person. But Tien realizes that they don't have any time for this, with Goku making it clear that he has no problem attacking anyone who stands in his way. Tien rushes in, no more words. Piccolo and Chaozu follow behind. The clash instantly destroys the tournament building. Goku can easily keep up with all of them, turning into a Super Saiyan. They wonder how he could have gotten so powerful. One by one, the Z Fighters fall. They know that Goku had lost his mind. He keeps looking down and referring to someone who isn't there at all. To Gohan, Krillin tries to tell Goku that his grandfather isn't there, that he wouldn't have wanted this, that he is in Otherworld, but Goku explains that he isn't talking to his grandfather. Piccolo realizes that he has to take one final chance, use his ace card to win. While Goku defeats the Z Fighters, Piccolo rushes out into a cave where he frees Kami. Kami attempts to battle Piccolo, but he feels the incredible power of Goku approach. Piccolo says that whatever Kami did to this kid may mean everyone's death. Kami laments this. He could never forgive himself. He didn't think that Goku could ever escape the chamber, let alone survive this whole time. Piccolo explains that the only way they could stand a chance is if they unite their forces, bringing back the Namekian of old. Goku defeats Krillin, knocking him out. He didn't kill any of the Z Fighters, but if there's one thing that Kami taught him, is that he couldn't trust anyone, not even his oldest friends. Goku finally reaches the cave where Piccolo and Kami hid. He's about to blast it away when he sees a bright light being emanated from it. Kami and Piccolo's fusion walks out of the cave with a stern look, throwing his cape to the side. Goku smiles. Clearly, he would finally have a slight challenge. They begin to fight, with Piccolo versus Goku being fair enough. He enjoys himself, even if he does have to hold back just a tiny bit. Piccolo thinks that he may actually win the fight, and he starts to pin Goku down, throwing several blasts at him. But when Goku begins to dodge all of them, Piccolo tries something drastic, rushing in with a Hell Flash. Piccolo thinks that he may have actually won, but as the smoke dissipates, Goku is seen intact. Not only had he tanked the blast, but he had also changed. His hair was now spikier, and electricity flowed around him. He was a Super Saiyan 2. Just how far had his powers grown in the chamber? Piccolo's eyes widen. He didn't know that Goku had power beyond his original transformation. The Saiyan smirks, telling Kami that he had waited for this for a long time, that he had been betrayed, and that he couldn't forgive him for that. He wasn't a bad guy. He wasn't going to take over Earth or anything like that, but he would use it as his training ground. That's all he cared about. Training. Piccolo, speaking for Kami, says that he does regret doing that. And without another word, Goku defeats him in one punch. In West City, where Bulma had been gathering forces in order to find a way to defeat Piccolo, the Dragon Balls that sat on her desk turned to stone. Goku looks over the world, a world that had been decimated by Piccolo. He didn't care to rule it. He didn't care about it at all. Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, and Chaozu hide out with Bulma. Once they wake up, Bulma is saddened by the news, and Chi-Chi, who was one of the people that Bulma needed the help from, begins to tear up. The two embrace, with Chi-Chi promising to train hard along with the Z Fighters. One day, Goku did show up to Capsule Corp, making sure that he entered when nobody was there, finding the rocks that were once Dragon Balls. He just had a feeling he knew which one was the 4th star, and he took it. That simple rock meant more to him than the whole planet. 3 years pass with Goku training all over the world. He doesn't rule it, he doesn't attack, but he doesn't care for anyone who lives on Earth. Most people live in hiding, afraid that Goku may keep training, because every time he does, he causes more and more destruction with his incredible power. One day after training, Goku sits quietly over Mount Paozu. He senses someone close by. Slowly he turns his head, and he sees an imposing figure arrive. His eyes focus on the tail. The man introduces himself as Raditz, his older brother. He only says one thing.
You've done a great job preparing this planet for us, Kakarot.
Raditz approaches his younger brother, putting a hand on his shoulder. He was surprised to see him in this state. It was clear that he had a hard-fought battle, and although Raditz wasn't keen of any weaklings, part of him was happy to see his brother again. But as Kakarot turned his face, Raditz realized just how older he looked. Goku tilts his head, and he wonders what he means by Kakarot. Raditz smiles, noticing his brother's dumbfounded expression. Raditz takes a note of Kakarot's lack of tail, which means that he must have had a difficult time on Earth. Raditz goes on to explain just who he is and what they are. He is happy to see the planet decimated the way it is, but he may have gone a little too hard on it. With the way it looks now, they may have a harder time selling it. He also wonders why there seems to be some power levels running around unchecked. Goku ignores everything but the part about the Saiyans, shocked by the revelation, but you wouldn't know it by the look on his face. So, this was his brother. During his time in the time chamber, he had a lot of time to think, and he certainly thought about where he came from. Once he slowly started to lose his mind, he began to have some dreams about a woman and a man placing him in a space pod. Was that not a dream? Raditz explains that 4 Saiyans remain, including the 2 of them. They are ready to welcome him back to the squad. He is, however, curious about just how strong he's gotten over the years. He seems rugged, old, even older than his father did when he passed away. That was the face of a warrior, alright. Goku smirks. Perhaps this guy will be an even bigger challenge than Piccolo. He has to start slow if he wants to check it out. Raditz thought it was silly, but humored his brother, thinking that of course he would come out on top. But as the two clash, and civilians run afraid of Goku's training once more, Raditz realizes that his brother is keeping up way too easily. Just how strong had this kid gotten? Goku asks Raditz to go all out, to which Raditz responds with a Saturday crush, which Goku simply slaps away. Raditz is completely surprised, and finally checks his scouter. That power was massive. No way that was right. When he slapped the beam away, his power rose to 10,000. He seemed to do it without any problem. That was potentially even stronger than Vegeta if Kakarot decided to go all out. If they trained him more, he could even defeat Frieza. Raditz shook his head. That was just a dumb idea. He shouldn't even be thinking about it. Raditz was a little afraid but kept his cool. He promised Kakarot that a better fight would be in store once they arrived to the Frieza ship. There, they will meet Vegeta and Nappa. Goku hopes that they really will be stronger because he hasn't had a good match since Piccolo, and that was some years ago. Raditz calls on his own pod and Kakarot's to meet them at their location. Inviting Kakarot in, Goku tells him to wait as he runs into an old shed nearby. Grabbing a round rock, Goku held it tight, talking to it and acting as if he was placing it on top of someone's hat, and then said with it. Raditz asks who he's talking to, and Goku says that he's talking to Gohan, of course, the kid with the Dragon Ball on his head. Raditz is confused, and Goku explains that the Dragon Balls once granted any wish. They were made by him, the guy who locked him away long ago, the guy that betrayed him. Goku's expression went dark, and Raditz didn't question it. He was a real weirdo. Goku and Raditz take off to planet Frieza, where they eat together. Raditz thinks his brother is really strange. Strange convictions and strange smell, like he hasn't showered in years. But he did remind him of his father somewhat. For the first time in a long time, Goku took a bath, and Raditz tried to replace his old tattered clothes, but Goku refused, instead putting the armor on top. The room went completely quiet as soon as Vegeta and Nappa stepped in. The two had just returned from a mission to take down a bug planet. Their imposing nature made everyone shake. Raditz stood up, welcoming them. Kakarot stayed seated. Vegeta scoffed, asking if this was his weakling brother. Raditz motions to Kakarot to stand up in respect, but Goku doesn't move. Nappa steps over the table, shoving Goku's face on his food. He taunts the low-class Saiyan, but Goku quickly turns his head up, making Nappa bite his tongue. Nappa is pissed, and yells at Goku to step outside and fight him. Goku smirks at the challenge. Raditz tries to stop them, but Vegeta shuts him down. Outside, the Frieza Force watches as Goku fights on the defensive. He comments on how disappointed he is that he is nowhere near as strong as Piccolo. Nappa tried to attack once more, but Goku knees him in the gut, knocking him out. Vegeta is surprised and gets some ideas. It was impossible for someone like him to be so strong, but he could use him. The Frieza Force cheers, telling Goku to kill Nappa, but Goku has no ill will against him. He simply puts the key ball down and goes back inside to eat. That night, the 3 evil Saiyans have a meeting where they discuss Kakarot. They agree that it's obvious that Kakarot does not trust them, so they will need to win his trust if they want to use him against Frieza. But once Frieza is done, will he become the ruler of the universe? No. That has to be Vegeta. Raditz mentions to him that Kakarot was talking about a set of wish-granting orbs from Earth, but he's pretty sure Kakarot was a lunatic. Vegeta agrees, but tells Raditz to push for more information out of Kakarot, just in case. They will go on a few missions together before they try anything against Frieza. Make sure they know whose side Kakarot is on. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, some of the Frieza force reported on the fight between Kakarot and Nappa. Now he has an eye on him and the squad as well. Over the next few months, Goku joins Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz on various missions taking over planets. Vegeta makes sure to keep a close eye on Goku, though surprisingly enough, he just seems to be interested in treating these missions as training grounds. The planets are all nearly completely eviscerated by the time the missions are done. One of the many planets they go to is Mon Masu, a planet full of giant creatures. The team actually have some trouble with it at first, but Kakarot steps up to the plate. One of the giants attempts to beat Vegeta, but Goku saves him. Kakarot is distracted by the giant and fails to see a boulder thrown his way. Vegeta punches the boulder to pieces, with Goku and Vegeta nodding at each other. Goku is busy trying to have a good match against the giant when he turns around and sees his new allies being swarmed by enemies. Vegeta is the only one still fighting well. Goku smirks, rushing in with a Super Saiyan transformation and destroying all of the giants at once. He was a little disappointed. He wanted to continue having a fair match. It was more fun that way. Goku cracks his neck, slowly turning to look at the other Saiyans, who look at him horrified. Vegeta in particular reaches his hand up towards him, and in his other hand, he crushes his scouter. That glow, that power, those eyes. Kakarot. There was no doubt about it. That was the legendary Super Saiyan. The other Saiyan's scouters explode. Vegeta is angry. He can't believe that a worthless, low-class scum has become a Super Saiyan before him. But he was torn. He knew they needed him to defeat Frieza, yet his pride wouldn't allow him to take this sitting down. Vegeta throws all sense out of the way, challenging Kakarot to a fight. Goku smiles, asking if Vegeta can go blonde too. Vegeta screams in anger, rushing in and slamming his fist against Goku's face, but the man barely moved. The two fight, but it's obvious to Vegeta that he cannot win. Not in a million years. But Goku still has a fun time. Yeah, he's stronger, far stronger, but Vegeta has amazing moves. Stuff he's never seen before. Beyond Raditz, maybe beyond even Piccolo. Even so, he wished he could find someone stronger than Piccolo. That's all he wanted. As Vegeta continues to fight, Raditz and Nappa yell at him to calm down, that they have bigger fish to fry. Vegeta has veins popping from his forehead, turning and pointing at Kakarot, saying,
"He is literally the biggest fish."
Vegeta is having none of it. In Kakarot's aura, he sees the Saiyan race, his father, but above all, Frieza. He was supposed to be the one to defeat him and become a Super Saiyan, not some low-class trash. He had to win. In that, Vegeta made a desperate move and launched an artificial moon to the sky. Nappa and Raditz asked what the hell, trying to avoid looking at it, but soon losing control as the Ozaru was awoken. Now Goku stood in front of 3 great apes. He smirked. So, that's what the nightmares about the monkey were about. That must mean that he was the one to kill his grandfather. Vegeta was the only one of the 3 to still be in control of himself, and he laughed loudly. He told Kakarot that even as a Super Saiyan, there is no way that a low-class Saiyan is stronger than 3 Ozaru, let alone Frieza. Goku was excited. Maybe this would finally be the real match. Goku got in his battle stance as Nappa, Vegeta, and Raditz jumped into the scene. Goku had to admit, even though he had the ability to go beyond and defeat the Ozaru, they were actually giving him a hard time. He was not used to fighting giant creatures, especially not 3 at once. Goku flew up to the sky as he was followed by 3 separate mouth beams from the 3 Ozaru. He punched and kicked the beams out of the way, firing his own Kamehameha. As the smoke cleared, Goku ran in between the Ozaru's legs, grabbing onto Raditz's tail and throwing him into the other 2. They were knocked down like bowling pins, as Raditz's tail came off. So that was the trick. Goku soon did the same to Nappa, with only Vegeta standing tall still. Goku said, "I see whatever this form is means a lot to you, Vegeta, but if you promise me a better challenge than this, then I'll help you obtain it." A better challenge? This comment infuriated Vegeta, but did remind him of why he was letting Kakarot stay around in the first place. Frieza. They needed him to defeat Frieza. In one final attempt to challenge Kakarot, Vegeta jumped and punched down, but Goku ran up his arm, jumping down from his shoulder and slicing through his tail. Goku had defeated all 3 Ozaru. Vegeta wasn't done. He needed to defeat the slow-class Saiyan and began to charge up his ki to the max, ready to explode, and Goku was ready to defend himself. But Raditz and Nappa fly up, telling Vegeta that he must still be weaker than Frieza. Vegeta slowly starts to calm down. They still need him. After all, the Saiyans can't sense ki. Goku could be stronger than Frieza already. Goku tilts his head, asking who the hell this Frieza guy was he keeps hearing about. Vegeta turns to tell him that Frieza is the strongest being in the universe. No doubt stronger than even Kakarot himself. Kakarot is excited by this, but he still doesn't trust Vegeta. Ever since Kami, he cannot trust anyone. Vegeta treats him badly, calls him a low-class Saiyan. He could destroy him right here, right now. But that thought fades away quickly, with the prospect of fighting Frieza, someone even stronger. If Vegeta can get him there, then he will still be useful to him. In fact, if they get there, then he thinks Vegeta could get stronger too, and eventually be his strongest rival. Raditz tells Kakarot that their only hope is to get stronger, and asks if what Kakarot said about the Dragon Balls were true. Goku stops and thinks to remember. He says that he thinks so. It had been a long time, but he remembered that long ago he went on travels around the world with a woman. He trained with a bald man with a shell, but it was so long ago, he didn't even remember their names. Vegeta said that they didn't have time for a journey to the West tale. They needed to know about the Dragon Balls. Goku says that the Dragon Balls were created to grant any wish by an old god. As he says this, his ki begins to rise, angry. Sparkles surrounding him. It seems they touched a tough subject, but Raditz tries to get him to calm down. He says that it doesn't matter what he looked like. Vegeta pushes Raditz out of the way, yelling at him that it does matter, that they need to know exactly who created them. Goku continues to get angry as he describes Kami. Green skin, pointed ears, antennae, wise beyond anyone he knew, until he betrayed him. The ground shook as Goku's power exploded, pushing the Saiyans back. His Super Saiyan form seemed uncontrollable. Vegeta watches as Goku begins to take out his anger on the landscape, destroying everything around. He was angry, but it seemed like he wasn't destroying senselessly. He was training, preparing himself for something. Was Kakarot even stronger than he let on? Vegeta then snapped. His pupils shook. What he described, that was a Namekian. Vegeta's surprised look turned into a sadistic smile. He knew exactly where to head off next. He turned to Nappa and Raditz, telling him that their next destination would be Planet Namek. Nappa, Vegeta, Raditz, and Goku land on their space pods at Planet Namek. The peaceful civilization lives their quiet lives without a care in the world, but that was all about to change. Kakarot hated traveling on those pods. He always felt claustrophobic, reminded him of the chamber. Endless space, yet so constricted. Vegeta had asked why Kakarot looked so much older than them, even though he was only 3 years younger. Raditz wasn't sure. He thought maybe that Piccolo guy had something to do with it. He keeps talking about him, but that couldn't be it. There had to be a reason why he was so distrusting of everyone. He wouldn't even let doctors place him in a healing tank. Goku looked around, sensing ki. There was so much energy. The plants, the people, they were clearly strong in it. He noticed that Nappa and the others were wandering aimlessly. Their scouters were destroyed when he turned blonde last time, and they said they couldn't risk getting new ones. He realized that the other Saiyans couldn't sense ki. Goku focused and headed towards the largest congregation of ki he could find, a small Namekian village. Vegeta and the others didn't know how Kakarot found it so quickly, but once they arrived, Vegeta stood tall in front of the Namekians. The old man, Murray, walked out of his home to greet them. At the sight of the Namekians, Goku's heart began to beat fast. The thought of Kami, the time chamber, and being betrayed just surged through his mind. Vegeta threatened Murray and the rest of the village, but they just wouldn't comply with their demands. Vegeta was going to enjoy torturing them. He points his hand directly at a child, Dende. Raditz notices Goku getting angry, and he jumped in front of his brother, telling him that it was okay. These were not the Namekians that he fought before. They weren't that Piccolo guy. But Goku was impatient. He slowly walked towards Murray, telling him that they just needed the Dragon Balls in order to defeat Frieza, an evil tyrant. He then shot Vegeta an eye. Reluctantly, Vegeta put his blast down. Murray took a step back. Did they really need the Dragon Balls? With this Kakarot guy around, it was doubtful. He was strong enough to clear out all the Namekian warriors. Terrified, Murray gives Goku the Dragon Ball. Vegeta and the others let them live for now, as Goku said that they got what they wanted. They didn't need to spill any blood. But Murray remains terrified of the prospect of these Saiyan monsters. He would need an audience with the Grand Elder ASAP. It may be time to summon Nail and have him use the forbidden technique. He looks down at Dende, telling him to go to the Grand Elders. The Saiyan squad divides up, Vegeta with Goku and Nappa with Raditz, slowly finding various Dragon Balls. Vegeta tried to remain calm around Kakarot. It was clear that being there bothered him, but Goku realized something. Various Namekian power levels were disappearing, while a single one was growing in strength. When he was going to point this out to Vegeta, he heard something from behind. A large Frieza Force ship landing near their original location. Vegeta then spun his head, sensing someone's ki. What? He sensed ki? Kakarot must have started to rub off on him. Vegeta fired a blast, and a small scream was heard. The blast just barely missed Dende's feet. The small Namekian panted. Vegeta didn't have time for this. Grabbing the child and putting him in a chokehold, he asked where the next Dragon Ball was. But Goku wasn't putting up with this, yelling at Vegeta to put him down. Vegeta asked who the hell he was to order him around, but before he knew it, Kakarot was already flying off with Dende. How the hell? Dende explained that he was heading off from Guru's place after having warned him about the Saiyans. There was something different about Goku. He has stopped Vegeta from killing his village, and he didn't seem interested in power. Inside his mind, Dende heard the voice of the Grand Elder, reminding him to bring Goku to him. Right, that's why he was following them. Goku looked at Dende with a sad smile. The child reminded him of, well, Goku took out the stone Dragon Ball from his pocket, looking at it for just a second. Eventually, they reached Guru's home. Goku entered the house where Guru welcomed him. He explained that he knew what he was there for, and that he could take the Dragon Ball under one condition: to let Guru read his mind. Guru has sensed Goku since he arrived on the planet, and was intrigued by him. Goku accepted, and Guru read his mind. As his memories flushed into Guru's head, the Namekian shed a tear. So, that's what made him this way. Years and years of loneliness, in the middle of emptiness. It was enough to make any man go crazy. A shock of electricity made Guru remove his hand. Guru turned to say to Goku,
"You poor child, to have been lost and alone for so long by the hand of someone you trusted, no less. What keeps you going?"
"Dunno. Fighting, I guess. It's the only thing I have."
"Well, Son Goku, I need to tell you that I think there are others out there that still care about you. I hope that you find it in your heart to eventually forgive Kami, and know that not all of us fear you. You're still just a boy trapped in a body with immense power."
Goku stayed quiet for a second, and without anything else to say, takes the Dragon Ball and returns to Vegeta, while Dende stayed with Guru. Vegeta asks him what the hell that was. Goku explained that it didn't matter. What matters now is that they got another Dragon Ball. Vegeta cursed out loud, telling Kakarot that they have to hurry and find the last few Dragon Balls. But Kakarot ignored him, flying over to Frieza's ship. At the doorstep of the ship, he stands with a smirk, walking proudly. He was finally going to have a true challenge. At least he hoped so. After all, he sent someone in there with a power level of at least 530,000. Hopefully he could get stronger than that. Zarbon and Dodoria stepped out of the ship, leading the army of soldiers. They asked who the hell he was. Goku waved, asking for Frieza. He heard he was strong, and he wanted to fight. Zarbon and Dodoria commanded their forces to attack. To Zarbon's eyes, it looked like Goku simply took a step forward, and suddenly all of the army was dead. Zarbon knew he had to do whatever he could. Dodoria and the ugly Zarbon rushed in, only to be instantly killed. Goku hit them both in the back of the neck. Vegeta watched from nearby, in shock at this power. The two had been training together, but it was clear to him now that he was always going easy. Part of him was honestly jealous, because Vegeta knew that he himself had the power to defeat Zarbon and Dodoria now. Frieza's floating chair appeared from the top of the ship. Goku smirks, saying, "So, you're that Frieza guy, ready to go a round or two? You better be stronger than what you are now, because you won't stand a chance." Frieza was visibly angry. He wasn't going to waste his time with some monkey. Not when the Dragon Balls were all nearly collected for him. Only one left, at a random village. Frieza ordered the Ginyu Force, whom he had arrived on Namek with, to take care of him, while he found the last Dragon Ball, telling Goku that he'd be right back. Goku wonders how strong these guys are. He actually joins in the rock, paper, scissors with them, but insists that they all attack at once. The Ginyu Force is insulted, but does so. They are surprised to see that Goku can easily keep up with all of them. Even Ginyu doesn't stand a chance. Ginyu knows there's only one thing to do. Goku is far too cocky, and though the Ginyu Force is really annoyed at the fact that they are being toyed with, they notice that he fights like a child. Ginyu is tired of it, yelling,
Your body is mine! Body change!
Goku hears this and instantly grabs onto Jaice, only to use him as a body shield. Ginyu is angry now that he's in Jaice's body. He isn't going to give up, using body change again. This time Goku throws Goldo at the change. This goes on for a bit, with Ginyu trying to catch up to Goku by jumping from body to body. As this went on, Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, and Frieza all arrived back. They couldn't believe that the Ginyu Force was nearly all defeated, but their arrival distracted Goku just for a second. Ginyu in Rikuma's body jumped behind Goku and finally switched bodies with him. Ginyu laughed loudly. Finally, the power of the Saiyan was his. Rushing over to stand behind Frieza, Frieza was speechless. That Saiyan must be really stupid. Goku writhes in pain from Rikuma's damaged body. There is so much going on. He can feel those powers he felt earlier disappearing into one single stronger one. Was this another one of Frieza's soldiers? Who was this? Was it a Namekian? Frieza ordered Ginyu to take care of the trash. Raditz gulped. He didn't think they could win. Ginyu smirked, realizing that there was more to this body than he thought. It was surging. So much energy, so much potential. He couldn't control it. Ginyu exploded Goku's ki and transformed into a Super Saiyan abruptly. Frieza's scouter exploded. That was the Super Saiyan. Frieza locked eyes with Vegeta. They both knew it, but Kakarot was still unaware of the significance of this form. Frieza couldn't allow anyone to have such power. Ginyu was loyal, extremely loyal. He would have his defenses down for his lord. And with that thought, Frieza blasted a death beam right through his minion.
I'm sorry, Ginyu. I cannot allow that form to exist. Not as long as I am in power.
With the last of his strength, Ginyu tries to switch bodies with Vegeta, but Vegeta had watched Goku's battle and learned through it, simply kicking Rikuma's body right at the blast, forcing Goku and Ginyu to switch around. He yelled at Raditz and Nappa to get Goku as Vegeta himself rushed to battle Frieza. Goku sighed in relief, while Raditz carried him into the healing tank. He started to freak out. He needed to get out of there. He couldn't let anyone trap him again. He asked Raditz why he was doing this, but slowly he started to calm down as Raditz told him that he wasn't leaving him, that they needed help defeating Frieza, but he needed to be healed first. Meanwhile, Nappa took on the Ginyu Force. They were all extremely damaged, and above that, in bodies that didn't belong to each other. At the same time, Frieza and Vegeta's battles continued. Frieza already going through his transformations. Looks like Vegeta's training with Goku did something after all. Goku's eyes darted open, and he felt the power he sensed earlier coming in close to them, maybe stronger than Frieza. In the midst of battle, a wolf of air dragged Vegeta and Frieza back, as Neo looked up to the evildoers.
You two are not welcomed here. This is a peaceful planet. Leave, or I will remove you myself.
You have what is perhaps the most dangerous being in the galaxy. We Namekians want nothing to do with you.
I'm flattered, though I assure you I am far from the most dangerous being in the galaxy. Not with Lord Whirus.
I wasn't talking about you.
The hatch of the ship opens as Goku, drenched in water from the healing tank, walks out. He removes his breathing piece, throwing it to the side. Nail and Goku stare each other down. Piccolo? I thought I defeated you for good.
You must have me confused with someone else.
Even so, it was one of you people, Kami, that locked me away for 30 years. He was the strongest being I ever fought, and I've been going around the universe trying to find someone stronger.
Be careful what you wish for.
Raditz watched from the doorway as the battle between Goku and Nail began. It was incredible. They were clearly above any of them. Frieza couldn't believe it. He was angry. He was going to show them that no one could ever be stronger than him. Without wasting any time, he transformed into his 100% full power state. Goku's base state is struggling against Nail, as this Namekian warrior is stronger than even Frieza. There were 50 known Namekian warriors we see through the Frieza arc, but perhaps there were more here and there. If Nail fused with every single one of them, what kind of power could he get? Goku is finally forced into Super Saiyan for the first time in a long time. That's when Goku begins to win. Nail slowly starts to get pushed back. However, Nail uses things other than his power to keep Goku at bay. In particular, he uses the fact that Goku still fights like a child. This Goku never had any training beyond Master Korin, only 1.5 years of instruction with Kami, and even then Kami was very reserved. Goku is unrefined and not used to actually competent opponents, and every mistake that Kid Goku could have made as a kid is being repeated. Goku is effectively still a 15-year-old kid when it comes to fighting style. Once Frieza reached his 100% power, he completely ignores Vegeta, rushing in to attack Goku, but Kakarot is too focused on the match at hand. he simply turns his hand over to Frieza, flicking him back down to the ground. "He's all yours, Vegeta." Right then and there, Goku burst into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's eyes widened and filled with tears. No way, what was that? That was the same thing he saw back on the other planet. Another Super Saiyan transformation. He was sure of it now, something beyond regular Super Saiyan. Was that low-class trash really that far ahead of him? Vegeta dropped to his knees, punched the ground over and over again, cracking it. Lava spewing around him. Nappa and Raditz couldn't believe it, but Vegeta was now a Super Saiyan. The anger he felt by being left behind in the dust by Kakarot pushed him to it. Frieza slowly got off the ground just to see Vegeta walking towards him. "I was a fool for thinking that I would let Kakarot take care of Frieza for me. I don't need him. I can do it myself." Frieza starts to yell about how he will kill at least one Super Saiyan today. If it's the prince, then so be it. Thus, the battle between Goku and Nail and Frieza and Vegeta began. Vegeta didn't care that Kakarot was stronger than him at the moment. All he cared about was Frieza. Goku, on the other hand, was having the time of his life. The clashes shook the entire world over time, slowly breaking it apart. Goku in particular didn't know how to maintain himself, and he was destroying parts of the world. This infuriated Nail, and it seemed like he was fighting better and better over time. Meanwhile, Raditz and Nappa gathered their Dragon Balls, but realized they couldn't summon the dragon. Was there something else to this? Perhaps a Namekian passcode? Vegeta slowly started to tear down Frieza. Though the Emperor was a formidable foe, Vegeta wanted to beat Frieza at his best. He was doing so, but Frieza realized that he was at the end of his rope. Nail looked around him. His planet was being incinerated. Goku and Nail looked on. Nail couldn't stand to watch this. He rushed off to try and summon the dragon, but Goku wouldn't allow him to leave without finishing their match. They were having so much fun. Vegeta didn't care about the planet, even if it was about to explode. He knew he had already won against Frieza, but as he was about to finish him off, Frieza spoke up.
Wait, Vegeta. Don't you see? Don't you sense him? I may not be able to sense his power, but I know you spent enough time with him to realize that there's a bigger threat in the universe than I am. What will you accomplish by killing me if he's still around, representing a threat to you? I may not be able to defeat him alone, but together.
Vegeta cursed under his breath. Frieza was right. He could sense Kakarot's ki. Could they defeat him together? Reluctantly, Vegeta gave a hand to Frieza. In the meantime, Nail begins to explain to Goku that they can't allow his planet to explode. If he lets him use the Dragon Balls to bring it back to its former glory, then the match will continue. Goku thought about it. He wasn't heartless. He wasn't like Kami. But Goku's thought process was interrupted by a death beam through the arm. Frieza had appeared with Vegeta, and Goku was angry. This attack caused him to explode his ki and sent Nail flying back. Nail cursed. He wouldn't be able to get to the Dragon Balls this way. He looked over to Vegeta and Frieza. He'd have to fight alongside those bastards to get rid of them all. The three of them rushed in, but it seemed like Goku was out of control. It seemed like Goku kept his true strength and speed hidden. For what? For the thrill of battle? It seemed ridiculous. Goku was simply toying with them before. Now he was actively trying to defeat them. Frieza was the first to go down, then Vegeta, and finally Nail. The three stared at Goku, who told them that it was over. Clearly, the challenge he was looking for was not there. He was going to leave Namek. Guru told him something earlier that gave him a new mission. Goku turned to Vegeta, telling him that he'd hope they'd meet again soon. The three warriors watched as Goku flew off, each of them charging up a ki orb in their hand. But Nail put his hand down. Goku represented the greatest threat to the galaxy.
No!
Let him go. He is but a child who's lost his path.
Yes, Lord Guru. Vegeta was ready to shoot his as well. He let the blast down too. Kakarot was right. He'd hoped they'd meet again soon because he would train hard. Each day, he would defeat Kakarot next time they saw each other. Frieza was the only one left, and without any hesitation, fired the attack at Kakarot. But as soon as he did, he felt excruciating pain in his hand. As he opened his eyes, he saw Goku standing tall before him, his palm covering Frieza's hand. The blast had exploded against Goku's hand and nearly blown off Frieza's. Goku looked different, his eyes piercing as ever, but with long, golden hair and power beyond anything any of them had felt before. Vegeta couldn't believe his eyes, but instead of being angry, this time he smiled. He had a brand new goal to reach. Frieza falls on his tail. He didn't need to use that form to defend himself from the blast. That was him just saying, I could kill you at any time, I just choose not to. Goku reached his space pod, but heard the voice of Raditz call from behind. Where are you going, Kakarot? I have stuff to take care of on Earth, friends to find. Earth? That meaningless rock? Yeah, right. Oh, you're serious? Well, I'm coming along too then. It looks like Vegeta can take care of Frieza at any point now. I'd rather find out more about you and that power you have. But Goku didn't trust his brother and denied him following him. Goku blasted off, but Raditz wouldn't take no for an answer. Following in his route to Earth, he needed to find out more about his brother. Frieza was kicked off planet Namek by Vegeta and Neo, who thought him dead by the end of the encounter. Vegeta then left without another word, along with Nappa, exploring the stars in search of further power. Neo watched as his spaceship left the atmosphere, and he reported back to Guru, along with all 7 magic Dragon Balls. Cheerful for their success and ready to use the Dragon Balls, the Namekians gathered around. Guru thought about Kakarot, about Kami, about Earth. He knew that Goku was heading there. Perhaps they will need extra help. Guru saw something special in Kakarot, and he saw the way he protected Dende. Thus, he placed a hand on the small Namekian's head, telling him that Earth will need a guardian in the nearby future. 3 wishes were made, 1 to restore Namek, 1 to remove the remainders of the Frieza Force from that planet, and finally, to teleport Dende to Earth, where he would find Mr. Popo. And so, a few days passed. Back on Earth, Bulma rushed around her office for tools to use in her new project. Earth without Goku gave them time to repair and rebuild, but she did a double take to look at her workbench. Those Dragon Balls that had remained stone for years once again glowed. Bulma teared up as memories rushed back through her mind. Could they do it now? Could they wish for something to protect themselves from Goku? Could they finally cut ties with that other group, the one they had teamed up with, in order to defend Earth? She counted the Dragon Balls and realized they were missing one. They were missing the 4-star Dragon Ball.
Face it, Bulma. Our plan is the only thing that will work if that man returns. Our creations will put an end to our fears. So please, trust in the androids.
As Goku travels through space, followed by Raditz, Raditz notices that he's drifted ways. He is no longer on course to Earth. Instead, he heads towards a different planet, Planet Yardrat. Goku lands, followed not long after by Raditz. Raditz walks out of the ship and sees the Yardrats taking Goku up to a man, and he is welcomed when Goku explains who he is. Though he didn't want him there. Pibara welcomes Goku. Pibara had telepathically called Goku over to him, saying that he felt his presence and wanted to speak to him. Thus, over the next few months, Goku and Raditz trained on Planet Yardrat, as Pibara wanted to learn just exactly what happened to this man. Pibara tried to get him to understand that not everyone hates him, and that he doesn't have to distrust everyone. But Goku argued that he didn't even trust him. He was only there for the training. But some stuff did stick in his mind. It was similar to the things that Guru said to him. A figure approaches the lookout, Krillin. He's tired and confused. The old cat told him where he would find out more about Goku. He never knew a place like this existed. Popo appears from the shadows, trying to fight him off, but Dende stops the fight, telling Krillin that he had been waiting for him. Dende explains who he is, that he met Goku, and he was sent there by Guru. Krillin asks what the hell happened to Goku. Dende has been trying to figure it out too, and Popo finally gives in. He didn't want to betray Kami's memory. Popo tells them that Goku was locked away by Kami, who was scared of him becoming another Piccolo. Krillin curses Kami. He couldn't believe it. They fought alongside that guy to try and stop Piccolo, but this told Krillin what he already knew. All of this wasn't Goku's fault. Krillin had been searching all over the world for answers, and now he finally had them. But he still wants to further understand Goku, and asks Popo for the chamber. Popo says that he was able to reset it and open it some time ago, and welcomes Krillin in. Krillin tries to stay there for 30 years in order to understand his best friend, but he doesn't make it past 1. Krillin tears up at the thought of his best friend being trapped in there for so long. Krillin comes out and tells Dende that the Earth's forces have been preparing for an attack by Goku for some time. Dende tells him that being cautious is good, but that they shouldn't attack Goku. They need to talk. He prepared the Dragon Balls in case something went wrong, but Krillin says that one of the Dragon Balls has been missing. This shocks Dende, and finally realizes that the last Dragon Ball must have been the rock that Goku was carrying with him. This did complicate things. He tells Krillin to tell Bulma and the others to hold off on their defenses. Krillin agrees. Bulma is happy to hear that the Goku they knew may still be in there somewhere, but Dr. Gero intervenes and tells her that they can't risk the whole world just on the word of some green kid. Krillin turns to Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu, but they all agree with Gero, though Tien had been the only one to undergo the cybernetic treatment that Dr. Gero wanted them all to go through. He's the one that was most terrified of what Goku could do to Earth. One night, while Bulma is working on things, she pulls out her gun at the sound of someone sneaking up on her. She doesn't recognize the man, but he tells her not to worry. He's just there to tell her that his mother only ever had one regret, and that was not helping her best friend. He told Bulma to hold off on the attack against Goku, and to give him this bottle of medicine when he arrived. The future depended on her. They couldn't trust Dr. Gero. Bulma is confused and doesn't get any time for questions as the man disappears, but she keeps this in mind. Sometime later, Vegeta and Appa arrive on Earth. They are confronted by the Z-Fighters, who ask what the hell they're there for. Vegeta says, Kakarot, or who they call Goku. Bulma steps up, asking what they know about him. Vegeta says that not much. That's what they're here to find out. If they let him be there, he will leave the planet intact. He just wants to find out how he got so powerful. Bulma makes a counter deal. If he tells her anything they have on Goku, then they can stay at her place. And thus, some time passes. Bulma's Dragon Radar begins to beep. The Dragon Ball has entered the Earth's atmosphere. Krillin tries to stop them, but Gero marches forward. Tien, Chaozu, Yamcha, 19, Chi-Chi, and a reluctant Krillin. Bulma felt it in her heart. Goku was back. Two pods crash down on Earth. Goku arrives with Raditz after his time on Yardrat. Raditz says, "What a warm welcome." Goku sees as everyone lines up in front of him. All he wanted to do was talk to them. He already felt betrayed. Goku tries to tell them that he's not here to fight, but Gero interrupts Bulma from saying anything, as he says that they know he's here to basically destroy Earth again, and they're not going to allow that. And Goku already thinks there's no way of reasoning with them, and he gets on a battle stance. He still isn't the one to attack first. Raditz was insulted, and he was already firing a blast at him. To his surprise, however, Android 19 steps in the way and absorbs the blast. Everyone rushes forward. Only Krillin and Chi-Chi stay behind, but only for a few seconds. They see no alternative. They have to protect Earth. That's what they promised each other they would do. But even with all these fighters, they're not enough to stack up against Goku, though Raditz is having a harder time. Android 19 starts to absorb Goku's energy, along with Tenshinhan, but Goku recognizes what's going on and powers up into a Super Saiyan, pushing the two of them back. Goku's about to rush in and attack Tien, but this time, he hesitates. He looks to his left, to Android 19, and chooses him as a target instead, firing a ginormous Kamehameha. Android 19 absorbs it, but Goku teleports behind him, grabbing him by the back of the head and slamming him against the ground. At point-blank range, he fires one final attack, destroying the android. Everyone was terrified. Android 19 was very powerful. They didn't think Goku would be able to win against him. Raditz scuffed off himself, telling them to give up, but Goku glances over at him and stays quiet. As Gero curses, Bulma shakes. Goku really is a monster, but they all start to sense a powerful key presence overhead. Looking back to see a giant ship arrive on Earth, Tien can't believe it, but he thinks that Goku brought along more friends to take over Earth. He knew it. He knew Goku couldn't be trusted again. They did the right thing by trusting Dr. Gero. Chi-Chi pleads with Goku, asking him if this is true, but Goku shakes his head, saying no, this guy is truly evil. Not like him. Chi-Chi wonders what he means, and Goku takes a second to do a double take. He recognized that woman. It had been over 40 years, but she looked very familiar. It wasn't time for that though, and he looked back at the ship. Mecha Frieza and King Cold step out of the spaceship. Goku tells Raditz to stay out of this one, as Frieza declares himself as victor already. His cybernetic enhancements have made him strong enough to defeat Goku, but he smirks, saying that these guys, pointing back at his friends, are already on their way to surpassing Frieza. Frieza is about to launch a death ball towards the planet, attempting to destroy it, but Goku smirks. He didn't need to transform beyond Super Saiyan to take care of this, simply slamming his head against the death ball. This was enough to push it back against Frieza and King Cold. The death ball, along with King Cold and Mecha Frieza, were sent up and exploded. That only took a few seconds. None of them could believe it. Frieza had an incredible power level, and Goku took care of him so easily. Yamcha started to shake. They should have trusted Jiro more. They should have allowed themselves to become androids. They should have allowed him to experiment on those people he found. But Bulma had been against it. Bulma and Krillin believed in Goku. Now it's all over. But Krillin saw it a different way. Krillin cheered and rushed over to Goku, hugging him, telling him thank you for saving them. Goku had just defended Earth for the first time in a long time. This changes everyone's attitude, even Yamcha and Tien. They all hug him, but Goku pushes them off. He says that he still doesn't trust them, that they betrayed him too, but that he's here to tie some loose ends. Bulma argued that they were just defending themselves. They didn't know what to do. She apologizes, handing him something, the heart medicine. Goku looks at it, wondering what it's for, and putting it away. That'll be for later. He starts to talk to Krillin, walking away, but Jiro yells at them. He tells them that they can't do that they need to kill him. All the Z-Fighters stand tall in defense of Goku, but Jiro knows that this is his last opportunity to kill him, to get revenge for the Red Ribbon Army, to get revenge for the world. Without further ado, Dr. Jiro throws a capsule, revealing 3 pods, containing androids 17, 18, and 16. Bulma had told Jiro that they weren't going to use those teenagers he found, that it wasn't moral to experiment on them, that they had to be set free. But obviously, Dr. Jiro did not listen. He tells Bulma to shut up. These androids are stronger than the ones we know, because Dr. Jiro had information on stronger Z-Fighters and a stronger Goku, even Nappa and Vegeta. Jiro tells 18 to follow her programming and attack Bulma and the rest. However, as Android 18 zoomed towards Bulma, a bright figure arrives, protecting her, blocking the attack. Vegeta had arrived as a Super Saiyan. He tells Goku that they will fight again soon, but for now, they'll get rid of these hunk of junk. He always disliked that Dr. Jiro. Part of Goku was really excited to see Vegeta turn into a Super Saiyan. As he predicted, he would be his strongest foe yet. He still hasn't reached him, but he has faith in him. Android 18 versus Vegeta happen, while 16 and 17 fight against Goku. Though it's clear that Android 17 isn't really getting into the fight. Android 16, on the other hand, is really following his programming to the T. He fights hard against Goku, but the Saiyan soon gets tired of it, pushing both of the androids out of the way as a Super Saiyan 2. He tells them that he's tired of this, that he came here to talk, and that though they are some of the strongest guys he's fought yet, he didn't come here for a fight. This shocks everyone. Goku wasn't one to deny a good fight before, but he was obviously getting annoyed. He turns to Krillin to tell him that he knows where to find him. Placing 2 hands on his forehead, Goku teleports away. Dr. Jiro keeps yelling at the androids to go after him, but the androids have no idea where he went. Vegeta says that their fight's against him now, but the androids scoff and walk away. As Jiro keeps yelling at them, Android 18 fires a blast at him, killing him. All of the Z-Fighters are in shock. A lot just happened in a very quick span of time. Bulma wonders why that mysterious kid that was from the future, if that was true, didn't warn her about the androids. Raditz walks up to Vegeta to ask him what's going on, where Nappa is, but Vegeta turns to him, telling him that he needs to train more. Vegeta tries to follow the androids, but he is stopped dead in his tracks. He couldn't believe it. There was a power level that seemed similar to Goku's, but it wasn't him. The androids do their usual stick of finding a car and traveling around in search of Goku. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Raditz decide to stick with the Z-Fighters, traveling towards the lookout as Krillin directed them. They obviously needed to take care of the androids, but they weren't powerful enough to take them on yet. Maybe this time they had to rely on Goku. Plus, they need to rest. They're very hurt from the battles. Vegeta thought he'd be stronger than he is. He needs to keep going. Meanwhile, at the lookout, Goku teleports right in front of Nappa. watering plants. Nappa's surprised to see him there, trying to hide the fact that he was gardening, but Goku ignores him. Walking up to Dende. Dende had previously confronted Vegeta and Nappa when they arrived on Earth, making sure they weren't up to no good. Vegeta tried to get anything he could out of Dende. He didn't think he'd ever cross paths with that kid again, but he was less interested in finding out how Goku but he slowly got less interested in how Goku got stronger, as Bulma had built him a gravity chamber, and he trained on the daily there. Dende never trusted them with the information about the hyperbolic time chamber. They never found out about it. He asks what he's doing there. Dende explains that Guru teleported him there a little bit before he passed away. He believed in Goku and thought that he may need some help. Thus, Dende's the new guardian. Goku doesn't like this. That word, guardian, it didn't mean anything to him. The last guy that promised to guard anything placed him in a time chamber for 30 years. He tried to keep his distance from Dende, and Dende noticed this. He seemed upset, but he says that a friend is here to meet him. Out of the lookout door, Trunks steps out, having just used the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku doesn't know who this kid is, but Trunks soon explains. In his future, Bulma and Gero attacks Goku, and Goku felt betrayed, similarly to in this timeline. However, in that timeline, neither Bulma nor Krillin believed in him. The betrayed Goku simply destroyed the androids, defeated the Z-Fighters, and once again resumed his life of training. One day, he started to feel weak and pained. He thought he was lacking in training, and he started to just do it harder and harder, nearly destroying all of Earth, except for Mount Pautsu for some reason. But as Bulma would soon find out, it wasn't that he was getting weaker. His body was invaded by a heart virus, and Goku knew that his days were counted. He trained his hardest before death, and Earth paid the cost. Peace had returned, but Bulma never shook the feeling that she could have done more. She regretted not saving her friend. If she just had done a little bit more, being a little bit more compassionate, perhaps Goku and Earth would have been saved. She made a time machine and sent Trunks there. So, Trunks introduced himself as the son of Vegeta. Goku smirked. He wanted to fight this kid. He was clearly powerful, and Trunks is up to the challenge. He does want to test just how powerful this guy was, but as soon as the battle's about to begin, Goku senses something incredible. Was that Kami he just felt? Or was it Piccolo? Krillin? Yamcha? Tien? Vegeta? Nappa? They're in one place together. He looks back at Nappa. Why was he feeling his power level somewhere else too? Not only that, but that was the strongest ki he had felt in a long time, and he's sure that he could give the androids a run for his money. Without saying anything to Trunks, he rushes over to that power level. Nappa followed them as well. There, he finds a powerful being named Cell. He had been draining humans around the world after arriving from the future. A future that, similarly to Trunks's, was decimated by Goku. The androids in this universe were released 3 years earlier than in the original story, which is why they appeared only a little bit after Mecha Frieza did. Because the androids and pretty much everything else around the world was destroyed by Goku in the future, Cell had no choice but to go back to this point in the timeline to try and find them. The two of them have a battle, and Goku is impressed. He might be the strongest being he's fought. Additionally, he has all the techniques of his friends. This was an exciting challenge, but something that he said sticks in Goku's mind. If he found those androids, he could get stronger. He quickly drinks the medicine, just as a way of mocking Cell, telling him that he won't die before their battle's finished. He tells Cell that he'll help him find the androids. Trunks, who had followed Goku, yells at him, telling him to stop, that this is not what Bulma would have wanted. But Goku is ignoring Trunks. In his future, Bulma tried to kill him, and when he thinks about it, the Bulma in this present did too. He still wants to talk, but that can wait. He wants to battle this Cell first. As Cell and Goku fly away in search of the androids, they pass by the Z-Fighters. Trunks explains in the way what's going on. Bulma curses. She knew she should have done a little bit more work to try and make sure that Gero got rid of all those projects she denied. Vegeta, Raditz, and Trunks all try to stop Goku and Cell, with Vegeta saying,
Kakarot, stop this madness! What kind of idiot would allow their opponent to reach their perfect form?
Raditz is unsure of who to support during the battle, but part of him knows that if even Vegeta himself is fighting against this, then he has to make his brother see reason. He wanted to learn more about him, he wanted to get close to him, but there was clearly something wrong with him. He wanted to help him through it, but Goku's Super Saiyan 2 is far too much for everyone. And both Cell and Goku reach the androids. 16 wants to protect them both, and fights against Goku. Krillin, Bulma, and Chi-Chi try to deny it, and actually cheer for Goku as he continues to fight 16. But soon enough, Goku slices through 16's neck and steps to the side, allowing Cell to absorb the androids. Though they try to fight back, Goku doesn't let them. Tien's hand is bleeding at how hard he's balling up his fist. He knew it. They couldn't have trusted him. But Bulma says that she recognizes Jiro's design as Cell's. If anyone is dooming them, it's him. Krillin and the rest try to talk Goku out of it, but Goku says that he has this handled. Everyone's confused at this. He once again says they don't have to worry, he just wants a good match. Everyone is terrified. They don't know if to cheer for Goku, because the Cell guy would obviously kill them all in an instant, or to discourage him. As Goku gets ready for the real battle to start, Cell says, "Okay, one more to go." Goku wonders what the hell he's talking about. He assumed that it would just be the two androids. He apologized to Cell for killing 16. Was that the one he needed? Cell shook his head and pointed his finger at Tien. Tien's eyes widened, and so did Goku's. In this timeline, Tien, much like 18 and 17, was enhanced cybernetically and changed into a cyborg. As Jiro developed Cell in secret, he made sure to make 17, 18, and Tien part of Cell's programming into perfect form. Cell rushed to attack Tien, but Goku stepped in the way. No way he was going to let him absorb his friend. That's when the Z Fighters realized that at least part of Goku in there still cared about them. The battle between Cell and Goku began, and it was explosive. He started to struggle, but just as he was going to transform into a Super Saiyan 3, Cell took the opportunity to use a solar flare, rush over to Tien, and absorb him. His friends cried out and tried to attack Cell, but it was worthless. Goku damned Cell, exploding his ki and finally turning into a Super Saiyan 3. Cell says that this is a beautiful battle. Two beings lost all alone for a long time, with nothing on their mind but getting stronger. While Goku was left alone because of Kami's doing, Cell was left alone because of Goku's. In a way, they were connected. Goku told him to stop talking and to show him what he's made of. Cell sparkled, electricity flowing around him. To the spectators, it seemed like Cell was an even match to Goku. The match was kicked off with a blast that exploded in the middle, only to continue with punches and kicks that shook Earth. Islands all over the world were being destroyed as Goku and Cell approached them. Krillin, one of the only ones to continue cheering on Goku as he knew his best friend could defeat Cell, yelled at Goku, telling him that he's protecting them a little too hard. Earth is suffering because of it again, but it seemed like Goku was ignoring it. The battle was taken near Mount Paozu, where the Z Fighters waited and watched. Hurt, Bulma was the only one to realize that this place was once Goku's home. A stray blast heads towards Mount Paozu, and Goku, for the first time, defends a part of Earth, jumping in the way and tanking the blast. Cell recognizes this, thinking that he's defending his friends. So, at the end of the rope, part of him still cares. Cell continues to attack that way, doing whatever he can to stay near Mount Paozu, but Goku defends it. He won't stand for it, but he's seriously running out of energy. This is the first time Goku has had an equal match, and he doesn't know if he can win. All of the area around Mount Paozu is destroyed, only the house up top remaining, along with his friends. Goku's panting. All of the Z Fighters, even the ones who were afraid of Goku, start to tear up. They don't like seeing their friend like this. Cell charges a Kamehameha.
Say goodbye, Son Goku, to your friends and this planet.
But with the last bit of his strength, Goku retaliates with his own Kamehameha. The beams clash, and it appears like Cell's blast is going to overtake Goku's for a second. But Goku hears Grandpa Gohan's voice. He tells him to protect their home, to protect Earth, and to protect his friends. A vision of Grandpa Gohan appears behind Goku, telling him to give it all he's got, no holding back. Grandpa Gohan supports Goku with his own Kamehameha, and Goku's little imaginary Gohan friend fires his own, thanking him for everything. Bulma tilts her head, asking Goku who the hell he's talking to. Everyone thinks that Goku's lost his mind again. Perhaps these visions aren't real either. Even Goku himself recognizes this at this point, but Goku triumphantly states, "I won't let you destroy my home. I won't let you destroy Grandpa Gohan's memory, and I won't let you kill my friends." Krillin is moved. he realized that in the end, Goku did care about his friends. There was a reason why he didn't kill them back when he first escaped the hyperbolic time chamber. Yes, he did endanger Earth. He made a mistake, but at the end of the day, he was hurt. He needed their help, and they failed him. He rushed behind Cell to attack him. It wasn't enough, and Krillin encourages everyone to help. Vegeta, Nappa, Trunks, and the rest help out as Goku's blast is now taking over Cell's. Grandpa Gohan yells at Goku to push himself to the limits. Goku thanks the pair as Cell yells at Goku to stop talking to himself.
Even in the end, you're still an insane lunatic.
But his eyes widen as Goku breaks his limit, unleashing a full power Super Saiyan 3. And for a second, it seems like his aura sparkled red as his Kamehameha consumes Cell's blast and overwhelms the android. Cell is finally defeated. Goku pants, falling to the ground, his hair returning to base. With his last bit of his strength, he walks over to Grandpa Gohan's home, reaching to his pocket and at the end, placing the Dragon Ball back where it belonged. Chi-Chi rushed over to Goku, holding his hand as Goku finally recognized her and passing away. Everyone stays quiet. Bulma sighs as she looks back at Trunks. In one way, she failed. She couldn't save her best friend. But in another, the Dragon Balls were restored. Goku fought for them in the end. Maybe, in a way, they had accomplished what they wanted. Raditz grieved over his brother and decided to go out into space in search of answers and power, while Vegeta and Nappa stayed on Earth, at least for now. Nappa was still loyal to Vegeta, though part of him questioned why he wanted to stay on Earth. Trunks stays for a little bit longer, finally explaining to everyone who he is, as Bulma reveals that she is pregnant. Vegeta couldn't believe that he was going to be a father, but seeing future Trunks be the way he was happy about it. He was at least proud of what he would become, and made future Trunks promise to visit in the future in order to have a battle. The Dragon Balls were used to restore the damage caused by the battle between Goku and Cell, along with reviving everyone killed during the battles. The android twins were revived along with the innocent civilians. Tien was welcomed by everyone, and was surprised to find out just what Goku had done for them, though he still didn't trust them. At the end of the day, part of him felt that it was his fault that got him killed, but not Goku. The Z fighters wonder why he doesn't want to come back, but Krillin sighs, saying that maybe he just wants to rest. But the reason why he doesn't return is actually different. In other world, Goku is at the check-in station, where King Yama wonders what to do with him. He has the most mixed record of anyone he's ever encountered. A figure appears behind Goku, telling King Yama that he could be rehabilitated. Goku slowly turns around to see Grandpa Gohan. He runs over to him, hugging him and crying. Old Gohan says,
"Oh, Goku, you've been through so much, haven't you? But it's good to see you again. But you're not out of the woods yet. There's some stuff we have to do."
If he's on good behavior for several hundred years, maybe he could be considered worthy of heaven and absolved of his sins. Gohan thanks Yama as he takes Goku to hell. Goku asks if he's going to stay in hell, but Gohan shakes his head.
"No, my boy, we're here for you to face your demons."
But his answer is soon given as Grandpa Gohan takes him to a man sitting on a bench. The man looks up at him with eyes widened. It was Piccolo. Clearly, Goku has a lot to do here, thinking his adventures on Earth are done for now. However, an evil is brewing that will make his friends debate whether or not Goku's unpredictable power will be needed again.
Hey kids, don't go away. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, I hope you're enjoying the video thus far. If you like this sort of content, want to see more, and support the channel, then consider becoming a Patreon. There, you can help support the channel through various tiers while getting some perks of your own. As a Patreon, you will be helping improve the videos, get them out faster, fund the awesome thumbnails, editing, and much more. Overall, this is the best way to ensure that I can keep providing you guys with awesome Dragon Ball content. Plus, you get some neat perks, like an extra discussion video every other week, early access to videos such as this one, and behind-the-scenes content. So be sure to go to patreon.com/SmugStick and consider supporting the channel. Thank you to all the current patrons for your support, and let's get back into the story.
And now back to our show.
Goku sits alone in the hyperbolic time chamber. He looks as if he's meditating, eyes closed and an immense aura around him. The door opens slowly, with Grandpa Gohan standing at the doorway, telling Goku that it's time for them to leave again. Goku finally opens his eyes and steps out. As it turns out, that hyperbolic time chamber was Goku's personal hell, similarly to how Frieza had his own. An empty void, similar to the hyperbolic time chamber, but Goku cannot train in it, only image train, and that's not enough for him. Grandpa Gohan is allowed to take him out every now and then to try and quote-unquote reform him. Gohan tells Goku that they need to go see Piccolo again, though Goku doesn't feel like it right now. It has been 6 years since Goku died, and Gohan's been trying to get him to communicate with Piccolo for a long time. At first, he refused and in fact attempted to fight Piccolo, but over time, he started to talk to him, though it was still extremely difficult for him and didn't know if he could ever forgive him. This time, Goku straight out refuses. Gohan sighs and tells Goku that they will have some time to train. They train, play, and teach Goku. Gohan recognizes that Goku's still a kid of some sort, so he does his best to help him out. Goku explains that he feels as if he's hit a wall of power. Cell was insanely strong, and it took everything he had to beat him. But now, as he keeps getting stronger, he finds it difficult to find anything beyond Super Saiyan 3. Goku was unaware that his power would be needed again in the living realm. As the Z Fighters gather around for the tournament to watch Trunks fight, Krillin, 18, and Tien also entered. The fact that Tien entered caught Vegeta's eye, and he decided to go in it as well. They were all approached by Shin, who shook hands with Tien. Vegeta didn't trust that guy. Trunks, of course, wins the tournament and sits back down with Bulma as he watches the fights continue into the adult division. Over the 7 years, Bulma rebuilt Android 16, since Goku had actually spared him by only cutting off his head. Now he lives with Android 17 on a far-off island. Bulma also removed the bombs from 16, 17, and 18, though Tien actually refused. After a scan, they realized that Jiro had actually put a bomb in him as well, but he never wanted to go under a knife ever again. He could live with the bomb. As the tournament begins, Shin tells them all about Majin Buu, an evil being that is set to revive on Earth. Vegeta thinks he can easily take him on. After Goku's death, Vegeta lost his will to fight for a bit, but as Trunks got older, Vegeta realized that he still had much more potential. Vegeta continues to seek Super Saiyan 3, getting stronger and stronger. Nappa lives at Capsule Corp, and Raditz hasn't been seen in many years. Eventually, a match between Vegeta and Shin begins, and after Shin eggs him on to become a Super Saiyan, Yamu and Spopovich attack. Vegeta reacts quickly, instantly killing Yamu, though Shin restrains him as to not have Spopovich get killed too. Vegeta is extremely angry, he doesn't know what's going on, but Shin continues to explain. They need to know where they're going to go. 18 stays behind, as Krillin, Tien, and Vegeta go towards Babidi's ship. There, Dabura kills Kibito in an instant, but with such a low amount of people, he doesn't make Tien and Krillin into stone. They need as many powerful foes as possible to get more killy for Buu. The three enter Babidi's ship, even though Vegeta insists on going alone. They make quick work of Yakon and Pui Pui, though Dabura proves to be more troublesome. Vegeta starts off as a Super Saiyan, but slowly transforms into a Super Saiyan 2, finally pushing back Dabura, although his spit does become annoying for Vegeta. Krillin brings up the fact that they could use Goku's help. If Buu is revived, then none of them stand a chance. Tien is insulted. No way they can allow that monster to return. Krillin argues that he fought for them in the end, but Tien doesn't care. Vegeta doesn't give any input. Part of him does want to see Kakarot again in order to fight him. Tien tells them that if they defeat Dabura, then they can stop Babidi and will not need Goku. But as Vegeta defeats Dabura, he feels an immense power coming through him, a voice telling him to give in, that he knows this is the only way. This voice offers immense power. He smirks, letting himself be taken over by the Majin power in order to force Krillin into getting help from Baba. Shin, Tien, and Krillin ask why he's doing this, but Vegeta says that it was about time for the prince to return. He fires blast at Krillin just to force him to retreat. Tien protects Krillin and tells him to run, but to not get Goku, that they can find another way, but Krillin doesn't see it that way. Babidi cheers as Killy is collected, with Shin alone standing up against Babidi. Krillin knows the only way to do this is to get Uranai Baba, the witch that had once brought back Goku's grandfather for a single day. He eventually reaches her, telling Baba to hurry. She doesn't question it. She trusts Krillin. Vegeta continues to chase after Krillin as he feels it's a race against time until Goku arrives. Tien is hurt, but he stayed behind to help Shin. Vegeta approaches Krillin, 2 fingers up to his face, ready to blast at him. That's when a door appears at Baba's place, with a confused Goku walking out, a halo shining over his head. He was dragged from Otherworld. Baba apologized to him. Goku shook his head. He said he didn't want this. He wasn't ready to return to Earth. But Krillin begged Goku for his help as Goku looked on and Majin Vegeta. Goku pushes Krillin aside and admires Vegeta, asking him if he's finally done it. Vegeta nods. Bursting into Super Saiyan 3, the Majin power had finally helped him achieve that form and surpass his own power. Vegeta laughed. Shin hopes that the man that just appeared with the immense power will be their savior, that there's a darkness in his heart, a darkness that Babidi noticed as well. Goku is happy to see that Vegeta is finally up to par with him. Even though he doesn't have mastered Super Saiyan 3, he's still extremely powerful. Powerful enough to make a good match. Vegeta focused a lot on his space form over the 7 years, training so hard that this Super Saiyan 3 was nearing Goku's. Not his full power Super Saiyan 3, mind you, his regular Super Saiyan 3, though Goku was sure that he could still win. And the two clash. Baba mentions to Krillin that even though he's mastered that form, it still takes a lot of energy and means that his time will be cut, though it's not cut nearly as much as in the original story. Either way, the two Saiyans destroy parts of Baba's castle. Goku is really getting into the fight, which seems like it can go either way, until Goku blasts Vegeta into the ground, rushing behind him and smashing him in the face over and over. Goku was seemingly losing himself, once again ignoring everything around him. It was like those times where he would train and he would ignore that everybody else on Earth was getting hurt. This state, a near berserk-like subconscious that Goku enters into, was just what Babidi needed to get into his mind. As Goku threw one last punch against Vegeta, a huge crater formed around them, Vegeta being a lot more hurt than with the other punches. That one clearly wasn't pulled. Krillin tells Goku to stop, nearly shaking in fear. Goku turns back to look at him and realizes that his power has increased. He then hears a voice in his mind, Babidi, telling him to collect as much Kili as possible and to kill Vegeta if necessary. Goku looks at his hand, bloodied from Vegeta's face, but Vegeta wasn't ready to give up, and he smashed his own head against Goku's. The fight continued, with Goku admitting to himself that he doesn't like earning powers with the help of others, but that he doesn't care right now, because it feels fantastic. Once again, Earth suffers because of Goku's addiction to power, with the witch begging Krillin to take them somewhere else. Her prayers were answered as Babidi teleported them into the wasteland, not too far from Majin Buu's egg. Krillin thanks Baba, feeling his friend's ki and going after them. The clash shakes all of Earth, with the tournament itself stopping as waves crashed onto the tournament sides. On planet Yardrat, far away, Raditz opens his eyes. Goku's ki was felt for the first time in 7 years. Raditz had gone all over the place, looking for answers, and he landed back down at planet Yardrat, where he trained and mastered his ki, even reaching Super Saiyan. He thanked Bibara quickly and teleported to Earth to watch Goku and Vegeta fight. Raditz is terrified by their power, but also fears another power nearby. He goes to it and finds Shin bleeding out. He begs Raditz, this stranger, to stop the fight, or Majin Buu will be awoken. Raditz doesn't know what the hell is going on, but he knows this isn't how he wanted to see his brother again, nor the prince. He tried to talk them out of the fight, bringing up the fact that they can finally be a family again, that Vegeta himself has a family. This actually hits Vegeta hard, and he's distracted just for a split second for Goku to blast at him, throwing him off his rhythm and burying him in rubble. Goku tells Raditz that he can handle it, whatever that Buu guy is. and tells Raditz to have Vegeta follow him when he wakes up. Krillin also tries to talk to Goku along with Raditz until they finally reach Buu's egg, with Tien stepping in the way, telling Goku that he will not let him revive Buu. Goku tilts his head. He says that he's never had any ill will against Tien, and that his plan also wasn't to revive Buu, but he stops talking halfway through the sentence, telling Tien to watch out as Dabra stabs him through the chest. Goku screams out a no, telling Krillin and Raditz to take care of the Kai and Tien, but as they are leaving, they see a dense cloud forming overhead. They escape as Majin Buu is reborn. This Buu has taken in a lot more Killy than the one in the original story, so he's potentially much stronger than that one too. Goku watches curiously as Buu is just being silly, even turning Dabra into a cookie and eating him. Goku finds this amusing. Babidi yells at Buu to kill Goku and find that Vegeta guy, but Buu wonders why. Babidi continues to just be mean to him. Goku asks Buu why he's letting himself be treated that way. After all, Goku himself was treated that way once before too. He knows what it's like to be locked away because someone feared their power and a person trying to use them. A twisted smile forms on Buu's face as he looks over to Babidi and eats him as well. The M over Goku's head fades, with Buu turning over to Goku and asking what he should do now. Goku asks him what he wants to do. Buu wants candy. Goku does too. They fly off, finding candy, even training a little as Goku explains to him just how fun it can be to fight powerful opponents. And as they clash, eat candy, and more, Goku sees Buu turn people into candy. Goku draws the line there, telling him not to do that. They can find candy other ways, but he feels like killing people isn't the way to go about it. Plus, Goku thought that was kinda gross. Goku gives an example by turning to a baby carriage and stealing candy from a baby, giving it to Buu. Buu understands, and they begin to steal candy from various stores. But they do not kill. And slowly, the pair become friends. They see a lot of each other in themselves. Krillin comes along too, trying to get Buu and Goku to stop, but he feels that maybe this is the only way to stop Buu until they figure out what to do. So he stops complaining and just pretends to enjoy things with them. Tien and Shin are healed by Dende. As Bulma goes off to find the Dragon Balls, she's afraid that Vegeta has died as well. But Trunks focuses his ki. He notices Vegeta's ki. He's still alive, but it's very weak. Everyone stops him from going off and finding him. It's too dangerous right now. Vegeta can take care of himself. Bulma is also saddened that Goku has returned, only to betray them again. That's right, this time Bulma feels that she's being betrayed. Shin argues, however, that Goku is actually helping them right now. Buu's revival might have been inevitable, but Goku is at least keeping him restrained for now. And while Goku, Krillin, and Buu hang around, Vegeta finds them. The M on his forehead is gone, but he screams out at them that their fight wasn't over. Buu is confused, he doesn't know what's going on, but Vegeta curses that pink blob, firing an atomic blast at him. But through the time that he spent with Buu, Krillin has actually gotten to care at least a little bit about him as well. And Krillin jumps in the way. He gets blasted through the chest as Goku screams. Even Goku himself is surprised. It was clear that Krillin did care about him. The fact that he did that for Buu meant a lot to him. Goku looked over at Vegeta with pained eyes. If it was a fight he wanted, it's a fight he'll get now. Majin Buu is even angrier than Goku, but it's a silent anger, as he leans down to heal Krillin, but something is going on with Buu, and they all watch as from his steam, a gray version of Buu is born. The two begin to fight, and Goku tries to help his friend, but Vegeta drags Goku away from the fight. As he said, their fight wasn't over. Goku versus Vegeta resumes, while good Buu versus evil Buu happens. Krillin can't do anything but watch, as his friends are killing each other. During the battles, evil Buu turns good Buu into candy and eats him, turning into Super Buu. Super Buu looks at the two Saiyans. He remembers Goku as his best friend, so his eyes turn to Vegeta instead. He smiles as he beats him down. Goku, still angry at Vegeta for hurting Krillin, simply stands back and watches Vegeta get wrecked. He was getting what he deserved for hurting Buu and Krillin. But Krillin told Goku to stop it, that he's had enough. Goku snaps out of it, telling Buu to stop. Vegeta had enough, but Buu refuses. He wants to continue fighting and getting stronger, no matter what. Goku thinks that's crazy, but Krillin tells him to look in the mirror. Buu is just like how Goku was last time he was here, only caring about fighting stronger opponents, never mind who he hurt or how the planet was affected. Goku looks at his palm, realizing that Krillin's right. He's been like that for a long time, and Super Boo's just like him. Remembering Gohan's teachings, he realizes that he has to stop Super Buu. He tries to get him off of Vegeta, although it seems pretty even. Goku slowly starts to gain the upper hand when suddenly Vegeta is absorbed by a part of Super Buu that was laying on the ground. Buu absorbs him, his clothes becoming that of Vegeta's, electricity flowing around him. Super Buu, Vegeta absorbed, begins to fight Goku, and finally he starts to be pushed back. Clearly, his regular Super Saiyan isn't enough, and he attempts to tap into his full power Super Saiyan 3 state. But Buu isn't letting it happen. He's not letting him focus. Buu creates multiple copies of himself that surround Goku and fire multiple Big Bang attacks. Goku's starting to feel claustrophobic, and when he opens his eyes, he sees a giant blob of pink goo surrounding him. He's trapped, getting absorbed into Super Buu as well. Super Buu starts to slowly walk towards Krillin when the shorter man feels someone touch his shoulder and teleport away. Shin had teleported Krillin into the Kaioshin realm. There, some of the other Z fighters stood tall. They feel hopeless now that both of their strongest fighters have been absorbed by Buu. Shin laments that they don't have a warrior strong enough to lift the Z-Sword. Raditz curses, thinking about how Goku was the only one stopping Buu from destroying Earth. Majin Buu, Goku absorbed, can't believe his overwhelming strength as he flies around, drunk of power, turning people into chocolate, raiding bakeries and destroying the planet. Shin doesn't know what they can do. If only they could get Goku and Vegeta out of there. That's when a light bulb lit over Raditz's head. He had an idea. A technique that the Yardrat taught him a long time ago, over his years on the planet. A technique known as forced spirit fission. But as Super Buu roamed the earth, within him, Goku was still conscious. His heart beating fast, his breaths getting heavier. He opened his eyes. He was never going to be trapped again. While all the Z-fighters at the Kaioshin realm try to figure out what to do, Raditz overhears Kaioshin lament that they don't have anybody to withdraw the Z-Sword. Raditz spins his head to look at the tall pillar housing the sword. If the Kaioshin made a big deal about it, then it must mean it's important. He wanted to save his brother. He wanted to save Vegeta. Without anything else to say, Raditz rushed to the pillar and attempted to take out the sword. It was difficult. It was the heaviest thing he'd ever had to do before. He was struggling, shaking. When Kaioshin and the rest noticed, they went up to encourage him. He just tried to focus. He could feel his brother's ki, the ki that he had been waiting to feel for such a long time while he trained on Yardrat. He thought of his brother, of his masters. Kaioshin continued to encourage him, telling him that right now, more than ever, they need a hero. And after hearing those words, Raditz's aura sparkled, the ground beneath him cracking as he pulled out the Z-Sword and unlocked Super Saiyan 2. Everyone cheered, but they didn't have time. The sword was still extremely heavy for Raditz, though the Kaioshin encouraged him to swing it around a little. He was already getting stronger just from that. That sword was legendary. He thought maybe that would be the only chance they had against Buu. But Raditz felt something strange about the sword. There was an incredible power within it, but it belonged to a living being. He'll have to explore that later. He has no time now. Inside of Buu, Goku opens his eyes. Buu is speaking to him from inside the incubator/egg thing. Super Buu talks about how similar he is to Goku, being trapped for so long, wanting the same things, etc. And that now that Goku is inside of him, they can remain friends forever, getting stronger, fighting powerful opponents, as long as Goku stops resisting. Goku almost gives in to temptation when he hears the voice of Raditz. Raditz, despite being completely underpowered, is still trying his best to protect his little brother.
Kakarot, Vegeta, I'll get you both out!
Raditz, Tiana, Yamcha, Nappa, and 18 arrive from the Kaioshin realm, teleported down by Raditz's Yardrat teleportation. But none of them are nearly enough. Raditz is slapped across the place as he tried to get close to Buu, but he wouldn't let up. The fight continues for a while, but none of the Z-fighters are enough. They're all extremely hurt in a matter of minutes. Goku hears everything from within, and he starts to struggle. He feels his heartbeat racing, his breath getting heavier, and as Super Buu tried to convince him to finally become one with him, Goku snaps. he remembered himself as a kid. He remembered himself in the hyperbolic time chamber. All that endless space, yet so restricted. That feeling of being trapped, he then felt again on Namek, when he was put in the healing chamber. And when riding those pods, Goku hated being restricted. And this was no different. And with a snap, Goku burst his aura open from within the egg, exploding from within Buu. Various particles of Buu spread everywhere, with a Super Saiyan 3 Goku sparkling from within it. Goku took steps forward from it, parts of Buu burning as they touched his aura. Raditz couldn't believe it. Goku was able to get free by himself. He had defeated Buu. But Goku turned to the others, shaking his head. He said that the only reason I was able to do that is because I was within Majin Buu, because I was conscious. If I wasn't within him, I wouldn't have been able to beat him. And both Vegeta and the original Buu are in there. We have to free them, Raditz.
Free them? I understand the prince, but why the fat blob too? He'll just want to kill us.
He's my friend, and we have to help him. Raditz didn't have time to argue. As Buu regenerated, they all rushed in, with Goku doing everything he could. But Vegeta knew Goku's moves very well, and because of that, it seemed like Goku was making no progress. That was until Tien saw an opening, using a Kiko-Ho to stop Buu in his tracks. That attack, it was always so much more powerful than the user. Raditz rushed in with a Z-Sword, slicing right through the middle of Super Buu, quickly spinning on his heel to grab onto Super Buu's head tentacle. So the sword was useful after all, he thought to himself. As Buu screamed in pain, Goku said one final thing. You are not my friend. Raditz dragged Vegeta and Fat Buu out from within Super Buu. He had done it. The Yardran Spirit Fission was the key to their victory. As soon as Raditz grabs Vegeta, he dropped Buu, grabbed Goku's hand, and teleported everyone over to the Kaioshin realm. As he found himself surrounded by fighters, he was immediately on the defensive, but they had bigger fish to fry. Vegeta turned to Kakarot and made him promise that their fight would continue, but Goku turned back. It was his fault that Buu got hurt. Buu, that's right! He looked around and noticed that he wasn't there. Raditz thought that if Buu found an empty battle space, then he would just destroy the planet, perhaps leaving Buu behind, will at least save them some time. But Goku wasn't willing to take that chance. He wasn't going to allow his friend get absorbed again, or killed. Focused his ki and put 2 fingers on his forehead. He wanted to have Buu with them, but Kid Buu was beating on Majin Buu. So, while everyone was getting healed at the Kaioshin realm, Goku teleported into the battle scene, grabbing both Kid Buu and Majin Buu, and teleporting instantly into the world of the Kais. Not only because he wanted to save Buu, but also because having Kid Buu on Earth meant the destruction of Mount Pautsu, and by extension, Grandpa Gohan's home. Once there, Shin told everybody that they needed to escape, to let Goku handle it. Vegeta, Raditz, and Tien refused to leave. They wanted to continue to help. Shin teleported everyone else down to Kami's lookout, where Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Dende awaited news. Goku smirked and cracked his knuckles. He stood in front of Majin Buu, protecting him. Goku turned to tell him to lay low for a while. He's got it handled. After all, they're friends. This struck Tien, who didn't think Goku could ever consider anyone a friend ever again. Goku admitted that Buu was extremely powerful, and that it was fun, but he hurt his best friend, and now he was going to defeat him. Kid Buu simply laughed. But this Kid Buu is stronger than the original story. Much more Kili was taken to birth him, but being inside of Buu and the fight against Super Buu had hurt Goku a lot, and he was the one who didn't get any healing. So, although Goku burst into Super Saiyan 3, pushing Vegeta aside as he tried to get into the action, Kid Buu seemed to continue to win. Goku's lack of experience and masters was really showing off this time around, as he couldn't quite predict Kid Buu's movements. Tien begged Goku to let him help. A blast from Kid Buu was diverted by another blast from Raditz. Finally, Goku admitted that maybe just this once, he had to trust them. He had no other choice. With that, Majin Buu stood back up. Goku smiled at him, then at Raditz, even Tien and Vegeta. Even if they didn't trust each other, this time they could trust each other's power. They all rushed in, It was slowly starting to equalize, though Tien and Raditz went down relatively quickly. Vegeta and Goku were having a great time. It had been years since they fought together. Even if he hated him for having hurt Buu and Krillin, he remembered back to his grandfather's teachings on the other world, how he taught him to forgive. He couldn't do it with Kami yet, but perhaps he could with Vegeta. Goku couldn't believe that him and Super Buu had so much in common. He hated himself for it, only caring about getting stronger, regardless of who he hurt and how he hurt them. And now he was realizing that he did just that to his friends. Kid Buu represented all of that. Kid Buu's drastic techniques forced Goku on the defensive as Vegeta was knocked down. They couldn't believe it. Goku was running out of time. They had to help him somehow. He's the only one with enough power left to stand up against them. If his time runs out because of Super Saiyan 3, then they're all doomed. Raditz thinks of something, the thing he did before. Forced spirit fission. What if he could collect energy to help his brother in the fight? They thought it was a great idea. Though Tien didn't want to do it at first, he finally put his trust in Goku once more. But Kid Buu looked at the team and instinctively attacked them. They couldn't get away, no matter how hard they tried. Goku asked what's going on with Tien, and he said that his stupid brother was risking it all to get him the win. But they still needed more. Tien knew what he had to do. Gritting his teeth, Ten Shinhan rushed in on Buu with a Kiko Ho up to the sky. While up there, he looks down at Goku and yelled at him not to waste this chance. Tien exploded. The bomb which Jiro had planted on him was used to self-destruct. Goku yelled a pained no, but Raditz thanked him for the sacrifice. Kid Buu took longer to regenerate thanks to this explosion, giving Raditz enough time to teleport on Earth, getting energy from everybody at the lookout. Krillin, 18, Chi-Chi, Bulma, Kid Trunks, Dende, Popo, anybody he could find. He then went over to planet Yardrat, where all of his friends and masters gave him energy, some of the most powerful ki he had ever felt. He went to Namek, explaining to them that he needed their help. They were distrustful at first, but they felt in his heart that he was telling the truth. Every person he could think of, he begged them for help. He had used the Force Spirit Fission to gather energy from around the galaxy to gift to Goku. He finally returned to Kid Buu as he was finishing regenerating. Majin Buu told Goku to be careful, that they still had so much candy to eat. Vegeta spat on the ground, but shot a thumbs up to Goku. Kakarot finally nodded, agreeing that they need to reach a new height together. Finally, Raditz looked directly at his brother's eyes as Kid Buu laughed, rushing in towards them. Raditz asked,
Kakarot, you have to trust me.
Goku sighed and nodded.
I do. I trust you.
Raditz poured all of his ki into Goku as he exploded into a giant avatar made of pure ki, catching Kid Buu's punch. This energy blew everybody away, and everybody on Earth felt the incredible rising ki. He could do it. Goku could win. Goku could defeat Majin Buu. No matter what Kid Buu did, he didn't stand a chance against the massive power-up of the Super Saiyan 3. Every punch he threw Goku's way simply hurt him more. He was a being of pure ki, and Kid Buu was being burned in the process. In one last, desperate attempt, Kid Buu threw one punch, Goku threw another, the two fists clashing. A huge aura appeared behind Goku. As he tried to push the punch forward, another aura behind Buu. They both screamed. As Raditz told Goku to win, the roar of an Ozaru was heard as the mirage of the giant great ape appeared to shine from Goku, consuming Kid Buu and blinding everyone. As Goku stood there, fist up to the sky and sparkles flying behind him, Kid Buu was defeated. Everyone sighed in relief and cheered, hugging Goku. And this time, just because Fat Buu was the one to hug him first, Goku hugged back. Vegeta crossed his arms, shaking his head. They all returned to Earth, and after they explained that Fat Buu isn't the bad guy here, everyone stood around Goku. Bulma was nervous. She didn't know what to say, but Goku smiled, thanking everyone for their help and for putting trust in him one last time. Chi-Chi teared up as she jumped to his arms. Goku awkwardly laughed, but Uranai Baba appeared behind Goku, timidly, telling him that his time was up. Goku had a sad smile on his face, but nodded, saying that Grandpa Gohan was probably worried about him. But Chi-Chi wouldn't let Goku's hand go, and neither could Fat Buu. Goku told them that he was sorry, but he had to go. Bulma cleared her throat, saying that he doesn't necessarily have to go. She had collected the Dragon Balls in order to bring everyone killed by Buu back to life. And thanks to Dende upgrading the Dragon Balls, they can also revive Goku. Goku's eyes widened. He wasn't sure about this. In fact, he said no at first. He wanted to be with his grandfather, but the voice of Grandpa Gohan was heard.
Oh, Goku, you're always so worried about me and about that old home. Trust me, I'm okay here. I taught you everything I can, and it seems like you're learning to trust them again. We still have a lot of work to do with Kami, but I promise you, we'll get that done in due time. It's not your time to be here yet. Go, learn to trust your friends again. Find new power on your own. And all of you, Goku's friends, promise me to take care of him this time. I don't want to see him back too soon. Until we meet again, Goku.
Goku teared up and dropped to his knees. He really was changing, wasn't he? And thus, Shenron was summoned in order to revive everyone that was killed by Buu and Son Goku. It was decided that he would live at Grandpa Gohan's old home, and he promised to only ever train under the supervision of one of the Z-Fighters. Majin Buu would live with him as well. And so, some time began to pass. Goku got stronger, but not by much. Fighting with Vegeta was a lot of fun, and eventually he did reach Super Saiyan 3, but it seems like they were both stuck there, without a clear path of how to proceed forward. Maybe this really was their top power, but Goku didn't think so. Goku thought there was something beyond. Chi-Chi would often come to Mount Paozu, bringing him food and the like, and the two started to get close. In fact, slowly he got close with everyone, although some were still afraid of him. Tien doesn't know if he can truly ever trust Goku, but he thanked him for everything after he was revived. Krillin also spent a lot of time with Goku, and Raditz as well. But speaking of Raditz, he actually ended up spending a lot of time at the Kaioshin realm. He told the Kaioshin that he felt an incredible presence within the sword, and that he had an idea. Utilizing spirit vision, he was able to bring out someone from inside the sea sword, and old Kai. Everyone was surprised, including Goku, who was hanging out with them at the time. The old Kai thanked him for finally getting him out of there, and he said that it's about time their hero gets some help, right? Everyone turns to Goku, but the old Kai shakes his head. He's talking about Raditz. He feels that he's changed a lot, and that he truly has come around. If he wants to get stronger, then he has a little ritual for him. Raditz is excited. He hasn't been able to be comparable to Goku nor Vegeta in a very long time. Perhaps this was his ticket forward. But in Goku's mind remained the idea that he was stuck, and decided that the only way forward was to do the unthinkable. Alongside Fat Buu, the two of them snuck into the lookout. Goku warned Buu that they can't spend too much time in there, but that this may be the only way to get stronger. It was the best way he knew, at least. He said this as he swung the door open, welcoming Buu into the hyperbolic time chamber. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber with Majin Buu, Goku is slowly training but making little to no progress. He doesn't have much of a goal in mind besides finding a way to break his limits, but Buu gets bored easily. Goku ends up doing a lot of thinking and self-reflection within the chamber, along with playing with Buu, rather than training. He thinks back to his time in the afterlife with Grandpa Gohan, and how he would tell him that a warrior cannot grow if he has doubts in their minds. After a couple of weeks in the time chamber, or a couple of minutes in the real world, Goku reaches a realization. He needs to resolve his feelings regarding Kami once and for all. Goku and Buu leave the time chamber and go to see Baba, requesting to speak to Piccolo. She agrees, and Kamikolo arrives at Baba's place. He's afraid. He doesn't like talking to Goku, but he senses Goku's ki and realizes that it has changed over time. Piccolo and Goku finally have a talk regarding Kami's intentions back when he was a child. Goku has one specific question that's been stuck in his mind for over 30 years while he was trapped. Why did he do it? Why did he betray him and trap him in the chamber? Kami tries to argue with Goku, telling him that those things don't matter anymore, but they matter to Goku. With a sigh, Kami begins to reveal the truth.
Son, I had a vision regarding you, regarding an unbelievable power The power of the Ozaru, the great ape that lived within you. I thought cutting your tail would resolve the issue, but that latent power remained. Though that power was definitely changed after I cut your tail. It must have been Super Saiyan.
Goku took a minute to think about things and shook his head. He disagreed. No, Super Saiyan is powerful. It's been an incredible tool, but that's the thing I'm stuck at. If there's one thing you took away from me besides my liberty, it's gotta be my tail. That has to be the key. Piccolo says that he doesn't think that makes any sense, but Goku stands up, saying thank you for his help to Piccolo, and leaving. Piccolo doesn't know what to say, and just tells Baba to return him to hell. With new determination, Goku decides to heed Grandpa Gohan's advice, asking help from others, from those he trusts. Goku goes to find Raditz, asking him for help and any advice he has on unlocking the Super Saiyan's primal powers. Raditz wonders if he's talking about the Ozaru form, but Goku shakes his head. No, he's after something greater than that. Raditz doesn't really know, but he thinks he might know someone who does. The two teleport to the sacred world of the Kais, and Goku is reintroduced to the Elder Kai. Goku asks what's up with Raditz's weird clothes, to which Kibito gets offended, as they are the clothes of a Kaioshin. Raditz says that he's not a Kai, not by a long shot, but he's doing a lot of training with the old geezer. It's a different type of power-up. It's no Super Saiyan 3, but he's gonna be a contender soon enough. The old Kai wonders what he can do for them, and Goku explains that in exchange for maybe a picture of Bulma, the old Kai will pull out Goku's tail, and so the Elder decides to help Goku with a trusty pair of pliers, though it takes a long time, with the old Kai commenting that this would be a lot easier if he was a child. As soon as his tail is pulled out, Goku feels a woof of nostalgia. It felt so familiar yet foreign at this point, but he didn't feel much different. There was certainly something going on there. He definitely felt the power of an Ozaru. If he looked at the full moon, he'd probably transform. That thought sticks in his mind. Goku thanks them all, but before leaving, Goku challenges Raditz to a battle. That's when Raditz finally shows off his new power-up. After undergoing a mystical ritual with the Elder Kai, Raditz is ready to introduce his ultimate form. His hair spikes up just a little bit, with a bang falling over his head, and sparkles of electricity. Goku is very much impressed. Raditz was right. This wasn't up to par with his Super Saiyan 3, but he was excited to fight his brother once again. The two clash, with all the Kais telling him to chill out. They're gonna destroy the planet. This sparring match culminates in the two brothers saying goodbye, with Goku undergoing another mission. This time, he had to visit Vegeta. Though he tries to train his tail once again after not having it for nearly 40 years, he realizes that the power he needs may have to do with the transformation itself. Going to Vegeta and asking for advice. How does he control his Ozaru state? Vegeta trains with him just for a bit, as Goku learns more about his tail and the Saiyan history. After training and some specific advice that Goku asks from Vegeta, Goku and Buu once again enter the hyperbolic time chamber. This time, Goku knows he can control the Ozaru, and above that, he knows how to transform into one without the need of a real moon. Goku had asked Vegeta how he transformed back on the giant planet, and Vegeta taught him just how to create an artificial moon. So, within the chamber, in order not to disrupt the rest of the planet, Goku transforms into an Ozaru. He still struggles to control it at first, but with Buu there, he's able to calm him down. Makes sure that Goku knows that he's always there for him, and that Krillin, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the rest are waiting for him outside. The pressure of being in the hyperbolic time chamber made the Ozaru rampage even harder, but this was counteracted by Buu being there. And slowly, his fur began to glow as he transformed into a golden Ozaru. And as Buu continued to explain to him just who he is and what he represents, Ozaru Goku looked at the entrance of the time chamber. The clock on top of the entrance ticked away. Every tick rang in Goku's mind. Tick, tick, tick. That's all he heard for 30 years. He was never going to allow himself to be trapped like that, and that included being trapped in his own mind in the form of the Ozaru. He had to control it. That's when Goku's eyes burned bright. Inside his mind, Goku found himself surrounded by nothingness, except for his imaginary friend, the one he had named Gohan. He thanked him for everything, that he's been a lot of help in keeping him at least a little bit sane, but it was time for him to face reality. He has real friends now, a brother that cares about him, a rival that strives to better himself. Goku says goodbye to the imaginary Gohan as he fades away. Focusing on Buu, Golden Ozaru roars as he begins to shrink, and Buu gasps at what he sees.
I'm surprised too. I didn't think I had this much power.
Meanwhile, in the outside world, no one has seen Goku nor Buu for a while, as the Z fighters start to worry. However, Vegeta is preoccupied with taking care of his newborn daughter. Brah. She was born 2 years after the battle against Majin Buu. Following the altercation, and in particular Majin Vegeta, the Prince of all Saiyans decided to cut back and take a look at himself, realizing that he doesn't want to end up how Kakarot was. He actually starts to change, but he realizes his role as a father now more than ever. In the meantime, Bulma organizes the staff for her upcoming party the next day. But far away, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, wakes up with a vision of a Super Saiyan god. Whis takes him to the world of the Kais, where he talks to Shin, the other Kai, Raditz, and Kibito. Beerus requests to fight the Saiyan, calling him a Kai in training, but Raditz laughs, saying that he's not there quite yet. But even with his ultimate state, Raditz cannot beat, nor get even close to Lord Beerus. The god of destruction is disappointed, asking him if there's any more powerful Saiyans around the universe. Raditz doesn't say anything in order to protect Earth and his brother, but it's futile. It's up to Whis then, as he detects Saiyans living on Earth. Whis takes Beerus to Earth where all the Saiyans are, crashing Bulma's party. Bulma was wondering where Goku could have gone, hoping that he'd be there to help them. She even sent letters to Grandpa Gohan's old home. When Beerus shows up, he scares Vegeta, who tries to make him happy all through the party. But eventually, Beerus starts to lose patience, asking to see the Super Saiyan God. Not even Vegeta knows what he's talking about, and the god begins to get angry, demanding to see it or Earth will be destroyed. 16, 17, 18, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, even Trunks all attempt to fight Beerus, but to no avail. He's just too much for all the fighters, though 17 in particular gives him somewhat of a fight. In comparison to the others, Vegeta transforms into a Super Saiyan 3 after he watches Bulma get slapped, but even with an anger boost, he still gets thrown to the side. But as her husband gets defeated, Bulma gets an idea, stopping the fight and telling them that they can ask Shenron how to find the Super Saiyan God. Thankfully, she had already gathered the Dragon Balls, and Shenron is summoned, explaining the details of the god ritual. Realizing they are 1 Saiyan short, Vegeta brings up his younger brother, whom he believes could still be alive. Whis easily retrieves the bewildered Tarble, and soon enough, Vegeta is holding hands with Nappa, Raditz, Trunks, Bra, and Tarble, and becomes the first Super Saiyan in a millennia. Vegeta and Beerus crash, with Vegeta enjoying this new power-up. He thinks to himself that finally, he's actually above Kakarot for once. But as much as he's enjoying the fight, he knows deep in his heart that Lord Beerus is toying with him. It's an exciting battle that takes them all over the world. And unlike the original story, this Vegeta is actually able to push back the Ki Ball that Lord Beerus threw to Earth, but that snaps him out of Super Saiyan God. He's panting, tired. Beerus thanks him for the display. That was definitely a Super Saiyan God, but was that what the Oracle Fish had foreseen? In the back of his mind, Beerus expected more from this form. Perhaps with a little bit of training he could. Beerus's thoughts stop as he senses another key on Earth, one that surpasses even Vegeta's. Beerus drops off Vegeta with Whis, telling him to keep an eye on him. They'll have use for him later. As Beerus flew away, Whis smirked, saying,
"So, you were actually able to surpass yourself, huh, Goku?"
Vegeta cocked an eyebrow at this comment. How did he know Kakarot already? Had he been watching them? Whis giggled.
Well, with a power like his, it's been hard not to notice him.
Whis, Vegeta, and everyone else leave the party as they follow Beerus up to the lookout. Chi-Chi and Krillin are the first ones to notice. If Goku was going to be anywhere, it was going to be here. Was that why Beerus had arrived to the lookout? Waiting alongside a scared Dende and Popo, a massive explosion rocks the heavenly realm. The time chamber is utterly obliterated, and out from the smoke, 2 figures emerge. A slim, muscular Majin Buu that shocked everyone as is, but it wasn't as shocking as Goku stepping out of the smoke, covered in red fur, his tail flapping in the wind, and a power that surged above them all. Lord Beerus asked himself,
So, is this another Super Saiyan God?
Guess there's no need to play games. Alright then. I guess I'll have to show you the true power of Super Saiyan 4.
Lord Beerus paces back and forth, admiring Goku. Vegeta shook. He couldn't believe that the second Vegeta achieved a new power, so did Kakarot. But instead of getting angry, he smirked. It looks like both of them had their unique paths. He just had to catch up to Goku with his own. After explaining what he was here for, Goku nods, telling Lord Beerus that he sensed his ki. Beerus is bewildered. How could he sense his ki? In his current state, he definitely doesn't have God Ki, but felt something similar to it before the time chamber was broken apart. Goku chuckled, simply taunting Beerus into attacking. The primal being and the god of destruction rushed towards one another, their fists slamming against one another and ripping the lookout apart. The Z fighters had to help the non-combatants in order to make sure they didn't get thrown out of the place. The battle was intense, slowly building up over time. It seems like Goku and Beerus may be equal. Whis knew that Beerus was holding back, but he couldn't be sure if Goku was as well. Beerus slams his fist against Goku's stomach. It looked like it hurt, but Goku just smiled, looked up at Beerus, grabbed onto his arm, and spun him around, uppercutting him up to the sky. When Beerus was about to reach space, he stopped himself, creating another massive energy sphere, which he threw down at Goku. But as the sun began to set behind Goku, he opened his palms, a red key ball on each hand.
Let's see you try times 10! Ka-me-ha-me! Ha!
The Kamehameha times 10 actually pierced through Beerus' key ball. It actually took the god of destruction opening his aura up to dissipate the blast. Beerus' eyes widened. That power was incredible. With a few years of training, Goku may be able to reach him. That's when Beerus stopped the fight, telling him that that was an exciting battle, that both Vegeta and Goku proved to be worthy adversaries, and he tells Goku that he wants to train him. They can get stronger together, but Goku refuses, shaking his head and pointing his thumb back at Whis.
Nah, I want to train with him instead. I can tell he's stronger.
Beerus is absolutely offended, but stops himself from destroying Earth. Instead, he gets the idea of training Vegeta to retaliate Goku. They'll see who's the better master and student. Goku and Vegeta fist bump, a fist bump that rocks Earth. Beerus tells the two of them that he's getting tired, and he must get going now, but that Whis will take care of the quote-unquote paperwork when it comes to their training. He looks at Vegeta, saying,
"Don't you disappoint me now, Vegeta. We have to both make sure Goku doesn't get too far ahead."
And so, Goku and Vegeta's training begins. And though they're both learning a lot and getting stronger, Whis and Beerus realize that their friendly training competition they've got going on may have been done wrongly. They believe they have the wrong student. So, while Goku and Vegeta are trapped in Whis' staff, the two of them discuss and come to the conclusion to switch students. Goku is wild, powerful, distrusting, and destructful. All things a god of destruction requires.
That form, it's wonderful. I think you'd make a perfect god of destruction.
While Vegeta is cocky and completely prideful, he also knew his boundaries. Being a family man, he knew sacrifices were needed. Interesting, Whis thought to himself. This truly is a change from what I'm used to, but it's delightful. Perhaps Vegeta will be the one with, well, never mind. We'll find out soon enough. At the same time, Goku and Vegeta train in Whis' staff, and it turns out that Vegeta actually has to defend himself. Though he had gotten used to the time chamber, Goku still can't spend too much time in it, and Whis' staff was exactly like the time chamber, except even more restrictive. There was no ground nor entrance. It was just an empty void, and this somewhat triggered Goku. Though trying to get Goku to calm down actually proved to be helpful for Vegeta, as it was through this training that he not only achieved Super Saiyan Blue, but he realized there was stuff beyond it as well. He couldn't get there just yet, but he knew that with Goku's help, they would both be the strongest ones around. But something evil was brewing on Earth. Sorbet, one of the last remaining Frieza soldiers, used the Pilaf gang to summon Shenron and revive Lord Frieza. But Sorbet knew of the power of Goku. He had been absorbing him, and he heard the stories that Frieza told after being turned into a cyborg. The power that son Goku had was unbelievable. Maybe Frieza wouldn't be enough. And so, he also revives King Cold. As the two of them stand next to each other at the window of the ship, King Cold wonders if Frieza has a plan. His son nods. He tells his father,
Of course, father, that Son Goku is powerful, even more powerful than Majin Buu, the being you told me never to face. We'll train for over a year. It'll be a while, but Earth will await our return, and we will kill Son Goku.
We find ourselves on Beerus' planet as Goku, Vegeta, and Beerus all train together under the guidance of Whis. Goku fights using his newly discovered Super Saiyan 4 state, while Vegeta adorns his Super Saiyan Blue. Goku still has the advantage against Vegeta, and neither him nor Beerus have used their full power in battle just yet. It's unclear who's the strongest at the moment. Suddenly, a bright white pillar of light descends from the heavens. Stepping out of the light are two figures. One who has striking resemblance to Whis, and the other to Beerus. Beerus looked towards the visitor before rolling his eyes. "What do you want, Champa?" The god of destruction questioned his counterpart.
"No particular reason, just a certain planet with a reputation we wish to look into."
Goku and Vegeta had no idea who these guys were or what they wanted. Champa and Vados looked towards the two of them.
"Who or what are you guys supposed to be? They don't seem to be anything special,"
Champa said rudely.
"Ignore them,"
responded Beerus, and ignore them he did. Beerus then continued to ask about why they were there. Both Goku and Vegeta became more confused and annoyed as the two bickered and completely disregarded them. Goku had enough and teleported right to Champa and demanded him to answer his questions. The woman who looked like Whis raised an eyebrow at the sudden display before introducing herself and the cat.
"Well, aren't you brave? Casually assaulting a god of destruction like that, I should kill you where you stand."
A cocky smile spread across Goku's face before stepping back. He didn't want to cause anything, as he had a feeling that something interesting was about to happen. Whis questioned Vados about the planet they were seeking.
"It's called Earth. We learned of it by spying on you two, and wished to indulge on the food there."
Both Goku and Vegeta became serious and turned to face their visitors.
"I'm a Saiyan from Earth. I'd rather not have a being as strong as you go there right now."
Goku spiked his ki ever so slightly to face the god of destruction. He was challenging him. Champa was amused by this.
"Okay, you've picked my interest, Saiyan. Let's settle this over a tournament. Your universe's strongest warriors against my own. Whoever wins gets Earth."
Without skipping a beat, Goku said,
"Deal. Oh, and we don't need any other fighters. Just I will be enough."
Vegeta instantly interjected, asking if he was insane. Their planet was at stake here, and all Goku cared about was his petty ego. Goku brushed Vegeta's worries aside, telling him not to worry, and that he needs to teach this cocky god of destruction a lesson. Vegeta wanted to fight as well, however, and Goku promised that they would figure out another tournament just for that. But right now, it's a little personal. A date was chosen for the tournament, and the time leading up to it were filled with dread by everyone else, but excitement from Goku. Soon enough, the day arrived, and Goku, along with his friends from Earth, who wanted to see the battle, made their way to the chosen area, with Whis providing transport. Vegeta and those who were nervous or curious to accompany Goku made a deal that if Goku lost, they would step in and participate to save Earth. However, it seemed like to people like Buu, Tien, and Vegeta, this was mostly about seeing just how strong Goku had gotten. As he stepped into the arena, Goku jumped back and forth from side to side in his Super Saiyan 4 state, a form which he started to use more and more, treating it nearly as a base state. He was excited to finally face new opponents. Botamo entered the ring, sure that he would be the one to take down the cocky Saiyan. Kaba was surprised. Saiyan? He was a Saiyan? He knew they had tails long ago, but if that's how they looked, then he was glad that his Saiyans evolved. Vegeta shook his head at that comment, telling the kid that he has a lot to learn about the Saiyan race. Vegeta did take an interest in Kaba. He seemed tenacious. Goku rushed in to punch Botamo in the face, but he really was just a brick wall. Goku thought this was interesting, but he wasn't too worried. If he couldn't damage him, then he could at least move him. He had a plan. Goku put one hand on Botamo, who wondered what the hell was happening. Goku smirked, placing two fingers on his forehead and teleporting over to the ring side, letting Botamo drop to the ground below in a loud splat, instantly giving him a ring out. Everyone was impressed, except for Vegeta and Buu. They knew Botamo was small fry. Next up was Frost. Goku was too hyper for this, and negged Frost on to turn into his final state. The alien complied, and warned Goku that his little boss rush ends here. Frost jumped into action as Goku dodged every single one of his moves. Goku realized that there was something reflecting the shine of his aura, and he decided to do something about it. As soon as Frost threw one last punch, Goku dodges the punch and instead kicks his leg up, smashing it against Frost's mouth. Whatever was on his arm wasn't going to reach him. He wouldn't allow it. Frost couldn't believe the speed. he had to come up with a plan to inject Goku somehow, Goku shook his head, wagging his finger back and forth, saying that he expected more from somebody who was the same race as Frieza. The battle continued for a bit, until Goku slid across the ground, knocking Frost down and kicking him off of the stage. It was over, and Goku turned to Champa, pointing at Champa and telling him to find warriors with a little bit more honor. Vegeta was next. Goku tried to make a few jokes, but the robot seemed largely quiet. Nothing really landed. Goku shrugged, and the fight commenced. Even when Champa pulled up the cover to restrict Goku as Vegeta turned up the heat, Goku kept a cool head, saying, "Damn, you're pretty cool for a loose bolt." But this seemed to actually upset Vegeta. It caused him to stop the heat for a second. Goku was surprised. He didn't think he was that offensive, but he could totally use this to his advantage. Goku explained that he had spent enough time with Vegeta during their space missions to know just how to really bring someone down. The Saiyan proceeded to insult Vegeta relentlessly. Everyone in the stance was perplexed, turning their heads to Vegeta, who shrugged. He didn't remember being that mean. Vegeta cried and ran off the stage. Kaba bowed before Goku as he stepped up to the stage. Goku bowed back. It was cool to see a different kind of Saiyan. He even reminded him of his little imaginary friend, but it was disappointing to see how weak he was. Just like Frost, Goku yelled at Kaba to transform, but Kaba said that he didn't have a tail, he couldn't transform like that. Goku shook his head. No, not Super Saiyan 4, at least regular Super Saiyan. Kaba was still confused. So they don't even have Super Saiyan over there. Interesting. Well, time for a lesson. He taunted Kaba, calling his mother mean names, similarly to how he did against Oob in the original story. This only made Kaba angry, and he went in for an attack. Goku dodged and shoved Kaba down to the ground. Never let anyone lock your power away. Never let anyone betray you. To make sure those things never happen, you have to get stronger. Push yourself. With that, Kaba's eyes flashed open as he turned into a Super Saiyan. Goku was happy, but that was all the teaching he had in mind. He dodged one final attack and kicked Kaba out of the ring. As he recovered, Kaba requested Goku to teach him more. Goku laughed and shook his head. Just doesn't have a teaching soul. He should talk to Vegeta instead. He seems to be headed that route. Vegeta sneezed as his name was mentioned, and Kaba ran to him. Goku smiled, knowing Vegeta would hate him for that, but it would be good for him. As Goku laughed, the final warrior walked into the stage. Everyone went quiet. Even the non-fighters could feel the incredible power he had. Goku is excited about the battle. He didn't like having to wait till the end for a real challenge, but he thought this would be worth it. Hit smirked. He had never seen a Saiyan like that before. Goku and Hit begin their battle, with Goku enjoying himself thanks to Hit's strange techniques. But Hit was perplexed. Usually he simply stopped time as someone threw a punch, but Goku was so fast that Hit stopped time only after he was already being punched. Hit begins to stop time earlier than usual. This time he has to try and predict movements, not the other way around. As Goku's punches stopped connecting, he realized that there was something else going on. At first he thought he was just being too slow, but then he realized that Hit was in a different position than he originally was. Goku let this happen for a while, until finally realizing what it was. Hit was stopping time just for a split second. Well, Goku couldn't do that. He could, however, predict when he was going to move. The thing was, Hit was predicting when Goku was moving. So here was the plan. Move your body one way, but actually try to attack with another. For example, Goku would throw a punch, but in reality, would kick at the same time. This worked for a bit, but Goku finally decided to step it up a notch. It was time to show off something new. Goku breathes in and lets out a greater power as his body is outlined in red. This was, quote-unquote, Super Full Power Saiyan 4, as this state is actually called, but I'm just gonna call it Full Power Super Saiyan 4. He explained that he tried to do that silly ritual that Vegeta did just for fun, to see if he could obtain Super Saiyan God. But with only 4 people, it resulted in this power-up. If you recall, during the baby arc, the Saiyans helped Goku by giving him their energy, similarly to the God ritual. This resulted in the strongest Super Saiyan 4. Goku smiled, saying that he was saving this for the next time he had to fight Beerus seriously. Goku's speed increases, but Hit is still able to do a little bit here and there. Goku finally uses the multi-form technique to make sure Hit uses time stop to avoid multiple blasts from different directions. When he does this, Hit realizes that all the other Gokus had disappeared. In their place, the real Goku was coming down from above. his arm pulled back and full of ki. Hit couldn't hold it any longer as Goku crashed down with a Great Dragon rising from him and crashing back down onto Hit. The arena was completely gone, with Hit touching the ground. Goku had won. Everyone cheered and Champa sped out some food. He was serious. That Saiyan really could defeat them all. Champa was a little afraid and he turned to Beerus, but to his own surprise, Beerus was also perplexed. Goku was advancing so much. What could this mean to their universe? Could he be dangerous? Could they really just let him run around loose? Whis noticed that Beerus was worried, and he leaned over to the God of Destruction, whispering, "Lord Beerus, have faith. That Goku guy has been through so much. He's been locked away before. That didn't work. If you feel it's necessary, we will do it, but I think we should just keep an eye on him for now." Beerus hated when Whis knew exactly what he was thinking, but he was right. They needed to just keep an eye on Goku. The team agreed to fight again some other time, with Hit telling Goku that he will defeat him next time. Goku responded by saying, "Doubtful. That time prison of yours is something I never want to be caught in. I promise myself I'd never be trapped again." Right before leaving to Earth, a light alerted everyone to the center of the arena. The Omni King had appeared, which made all the gods terrified. Goku, however, thought he seemed adorable. "Who are you? If Beerus is scared, then you must be really strong." Zeno laughed at Goku. He was funny. Zeno loved the tournament, but he wanted more fighters, and Goku had an idea. Goku turned around to Vegeta and said, "See Vegeta, I told you you'd get to fight." Goku laughed and said that a tournament across the different universes would be a lot of fun. The Omni King gave a button to Goku and told him that they would plan it out. Hit simply took this as a challenge. Goku stuck his tongue out at Champa, and the Super Dragon Balls were used by Beerus to gift Universe 6 a new planet Earth. But something dark was brewing on Earth. As the Cosmic Cube traveled through space and stopped on Earth, Whis commented on the smell of smoke. As they stepped out, they watched as flames burned Capsule Corp. In fact, all of West City was in shambles. What happened? Chi-Chi held on to Goku, while Bulma held on to Bra and Trunks. Vegeta promised her that she would punish whoever did this. Goku said that he may have already figured that out, as they looked up to the sky and saw a Frieza mothership flying overhead, with Frieza himself staring down at them with a giant smirk. He had returned. The Z fighters go into formation as hundreds of soldiers stepped out. Frieza had given them the order to attack. Tien told Goku to focus on Frieza. They would take care of the rest. Tien, 18, Raditz, Krillin, and Yamcha split up as the soldiers followed them. Goku and Vegeta rose up to the sky to face Frieza. Beerus and Whis decided to stick around, watching the battles, along with Chi-Chi and Bulma.
Welcome, monkeys. I hope you found your little surprise just for my return.
What are you doing here, Frieza? How did you return?
A couple of loyal soldiers found these pesky Dragon Balls of yours. They've been spying on Earth for a long time. The moment they noticed that you and your little friends were off somewhere else, I decided to pay Earth a visit.
Damn you. You know I can easily defeat you in that state, right?
I'm well aware, Goku, which is why I'm not alone.
From behind Frieza walked out King Cold. He laughed, telling them that it was time for the Frieza Force to return to power. He then commented on Goku's peculiar state, saying that no matter what transformation they use, even if it is a red monkey, nothing will stand in their way. Frieza waved the transformation off. Whatever it was, it stood no chance against what they have in store.
Skip to the end, Frieza. I can tell your power has increased. Show us what you've got.
Impatient, huh? Fitting of a Saiyan. Well, here it comes. This is what 10 months of training have done. Welcome, Golden Frieza.
Both Frieza and Cold were surrounded by bright light as they transformed into gold-plated versions of themselves.
So, you've turned into an Oscar statue. Well, it's time to continue the tradition and slap some sense into you.
What the hell's an Oscar?
In a flash, Vegeta attempted to slam his fist against Frieza, but the Emperor caught the punch and spun Vegeta around, hammer fisting him down to the ground. He was fast and strong too. Could he really be a match for Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta? Goku cursed under his breath. Vegeta had already defeated Frieza once, He wanted to at least fight this version of him. No matter, his father would do for now. The two matches intertwined with each other. As Frieza helped his father, Goku helped Vegeta, though Vegeta always complained about it. King Cold clearly stood no chance against Goku, but Frieza was much stronger. He was actually keeping up with Vegeta. In the meantime, the Z Fighters continued to fight, spreading all over the world, and they weren't alone. Whichever ally that didn't go on the Universe 6 tournament was also aware of the situation, with 16 and 17 fighting on their own island against swarms of enemies. Nappa too was out there helping out, angry at being called a traitor by many of them. Raditz was happy to see how much his training had changed him, and none of the soldiers stood a chance against him, not even the likes of Shizame. He thought back to Zarbon and Dodoria, the Frieza soldiers who tormented him for so long. He had to admit, this was satisfying. As the battles continued, Goku switched places with Vegeta just for a minute, while Vegeta was followed by King Cold. Goku was having a little bit of fun, especially once he got to fight Frieza for a little bit. But Vegeta argued that he already got to fight everyone in the tournament. Let him have Frieza. Goku rolled his eyes. As blasts and ki balls were fired off, one of the stray blasts from Frieza went straight for Trunks, Bulma, and Bra. Vegeta completely ignored King Cold as he rushed over to them and tanked the blast. Frieza rose an eyebrow. So, that must be Vegeta's new family. How cute. He yelled at his father to take care of Goku while he began to fire multiple blasts at Vegeta's family. Vegeta deflected them all, but they started to weigh down on him. Goku knew he had to help. He opened his aura to push King Cold away and rushed in, firing blasts at Frieza. This hurt Frieza, but he would not stop the blast. Vegeta reminded Goku of how he used to be, how he defended Grandpa Gohan's last memory in the form of his home during the battles against Cell. Grandpa Gohan told him that his home didn't represent his memory, that his memory kept on living within Goku. Perhaps what Goku needed now was a family of his own. But he heard Vegeta yell out, telling him to stop.
Kakarot, this is my fight. I told you to step away. That Frieza, he tormented me. He took my planet away, my throne, my father, my friends and allies, all of my Saiyan race. I know he took a lot away from you too, but you're strong enough to defeat him easily. This is my challenge. He's my wall to climb over.
Goku stopped in his tracks. He admired Vegeta and simply watched. Frieza cackled.
So, you did some training. How amusing. Well, I'll show you a wall that no amount of training will help you get over. I'll kill you, and I'll kill your family too.
Vegeta looked back to see a scared Bulma, a crying Bra, but a brave Trunks, looking forward, knowing his father would save them. This made Vegeta snap, his eyes going blank as his aura erupted and the blue of his transformation darkened, his muscles sharpening. His aura expanded, nearly hugging Bulma and his family, while pushing everybody else away, even Kakarot. Unknowingly, Frieza had caused a new transformation, a transformation that would be known as Super Saiyan Blue Evolution. Goku cheered on Vegeta. He knew it. He knew since the moment they met, since he was leagues ahead of him, that Vegeta would slowly start to catch up. Goku knew he was still stronger, but he wasn't far off anymore. Goku turned back to King Cold, telling him,
well, we'll make this quick. I want to go back to watching the real fight.
Goku rushed over to King Cold, grabbed onto his cape, slammed him against the ground, rose up to the sky, and fired a 10 times Kamehameha. King Cold was done for. He never stood a chance. Goku just wanted to watch the fight now.
What are you? I accept that my family's gone. I accept that my throne will remain empty. You will keep that blood on your hands forever. But I will not let you destroy my new family, my new people. Earth is my home, and I will not let you take it from me.
Vegeta clashed against Frieza without a moment's notice, rushing through the Ki Blast and right through a couple buildings. As the rubble spread around them, Vegeta roared and buried Frieza onto the ground. Frieza was done for within minutes. As Vegeta kept on beating on him over and over again, Vegeta rose up to the sky, put his arms out, and fired a giant final flash against Frieza. This knocked the Emperor right out of his golden state. He was bleeding, tired, weak, on his knees. Goku smiled from ear to ear. Vegeta walked up to Frieza, raising his arm up, ready to kill him. It seemed as if Frieza was going to destroy Earth, just like in the original story. But Goku stepped in front of Vegeta, putting a hand on his shoulder. Vegeta tells Kakarot to let him go, but Goku doesn't move. He simply says that he's proud of Vegeta, that he has finally surpassed that wall. But to look at Frieza, he's defeated. Sure, they can kill him now, but just think of how strong he got in such a little amount of time. Don't you want to battle him again? Frieza stood back up, letting go of the planet's destruction blast. Last time Goku spared him and he betrayed them, he paid with his life. He wasn't going to make that same mistake again. Goku said one last thing to Vegeta. You protected your family. You can move forward from what Frieza did. We both can, my friend. Vegeta smiled at Kakarot. He knew that if Frieza ever returned, they could take him on again. Frieza was already leaving the planet, as he promised to see the monkeys again. Chi-Chi ran to Goku, hugging him, while Vegeta's family did the same to him. And for the first time ever, Goku actually hugged Chi-Chi back. Perhaps it was time for him to settle down as well. He would never want peace like Vegeta did. But what he had, Bulma, Bra, Trunks, he wanted something like that. And he liked Chi-Chi. She was always nice to him. The Z-Fighters finished off the rest of the Frieza force on Earth. And peace, once again, returned. Beerus thought to himself, Goku, he spared Frieza. He didn't quite trust him just yet, but he finally saw what Whis did. Perhaps they could keep an eye on him for a little bit longer. The team would return to their usual training, but darkness, unlike anything anyone had ever seen before, dwelled beyond their universe. A young Kaioshin in training named Samazu watched as Goku defeated every single one of the universe's 6 fighters, one by one. He couldn't believe it. That mortal had so much power. How could he be allowed to live? How could he be allowed to be free? He had to be contained. He had to be trapped. Several months pass after the fight against Frieza, and we find our heroes training at Capsule Corp. Vegeta had decided to visit his family more often, not only to help train Trunks, and even Bola sometimes, but because he genuinely liked being around them. Goku accompanied him so the two could spar and train together. Occasionally, the other Z-Fighters, as well as Chi-Chi, would come and visit him. Chi-Chi and Goku had been spending a lot more time together, growing even closer. Raditz, Buu, Goku, and Vegeta trained to their heart's content, as well as enjoying Bulma's food. Suddenly, something didn't feel quite right. Buu noticed it at first, and looked towards the sky. Nothing was there, but he could feel it. He could feel a presence. All of a sudden, a white flash illuminated the sky, and a weird spaceship appeared. Trunks, Bra, Buu, and Raditz were the only ones outside as they witnessed the ship land, or rather, crash, given the state it was in. Trunks rushed to the adults and informed them of the situation. Buu and Raditz watched curiously as Bulma rushed towards the vehicle, before asking Vegeta to help get him out. Only Bulma really knew who this was. For Trunks, it wasn't difficult to notice the similarities between himself and this new, future version of himself. Vegeta tried asking what the hell was going on, but before Bulma could get to explaining, there was a sudden crash. Future Trunks was awake and was already rushing towards Goku, aiming a punch straight to his face. Goku easily blocked the attack and gripped his wrist, glaring at the stranger harshly. Trunks doesn't back down, and in his delirium, starts to scream and shout about how they never should have trusted him, how he and his mother's trust was misplaced, and they should have always feared him. Goku tries to stop Trunks, but the attacks continue. Trunks can only repeat the idea that Bulma's trust in her best friend is what doomed them all. When he returned to the past, he should have struck him where he stood, or at least never given him that heart medicine. Buu even defends Goku, spreading over in front of him and stopping the attack, as Bulma finally yells out for them to stop, telling Trunks that Goku's not the same as he used to be. He has changed so much, evolved, and even saved the world. But Trunks simply couldn't believe it. That was until a rip in the sky opened once more. Like beforehand, Buu looked up to the sky and sure enough, something appeared. A black tear materializing in the sky, followed by a man dressed in black. Another Son Goku. Trunks wasted no time in explaining the situation. How one day, this Goku appeared and started hunting everyone and everything on Earth to extinction. He had given him the name Goku Black. Despite him being his mortal enemy, Trunks unfortunately had no further knowledge or information on him. As far as he knew, this was just the Goku he saved. Trunks now had to deal with two evil Gokus. Black smirked after locking eyes with Trunks.
So, you thought you could escape me? You foolish mortal. Now prepare for...
His words trailed off as he looked towards Goku.
Perfect.
He whispered, firing a blast aimed at Goku. The real Goku jumped out of the way, confused. Was this really himself? The only explanation he could think of is that this could be a Goku from Trunks' future who was betrayed by his friends once again. But if he remembered correctly, Trunks had told him that Goku was dead. The fight commenced between the two, with Goku surprised to see Black use Super Saiyan 4. That transformation had taken a lot to obtain. With Buu's help. If he had no friends, then how did he do this? Unlike the original Black, this Goku Black is accompanied by a set of swords. It's similar to the key swords and spikes which Zamasu often uses around himself, but these are real physical swords. Goku thinks this is silly, and there's no way they could actually hurt him, but to his surprise, every time Black launched a sword, it was just as painful as a ki blast. Raditz commented on how the swords seemed so familiar to him, but he didn't remember why. At one point, Zamasu appeared behind Goku with a sword in his hand, creating some sort of Kai spell on Goku. The Saiyan tried to fight it off, and it was successful at first. Whatever Black was doing was no good. The fight continued, with Goku bursting into full power Super Saiyan 4, but Zamasu taunted Goku and was relentless in his attack. Goku tried to grab one of the swords which was thrown at him, but to his surprise, it was extremely heavy and made him nearly tumble to the ground. It distracted him just for long enough. Black took this chance to appear behind Goku, opening his palm to summon another sword and the other to create the same Kai power from earlier. The distraction worked, and Goku was engulfed in bright light and sucked into the sword. Zamasu rejoiced. The sword became part of Black's collection around him. That's when Raditz's eyes widened as he finally recognized the sword. It was very similar to the Z sword, which he pulled out of the Kaioshin realm long ago. Black laughed maniacally, saying,
"One more trapped away."
As he said this, the portal once again opened behind him and he was pulled into it by force. Vegeta asked Trunks what the hell just happened, with Raditz saying that he has an idea, but they need to investigate first. They need to speak to Lord Beerus. Attracting him with food, Bulma summoned Beerus and Whis. They said that this better be good. He was watching the new season of Attack on Titan. Vegeta waved him off, saying that Raditz had something to ask. Raditz stepped up, telling Beerus that a man who looked just like Goku appeared from a portal and battled Goku. He wore a ring and used some sort of magic to create a sword and make Goku disappear.
A sword? Oh, deja vu. Indeed. How unoriginal. But why Goku? Why did he look like him? Would someone tell me what's going on? Lord Beerus was the one who locked away the old Kai within the sea sword long ago. I suspected this. That sword looked just like the one I freed him from. Beerus went on to ask about the ring, but in the middle of talking, he realized that there was an older Trunks behind Vegeta. Trunks had either grown in the last few months, or they were messing around with time travel, weren't they? After a lot of arguing over the dangers of time travel, Beerus finally said that he would investigate. The ring must have been a time ring. In the meantime, stay put. Don't go after him. Time travel is against every rule imaginable. Of course, they couldn't just sit around and wait for Beerus and Whis. They needed to act, but Trunks still refused to listen to reason. He didn't want to trust that Goku at all.
he still felt he was evil. Vegeta said that they couldn't waste any time, that he would not let Goku be simply taken. He grabbed onto Trunks and dragged him away. He was going to beat reason into him, training him to get stronger. Raditz already knew what they were going to do. They were going to travel to the future. He didn't stand by that. While he trained under the Kaioshin, he felt a lot of respect for them, and he refused to disobey them. He stepped away for a while. He needed to think about things. Seeing an evil version of his brother that way was very disturbing, but he knew if his hunch about the Sea Sword was right, he would be needed. Chi-Chi pleaded with Vegeta to bring Goku back, and Buu offered his help, and while Vegeta thanked him, he said that his powers simply wouldn't be enough this time around. He said that the pink blob would best serve Goku by protecting Chi-Chi in the past, in case that Goku Black guy ever returned. Chi-Chi and Buu waved off Trunks and Vegeta. Vegeta had spent a couple of days fighting Trunks, telling him that the only option they have is to rescue Goku and defeat Goku Black. He told him that he could feel his presence, and that it was not the same as Goku. It was similar to the Goku he once knew long ago, but the one he is now was completely different. He is not the same man. Once they arrived in the future, Vegeta gasped as he saw everything desolated. It wasn't long before Goku Black appeared, with the swords still flying around him. He thanked them all for coming, because over the course of his ventures, he's realized that though Goku may be the biggest threat the multiverse has ever known, super warriors the likes of Vegeta and Trunks are nearly as dangerous. Though he may not need their power, he'll just kill them instead. Angry, Vegeta exclaimed that he'll show Goku Black that he's just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than Goku could ever be, bursting instantly into Super Saiyan Blue evolution. The fight is intense, as Trunks also helps out, though his power isn't able to match up against them. Black's Super Saiyan 4 was impressive, but it was clear that he was still getting used to the transformation, as if he had just discovered it not too long ago. He used this to his advantage, sliding under Goku Black, grabbing him by the tail and slamming him against the floor. It didn't snap like Vegeta planned.
You may look like Kakarot, but you certainly aren't him. Tell me, who are you?
Black finally answered.
So, I've made myself that clear, huh? It's true, I'm not Son Goku. I was a Kaioshin in training long ago, and I witnessed the battles that your son Goku had against the Universe 6 contestants, defeating all of them at once. That was impossible. Though I had always known that mortals needed to be cleansed, it was that moment that I realized that Son Goku was the biggest threat of them all. You see, different timelines had split up from my ventures. In my universe, I wished to have Goku's body, but killing him wasn't enough. He was far too dangerous to be kept in the other world. I needed to keep him in a limbo-like state, but I was not satisfied. I may have trapped one Son Goku, but I needed to do that to every Son Goku in every reality. Every single sword you see around me contains a different version of Son Goku. I've learned from each one of them. This transformation in particular, I learned from another Goku, one that was in the midst of battle against a different version of you, Vegeta. Of course, I killed him too. Now, it seems proper to show you this. I may not be able to access that full power Super Saiyan 4 state that Son Goku had, but being a Kaioshin has perks of his own. I call this Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker. What do you think of this rosé color? Beautiful, isn't it?
With Limit Break Super Saiyan 4, Black is able to easily beat down on Vegeta and Trunks. Even with Super Saiyan Blue evolution, Vegeta is slowly being broken down, to the point where Trunks tells him that he needs to escape. Vegeta tells Trunks that they have to do this together, that he's not leaving him behind. But Trunks insists that if they leave Black alone, there's no guarantee that he will stick around, and they may lose their only chance of saving Goku. Vegeta finally listens to reason and escapes to the past, leaving Trunks all alone to face off against Black until they return. Vegeta arrives in the past, where Bulma takes him inside Capsule Corp to heal him. Raditz arrives soon after. Vegeta thinks they need to get Lord Beerus right now, but Raditz thinks they can do this without his aid. He's also worried about how they may react to the fact that they've been messing around with time. Vegeta is apprehensive at first, but Raditz explains that he may be the only one who can save Goku. After healing, the two travel back to the future. They find Trunks impaled by Black's blades, hanging on a wall by his jacket. Consumed by blinded rage, Vegeta rushes in and slams Black across the face while Raditz tries to grab the swords from where Trunks was hanging. He gives him a senzu bean first, before getting him down. As Raditz grabs onto the swords, they are immediately propelled backwards into Goku Black and his circle of swords. Raditz curses. Trunks thanks Raditz and asks what he needs from him. Raditz simply says that they need to get those swords from Black. Trunks and Vegeta continue the battle against Black in a fantastic team-up. Raditz as well tries his best, but he's unable to be nothing more than a mere fly compared to Zamazu's great power. And to Zamazu, there's nothing to do but swat the flies away, as Zamazu launches a sword right through Raditz's arm. Zamazu proclaims his victory as Raditz begins to laugh. The Saiyan grabs onto the handle of the blade and focuses his ki to use Spirit Fission and bring out Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Raditz sighs in relief as the sword fades away, pleading with Goku to help them out against Zamazu, but the plead was followed by a punch to the face. Raditz rubbed his nose in pain as he got up from the rubble of the building.
I knew Dr. Mew was up to something. It's time to send all you villains back to hell and defeat 17.
Raditz was confused, but then it clicked. This wasn't their Goku. Raditz tried to explain that he was trapped away by Zamazu, with GT Goku turning his head and finally remembering.
Yeah, that's right. I was battling against 17 when that guy showed up. He defeated 17 and sealed me away. We have to stop him.
Raditz tells Goku that there are many more like him trapped away, and that Raditz will be able to get them out if Goku gets Zamazu's sword. So, Goku joins Vegeta, asking him if that blue form is Super Saiyan 5. Raditz wouldn't be much help, with Zamazu cursing him and trying to use his swords as least as possible. They were having a difficult time trying to obtain the swords, with Zamazu keeping them away by using his lightning absolution, striking them down. But GT Goku recognized that Zamazu opened his arms out when using the lightning. He looked back at Raditz and asked him to follow his lead. Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta teleported around, trying to avoid the lightning flashes, while Vegeta and Trunks tried to blast at him. This allowed Goku and Raditz to teleport right behind Black and grab onto two swords in the ring. Goku commented on how he had noticed that Super 17 had to open his arms out and lower his guard to absorb ki. This is the same general idea. This allowed Raditz to free two more Gokus. One was Super Saiyan Blue Goku, and the other a Goku with a more heroic demeanor.
Well, I'm certainly not in Kansas anymore.
That energy! Zamazu again. I won't let you get away.
After explaining the situation to the other Gokus, the battle continued. It was interesting for Vegeta to see Goku with a Super Saiyan Blue state. Clearly, there were many ways their timelines could have gone, but it didn't matter. He wants his friend back. But Zamazu wouldn't allow his swords to be taken again. That was until every single Goku used their Kamehameha. Vegeta the Final Flash, Trunks the Masenko, and Raditz the Double Sunday. Zamazu was being forced to defend himself as Raditz teleported and grabbed the last few swords, using another Yardrat technique, body multiplication, to grab as many swords as possible. Suddenly, multiple Gokus began to show up. Kaioshin Goku, Marvel Goku, SD Goku, Xeno Goku, Evolution Goku, Vegito, even a Goku Jr. and a Gokule. One final sword was left, and Zamazu wouldn't let anyone take it. He screamed as all the Gokus grabbed onto the hilt. This was the culmination of everything Zamazu had learned. He had to keep them away. Every single Goku he battled was just in order to get stronger, strong enough to defeat and trap the last Goku in that sword, the one he called the Betrayed Goku. All the Goku grabbed onto the hilt, even to the blade, and tried to take it from Zamazu, but the Kaioshin used his power to pull it back at full force. It was a tug of war with the sword in mid-air until it finally broke apart and a bright light pushed them all back. Raditz screams, thinking that his brother had perished. But as their eyes cleared, full-power Super Saiyan 4 Goku emerged. I'll forgive you that you're late in saving me if you forgive me about being late in escaping. The Z Fighters cheered as all the Gokus stood side by side, staring down at Goku Black, their evil mirror counterpart. He screamed about how it wasn't fair, that he wasn't done. He began to create clones of himself all around, overtaking a number of Gokus. The Z Fighters huddled up.
Better get this done quickly and return to where we belong.
We need to do this for Chi-Chi, Goten, Pan, Gohan, and the rest.
Gohan?
Who are you?
I'm Goku.
Huh.
Seriously? But the comment about Chi-Chi and Gohan caught our Goku's attention. Chi-Chi, Gohan. He looked around. All these Gokus had families. Yet, so much strive for battle. The changes he had been making in his own life were clearly the right path. He had to win and return to Chi-Chi. Our Goku took a few steps forward.
Zamasu, you don't have to do this. You still have time to change and repent for your misdeeds.
You insolent mortal. You dare talk to me as if we're equals?
Because we are. I was in a similar position, full of anger and hatred. I promise you, there is a chance for you to change. Just accept my hand.
Don't you dare touch me. You all are pests, rats. Now die.
Then it is a lost cause. Sorry everyone, I had to try. Let's do this. Let's defeat Goku Black. Oh, and Zamasu, you didn't really think you were the first one to discover this form, right?
What?
Goku's aura lit up bright, exposing the power of godhood to Goku's primal state. Goku's hair turned a pinkish red as he showed off his Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker.
I discovered this form a while back, while in the time chamber with Buu. It's the reason why Beerus felt God Key when I first exited the chamber. As I said, Zamasu, we are equals.
The Z Fighters cheered and rushed forward, taking on as many Zamasu as possible. Sadly, Evolution Goku was one of the casualties during the battles, but Zamasu seemed to be infinite. There were so many of him. GT, Super, and Betrayed Goku huddled up. Super Goku suggested a Spirit Bomb, and GT Goku agreed, but Betrayed Goku had no idea what they were talking about. They looked at him in confusion, telling him just to watch and learn. Super Goku and GT Goku rose up to the sky, with their arms out, beginning to collect energy from all the beings around the universe. The amount of energy that all the Goku gave was immense. Reddit's commented on how this was similar to the Spirit Fission avatar he gave Goku, but even stronger. The giant Spirit Bomb floated high above everyone else, while Zamasu continued to attack, blasting the two Goku holding it up. It was painful. They weren't sure if they could keep it up. Two Goku Black grabbed onto them as they began to be dragged away. Vegeta, Trunks, Raditz, and the other Goku were trying to defend them and fight Zamasu, but to no avail. Zamasu cackled and declared himself the winner, but the Spirit Bomb remained. When he looked back up, he realized Goku, the last one he had sealed away, the one that pushed him to his very limit, the Limit Breaker Goku, had rose up to the occasion and held up the Spirit Bomb himself, the hopes of everyone on his shoulders. Super Goku cheered, but Zamasu began to laugh, tears of joy. He knew it. He knew he would win.
No, no, the Spirit Bomb. It's meant to be used by the purest of hearts. That Goku, he must be. No, that Kakarot is one of the bravest Saiyans I've ever met. He can do it. He can win because he's changed. Because he's become a hero. All of you have to trust him. Come on, Goku. You are #1.
Goku's eyes opened in a bright light as the Spirit Bomb faded into Goku's own body, his aura emanating a blue flare with lightning surrounding him.
I've won without the Spirit Bomb. I've won. If I don't do it, you puny mortals have nothing. If I don't do it, and you deserve to be locked away like animals. If I don't do it, then who will? What the? Dragon Fist!
Zamasu and all the other clones of him dissolved into nothingness, and all the Genki created from the punch dissipated, leaving nothing but a clear sky behind. It was a short time for celebration as all the Goku held onto the time machine and returned to the past. Once there, they were greeted by Beerus and Whis. They were extremely upset, but not as upset as when they saw the dozen Goku hanging from the time machine. They all explained everything to them. That confirmed my suspicions about Zamasu, huh, Whis? Will you take care of the other Goku? Of course, Lord Beerus. I will make sure they return to their exact reality. Come along, everyone. The Goku were each individually taken to their respective places with the help of the Grand Priest. In the meantime, Goku and Beerus arrived at Gowazu's Kaioshin realm. Beerus confronted Zamasu, putting a hand over his face. He knew he was about to kill Gowazu. He was to be destroyed for his actions, but Goku stepped in the way and grabbed onto Beerus' hand. Whis, Beerus, and Zamazu's eyes all widened.
No, Beerus. This Zamasu hasn't done anything yet. We can still change him. We can turn him good.
You mortal. Why you? Goku turned and put his other hand over Zamasu's mouth. He told Beerus that he just needs guidance. Goku knows what it's like to be so angry, to only want power. But Goku has changed, and so can Zamasu. Beerus was angry but put the Hakai down. He told Goku that Zamasu was his responsibility then. Zamasu was still confused, but if it meant not being killed, then he would take it. He'll just have to kill Gowazu and take Goku's body some other time. If his penalty is to spend some more time with Goku, then so be it. He will just learn more about him on the way. Goku turned to Zamasu with a smirk.
Alright, I guess you're my responsibility. The Tournament of Power is right around the corner. So come on, I need a training partner. I'll make you participate in it and face you when the time comes.
And so, the adventures of Goku, Vegeta, and the rest continue. Next, Dragon Ball Super. Son Goku and Zamasu clash overhead while Vegeta watches closely, analyzing the movements of his rival. Zamasu had been training with Goku for the past few months, as the Saiyan had been tasked with keeping an eye on him. Though Zamasu tried a couple of times to kill Goku, he failed, ultimately realizing that there is no point in fighting, and resorted to working with Goku to make himself stronger. In fact, Goku encouraged Zamasu to fight and try to get stronger in order to kill him. He wanted to mold Zamasu into a formidable foe, and knew that, through their training, he would change the god. Goku slammed Zamasu to the ground, creating a huge shockwave across Beerus' planet. This annoyed the god of destruction, and he yelled at them to calm down. Zamasu stood up, groaning. He was really trying his best to learn everything he could about Goku. If what they said was true about his future self taking Goku's body and trapping many others, then he needed to try and avoid these mistakes and learn everything Goku had under his sleeve. But part of him was really enjoying it already.
Will you two keep it down?
Sorry, Lord Beerus. With the Tournament of Power coming up, I want to make sure that Zamasu is prepared to be a good contender.
You're helping our enemy? Why, yada.
Beerus was annoyed at Goku and admitted to himself that he still thought the Saiyan could potentially be the most dangerous threat to the universe. But the actions he displayed, trying to change black, stopping Vegeta from killing Frieza, rehabilitating Zamasu, and saving the universe, perhaps this Saiyan really was trying his best to atone for his sins. Vegeta stepped in and told Beerus not to worry. They can handle it easily. However, they still needed a few more members for the team. So far they had Goku, Vegeta, Tien, 18, 17, Buu, Future Trunks, and Raditz. Goku had insisted that Beerus lets Trunks stay for the battle before returning to the future. Goku had brought up Frieza as a member, but Vegeta continued to refuse. Beerus intervened, telling Vegeta that Frieza isn't a bad idea. Vegeta continued to argue, but while arguing with Beerus, Goku was already teleporting Zamasu back to his own universe and teleporting to Frieza's ship to bargain. Frieza was startled at him. He wasn't ready to face him just yet. Despite training non-stop since his defeat, he knew he didn't have the strength to face Goku right now. But he wasn't about to let him know that. Frieza agreed to participate, only because it would mean that he could use the Dragon Balls to expand his empire beyond Universe 7. Vegeta was speechless once Goku returned. He yelled at Kakarot, saying that they needed one more person still. But allies like Yamcha and Krillin don't stand a chance. They could bring 16 along, but I have the perfect candidate, Vegeta. Well, you'll have to trust me. You'll do whatever it is, regardless of if I approve of it or not. You're right about that. Bye. Goku appeared over at Baba's place, where the witch watched him walk in, terrified. She still remembered the last time him and Vegeta battled there. Goku had a serious request. He wanted to bring back an old adversary to help them in battle, the only being to ever take his life. Someone he knew loved a fierce battle as much as him, maybe even more so. He wanted to bring back Cell. Baba was perplexed by this idea. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. That monster had caused the death of not only Goku but so many others. Was this wise? Goku told Baba that the fate of the universe depended on it. Though hesitant, she finally allowed it, and the perfect android, Cell, appeared before Goku.
It has been too long, son Goku.
Not long enough, but I've looked forward to our next encounter. I promise you, when we fight this time, I won't hold back for the sake of the planet. But first, I need your help. Goku explained to Cell their situation, and he agreed enthusiastically. He didn't even care that he would be back just for a day. As long as he got to fight the strongest foes, he would be satisfied. But told Goku to prepare himself. For every minute he spent in hell, Cell kept himself busy by image training, calculating countless scenarios on how to kill Goku. He was far more powerful than he ever was before, and Goku knew it. The two returned to Vegeta, who once again nearly killed Goku over this choice. Once things calmed down, the three trained hard over at Beerus's, but Cell wanted more than just the sparring match. That would just have to wait. It was really awkward between them.
So, Vegeta, what's the Red Ribbon up to nowadays?
I think they're a pharmaceutical company or something. I've heard Bulma talk about someone named Dr. Hito. Not like it matters. No way they're gonna try something stupid like bringing you back.
Huh, yeah, that would be crazy.
The team was set. Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, Frieza, Cell, Buu, 17, 18, Tien, and Raditz. Prior to departing, Goku and Vegeta said goodbye to Chi-Chi and Bulma, with Chi-Chi hugging Goku tightly and telling him to come back soon because, well, Chi-Chi told Goku that she was pregnant. Goku's eyes widened. Looking at Chi-Chi, he could see a mirage of his old friend, the little imaginary Gohan. Goku didn't have many words. He just smiled and said,
"We'll name him Gohan."
And so, the team set sail to the multiversal arena, where fighters from all over awaited the battle. Zeno cheered for Goku and the rest as they walked on stage, but Goku felt like he had a huge target on his back. The other fighters knew of his escapades against Universe 6, and he was now the primary target. Even if he was stronger than all of them, he couldn't take on such a large number of opponents, right? Goku nodded at the others. It was time. As soon as the tournament began, the majority of the Universal Fighters rushed towards Universe 7, aiming to destroy Goku as quickly as possible. The rest of the Z Fighters jumped out of the way as Goku took a deep breath and exploded his aura, causing a huge wave of ki that knocked dozens of fighters out of the arena. The only few that remained were the strongest. This caused Jiren, the Pride Trooper with the power of a god, to open his eyes. That power was impressive. The trio The Dangerous rushed towards Goku, while some of the other fighters ran away from Universe 7. The gods of destruction all looked at Beerus. This was not fair. Goku was joined by Raditz and Vegeta as they battled the wolves. The team-up of the three great Super Saiyans caused the arena to shake, while Tien battled Hit. He had been looking forward to their match since the last time he saw Goku battle him, a former assassin versus the multiverse's most dangerous assassin. While Tien couldn't beat him in power, he could use his various abilities to best him. 17 and 18 battled the Kamikaze Fireballs, which 17 had a lot of fun fighting. They largely had the upper hand through the battle, beating the three of them with a final sacrifice from Android 18. Buu and Dispo had an exhilarating battle, as the now skinny Majin Buu really wanted a pet rabbit. Dispo was way too fast, but Buu stopped him in place multiple times. Though their battle was interrupted by a giant Kikoho from Tien, the last bit of energy being used as he destroyed the arena where Hit stood. Tien took many fighters along with him as he fell into the void, though Hit managed to remain and grab onto the arena at the very last second. Bergamo stomped around the arena trying to crush Goku, but the Saiyan ran up his arm once he punched down, grabbing onto his finger and throwing him out of the arena by it, while Raditz and Vegeta blasted the other two out of the arena. As they did this, Anilasa, the fusion of all of Universe 3, blinded everyone as he revealed himself. Goku and the others turned around, though Raditz told Vegeta and Goku to leave this to him. He has a plan. The Ultimate Saiyan rushed fearlessly into battle. With a fist full of ki, Goku and Vegeta nodded at each other, running to opposite ends of the arena. In the meantime, Zamasu was using everything he had learned during the sparring matches against Goku to defeat as many opponents as possible. He was really enjoying this, though many fighters protested his inclusion as unfair. However, his role of God had been stripped from him, and now was but a civilian until he proved himself. Son Goku landed in front of Zamasu with a smirk. It was time to finally challenge him again. Zamasu chuckled. He didn't think he'd be this excited to fight a mortal enemy. Without another word, the two clashed. Goku was a Super Saiyan 4, but Zamasu was quickly pushing him to use his full power Super Saiyan 4. He was impressed. His techniques were already more refined than Goku Black's. Even so, he wouldn't let him win. Some of the other fighters stopped their battles to admire the fight between a god and a god. In the meantime, Raditz threw himself at Anilaza, grabbing onto his antenna and using Spirit Fission to grab out one of the robots, completely breaking down the fusion. As the various robots fell apart, Raditz used a double Sunday while falling, causing them all to go flying out of the arena. As explosions happened in the background, Zamasu seemed to gain the upper hand, saying,
You have lost, Saiyan. So now praise and venerate the most noble and all-powerful god, Zamasu!
You might be right, Zamasu, but what if I was stuck in a time chamber for 50 years?
What?
Just think about it. No, what even is a time chamber? It's just a hypothetical! Oh my god!
SmugStick!
Goku said to Zamasu that he was proud of his strength, as the two fired their respective blast when Goku screamed,
Times 10!
and finally defeated Zamasu. Toppo battled against 17 and hit, where he took in the power of the God of Destruction and knocked 17 out of the arena. Kaba battled Vegeta, who became a master figure to him. He told Vegeta that the battle against Goku inspired him to reach new heights, showing off Super Saiyan 3. But that wouldn't be enough against Vegeta, as he told Kaba that he had something under his sleeve. Instead, he looked at future Trunks and told him to show Kaba all he's got. Thus, both students of Vegeta clashed, with neither of them having a clear upper hand, until the end, where Trunks was about to win, but Kaba tapped into his full potential and both of them were knocked out of the arena. Frieza and Cell battled back to back as they knocked tens of opponents out of the arena. Cell was jealous of that power, but realized that he could potentially achieve it since he is made up of Frieza cells as well. Frieza chuckled. No cheap copy could ever compare to him. The two nearly came to fist, but Caulifla and Kale appeared before them. Frieza saw this as a chance to take care of even more Saiyans, while Cell saw this as a chance to better himself. The two teamed up against the Saiyans, who saw no other way to defeat the villains besides fusing. The technique surprised Cell and Frieza, but their team-up was flawless. Even with the power-up, Kefla couldn't stand a chance against the evildoers. And while fighting, Cell and Frieza argued what their fusion name would be, and decided on Salsa. Kefla was getting annoyed that they weren't taking the fight seriously, and started to slowly rampage, similarly to Kale. Frieza and Cell knew they had to end this quickly before she became trouble. Cell used his ki to cut the ground where she stood on, but Kefla jumped out of the way. Frieza fired a death ball, which Kefla caught and tried to push back. What she didn't expect was Cell and Frieza standing back to back, firing a double death beam through the death ball and piercing Kefla's arms, forcing her out of the ring. Only 10 minutes into the tournament, most fighters were already defeated. A match between Vegeta and Toppo began, while Goku had a rematch against Hit. Vegeta's fight was the toughest he'd had in a long time, as the power of the God of Destruction just proved to be too much. He knew he would have to take drastic measures, absorbing all of the ki he had and clutched his hand, looking up to the sky.
This is for you, Bulma. Both Trunks, Bra, Kaba, and yes, even you, Kakarot.
Vegeta's explosion in power caused everyone to stop fighting. Toppo was extremely hurt, but still in the arena. The Universe 7 fighters cursed, but Goku smirked. Toppo sighed in relief. But, oh, is that?
Vegeta actually did it.
Toppo's eyes widened as Vegeta's stone self began to crack into a silver light. revealing a brand new form from within. The Prince of All Saiyans had unlocked Ultra Instinct Omen. The real battle will begin. Next, Dragon Ball Super.
This is for you, Bulma. Both Trunks, Bra, Kaba, and yes, even you, Kakarot.
Vegeta's explosion in power caused everyone to stop fighting. Toppo was extremely hurt, but still in the arena. The Universe 7 fighters cursed, but Goku smirked. Toppo sighed in relief. But, oh, is that?
Vegeta actually did it.
Toppo's eyes widened as Vegeta's stone self began to crack into a silver light, revealing a brand new form from within. The Prince of All Saiyans had unlocked Ultra Instinct Omen. So this was the power which Whis had spoken about long ago. Vegeta quickly gained the upper hand, as Toppo couldn't touch Vegeta. Goku was happy to see Vegeta progress quickly, using Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breaker to continue the fight against Hit, and finally defeat him. However, Goku's victory was short-lived, as he felt someone grab his face, and Vegeta's too. It was Jiren, who saved Toppo from defeat. He dragged the two Saiyans out of the way. Toppo thanked Jiren. He was surprised that he saved him. After all, Jiren always said that he didn't trust anyone, and that he always wanted to fight alone. When Vegeta and Goku looked back, they saw Toppo, Jiren, and Dispo stand together in a fighting stance. Cell, Frieza, and Buu stood behind Goku and Vegeta. The final battle was about to begin. The teams rushed towards one another, with Frieza and Cell being blitzed by Dispo, while Toppo body slammed them into confusion. Buu got Toppo off of them by completely covering him with his body, but Toppo expanded his aura and burned off Buu, giving him a chance to throw him out of the arena. This gave Cell and Frieza an opportunity to fire a death beam from every single one of their fingers, stopping Dispo in his tracks by hitting his leg. Toppo went over to help his friend. In the meantime, Jiren battled Goku and Vegeta. He was completely against the wall. Goku alone could have defeated him. He was genuinely surprised. But Jiren activated his full power, which caught the other two by surprise and gave him a chance to pull back. However, Cell appeared from behind, held onto Jiren, and laughed.
What the hell are you doing, Cell?
I told you, I only agreed to this if I got to fight the strongest. I won't let you have this.
No, wait!
A huge explosion engulfed the arena, causing everybody to be blown back. When the dust settled, only Goku, Jiren, and Vegeta remained on their feet. The explosion damaged Jiren, but it didn't defeat him. Goku cursed. The battle wasn't over. Frieza was nowhere to be seen, but Dispo and Toppo walked behind Jiren, supporting his friend. However, Jiren told them to leave him be. He didn't need their help. He could handle this on his own. Goku looked quietly, his eyes squinting. This Jiren, he was just like him, how he used to be. Cover me.
You're not really going to do this alone, are you?
I've got a lesson to teach them.
Wait, Kakarot!
Goku rushed forward, dodging and weaving between blasts that Toppo and Dispo fired. Vegeta groaned, but did as told, blasting their way. The two sets of ki bullets exploded against each other, clouding everyone's vision. But Goku knew exactly where to go, and he crashed headfirst against them. Jiren caught the punch, to which all three Pride Troopers began to battle against Goku. Jiren commanded the other two to grab him by his arms, which they do. Goku smiled. This is what he wanted. Jiren continued to push Goku off of the edge, the four of them going flying down into the abyss. Jiren's plan was to take Goku down with them.
Jiren, you have to jump back.
What?
One of us has to stay behind and defeat the other Saiyan. It has to be you.
But I won't leave you two.
You've already won us the tournament. Go!
Right. Okay. Thank you, my friend.
So this is trust, the power of Universe 11. A bright flash emanated from the fight as Jiren jumped back into the arena. It seemed like Goku's fate was sealed, but I'm glad you learned to trust your friends, Jiren. It took me a long time to do that.
What?
Toppo, Jiren, and Dispo were all struck by a barrage of punches as they fell down into the abyss. Goku was engulfed by a purple light, his hair flowing upwards. Universe 7 had won the tournament, but beyond that...
So, you've been hiding this from me too, huh?
I wanted to make sure you reached your own path first, Vegeta. Now we both have reached our Ultra states. This is what I like to call Ultra Ego.
Wow, that was so good! Best fight I've ever seen!
That concludes the Tournament of Power. Wait, Zeno, don't you think that was a little short? We still have 20 more minutes to go.
What are you doing, Kakarot?
Yeah!
Well then, Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Buu, come at me.
What?
So you knew I was still around, huh, Saiyan? That rubble really was uncomfortable.
You knew I would regenerate. I expect nothing less from you, Son Goku.
Boo excited to fight! Boo want to fight!
Oh, a 4v1? That sounds fun.
But first, bring back all the universes. That's my wish. I want an audience. Thus, Son Goku stared directly at his greatest foes, the Prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta, the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza, the perfect android, Cell, and the demonic force of nature, Majin Buu. Goku taunted them to come at him as they all expanded their aura. Everyone was in shock, and the Saiyan was instantly pushed back. The four of them bounced off of each other very well, having been heated opponents for so long. Though Cell and Frieza were evil right now, they weren't his enemies. They were four warriors having the most intense fight of their lives. To Goku, this was the purest show of trust. This is what he wanted. This was an emblem to show how much he had changed since being trapped in the time chamber. Goku didn't fight carelessly anymore. He fought with purpose. He fought because he trusted their abilities. Buu, his best friend, was the one who knew how to counter him the best. Even so, Goku had tricks up his sleeve. The aggressive nature of Ultra Ego allowed him to push Buu back while dropping to the ground, spinning and kicking the others away. Vegeta dodged the kick and stepped on Goku. He kicked the Saiyan up to the sky, where Cell and Frieza followed him up. The two villains fired a blast down, but Goku opened his eyes in mid-air, causing a ki that exploded the enemy's ki blast. All four enemies looked down at him, charging another set of attacks. A final flash, a death beam, a kamehameha, and a planet burst ball. The four beams covered too much ground for Goku to counter with a simple kamehameha, as the blast combined into a huge one. Goku had no other choice. He just started to punch. Punch after punch, he ate into the beams, flying up towards his enemies, his adversary's eyes widening. When Goku finally reached them, he opened his aura, bursting all four of them away. Goku took his chance and rushed after Buu, smashing his head against him and knocking him out of the arena. Buu's techniques were probably the most dangerous out of them all. He had to get rid of him first. The other three followed Goku, but he quickly turned, saying, "Rock," as he punched Vegeta, "Scissors," when poking Frieza's eyes, and "Paper," while slapping Cell away. Goku charged up his Kamehameha, teleporting behind Cell and firing it off, defeating him. Now there were two left. All of the audience was cheering, others ranting. All of them were both terrified and excited to see someone so powerful. Frieza and Vegeta stood side by side, with the prince hating having to team up with the Emperor. The two rushed towards Goku but were completely out of sync. Goku had an easier time fighting this battle than before, biting down on Frieza's tail at one point before grabbing him and spinning him into Vegeta. Vegeta easily dodged out of the way thanks to Ultra Instinct Omen, but Frieza wasn't so lucky, as he was ringed out. Now, the two destined rivals, Vegeta and Goku, stared each other down. This was the fight both of them had been waiting for such a long time. The two of them took a battle stance very familiar to us, and without wasting time, without saying a word, Goku and Vegeta clashed, causing Zeno and the Grand Priest to be pushed back some, and the stance started to break apart. It's an incredible fight, with neither giving too much ground. Even so, Goku is still stronger. Vegeta had to rely on everything, firing a Gallic gun in response to Goku's Kamehameha. The energy goes back and forth between who could win, but Goku begins to add his newly acquired Destroyer energy into the Kamehameha. From the stance, Kaioshin and Tien yell at Goku. Was he trying to kill Vegeta? Goku yelled back, "No. He just wants to push him to his very limit." The Destroyer Kamehameha slowly approaches Vegeta, with him struggling to keep it together. It is then when Vegeta closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta disappeared and Goku was slammed against the ground as the Kamehameha dissipated. In its place was something that resembled a galaxy, with a figure standing over Goku, fist dug firmly into his chest. Goku smiled proudly. Now this was Ultra Instinct. Vegeta's white hair sparkled. Now Goku could go all out. The two of them battled for nearly 20 more minutes as time began to run out, punching each other straight in the face. Goku and Vegeta fall onto the stage, with Zeno wondering what happens now. The Grand Priest decides to count to 10. The first person to get up before the 10 count and announces victory will be the winner. As everyone in the stands begins to count down along with the Grand Priest, it seems like Vegeta will stand up first. Hearing words of encouragement from Trunks, Kaba, and Bulma, Vegeta stands up, but then Goku hears people cheering for him as well, and stands up. Raditz, Buu, Tien, Grandpa Gohan, the androids, Krillin, Cell, Frieza, even Piccolo and Kami. The people whom Goku had endangered the most and hurt so much over the course of the last 40 years were cheering for him. Goku thinks back to Grandpa Gohan's words while he was in the other world about learning to forgive even when it seems impossible. All these people, some more than others, had forgiven Goku for what he did back when he was betrayed and lost. Yet, they were rooting for him regardless. This gives Goku the motivation he needs, the strength he needs to stand back up and announce himself as the winner before him and Vegeta collapse back down onto the ground. The Tournament of Power was over. The stadium erupted in cheers, with Goku surrounded by sparkles, as well as Vegeta, the Grand Priest healing them both, declaring the Tournament of Power had been a rambunctious success. Though, he does still do it again. Goku promised Jiren and the rest to fight them again sometime, with Whis getting everyone ready to return home. Cell was great help, and though he didn't really want anything beyond fighting strong opponents, he did take the opportunity when Whis offered to revive him, the halo on top of his head disappearing, and once they returned home, he actually celebrated with everyone. Unlike Frieza, who just left to space, Cell promised to kill every single one of them, but just this once, he could take it a little slow. Following the party, Cell left. Nobody knew where he went. They just saw him fly up towards space, becoming a twinkle in their eyes. But Vegeta had the bad feeling that they would see him again. Goku hugged Chi-Chi, making sure to be careful. He was excited to see his son, though a part of him was worried. He had been getting older, and all the times he spent in the time chamber were only working against him. But Zamasu tapped his shoulder, telling him that he was ready to continue to train. He wanted to kill Goku. Both of them smirked at each other, and he said, "I know the right place to do that in. Follow me, Zamasu." The pair left, but something evil was brewing. Frieza, who had left the tournament immediately, started to look for various creatures around the universe that could potentially be a pawn against Goku, with his latest one being Broly. It has been a few months since the Tournament of Power, and Goku's training with Zamasu continues. He has seen a huge change of heart, even though Zamasu continues to insist that he wants to kill Goku. The two have been training multiple times within the hyperbolic time chamber, though after a while, Zamasu realized that Goku insisted on simply using Super Saiyan 4 and its variations, not using Ultra Ego or anything like that. Goku's excuse was that he just felt more comfortable in this state. Unknown to him, Vegeta, and the rest, a powerful opponent would be heading to Earth soon, as Frieza had been scouting the universe for powerful beings to make his ally. Two soldiers, Shilai and Lemo, find just that as they encounter the old Saiyan, Paragus, on planet Vampa. Alongside him, they find Broly, a Saiyan that had been cast away before the destruction of planet Vegeta by its king, Vegeta's father, King Vegeta. They are invited by Frieza, as he has plans for them to head to Earth and get revenge on Vegeta and Goku. Broly's power is no doubt special. Frieza feels that if he has a Saiyan pawn, then he'll be able to train and surpass Goku. But first, he had to test out that theory, heading to Earth in order to find the Dragon Balls. The Frieza force is immediately confronted by Goku and Vegeta, Vegeta and Zamasu. Frieza was caught by surprise by seeing him there. As Broly steps out of the ship, Goku walks around him, analyzing him. He thought to himself that he could probably take him on. It would be a tough fight, but he would probably win by himself. He then turned back to look at Zamasu and told him to take him on. Frieza was upset, and so was Paragus. They wanted revenge on Vegeta and Goku, not some Kaioshin. Goku simply waved them off and told Zamasu that this would be a great test. Zamasu had grown so much over the past few months. He wanted to see where he was at. Broly didn't really question anything, and the two clashed. Zamasu was clearly dominating the fight at first, as Broly was being fairly passive. Vegeta couldn't believe that a Saiyan was getting thrown around like that, and he started actually coaching Broly along the way, telling him, dodge left, dodge right. Goku said that this wasn't fair, but Vegeta said that Broly clearly didn't have much proper training, looking back at Paragus, so he just needed a little bit of coaching. As Broly slowly started doing better and better thanks to Vegeta's teachings, and learning as he fought, Broly's power increased, slowly starting to berserk. Zamasu commented on how that Kale girl from the Tournament of Power did something similar, but he knew how to take care of this. He just needed to slow him down, using a flurry of swords to stop Broly in place and firing a lightning absolution at him. But Broly opened his aura up to stop the lightning in place and actually grabbed the Keyblades with his bare hands and broke them off of him. Zamasu was incredibly surprised. This Broly guy was nothing to ignore. In a different reality, perhaps he would have been a better choice to take the body of. Then his future self would have won, not like it mattered now. The fight continued, as Vegeta asked why exactly they were here. Paragus explained that he was cast away as King Vegeta feared what he might become. He feared this power that threatened his reign. Goku stayed quiet while Paragus told the story, relating to Broly, how Kami was afraid of his power and locked him away. They weren't too dissimilar. In fact, he felt like that berserk state that Broly had, Goku himself might have tapped into at one point or another while training in the time chamber. Broly began to overwhelm Zamasu as his attacks became more and more erratic. Goku was getting a little worried. He had been training with Zamasu for so long, the Kaioshin had to put those skills to good use, but Frieza realized that he just needed that little bit of a push. Screaming out to Broly, while piercing through Paragus' heart at the same time, Frieza yelled out about how one of the blasts was deflected and killed Paragus along the way. Broly became enraged, bursting into Super Saiyan. Broly grabbed Zamasu by the face and dragged him across the snow, throwing him into Goku and Vegeta. Goku caught his student, while Vegeta rose up to the sky and followed Broly, challenging him. But this Vegeta is much stronger than the one we know, and he has one trick up his sleeve, Ultra Instinct, dodging and weaving out of the way of every single punch that Broly threw his way. Even during the berserker rage of Super Saiyan Broly, Vegeta was still able to dodge quite a bit, but it was getting harder and harder. Finally, Goku decided that he had given enough fun to Vegeta, himself jumping upwards as a Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta told him to stop kidding around and quickly use Ultra Ego, but Goku refused, saying that this should be enough. The two Earthling Saiyans teamed up and battled the monster, ultimately finishing off the fight with a Gallic Gun and Kamehameha. Unlike the original story, however, they're not trying to kill Broly like what Gogeta was apparently trying to do. So, neither Shile nor Lemo make the wish for him to be taken to planet Vampa. As the blasts dissipated, Broly rose up once again in his full power Super Saiyan state. It seems like nothing could stop him, even if they were stronger. This is when Goku took a deep breath, slowly walking towards Broly. Broly rushed his way, and Goku jumped backwards, using a Godbind to stop him in his tracks. Goku explained to him, "I know what you're going through. I know what it feels like to be treated the way you have, to be used as a pawn and then tossed away. My power too was feared when I was a young kid, and I was locked away for many years, not unlike you. Trust me, Broly, I know what you're going through, and I think I can help you out. Vegeta and I can, so come on. I like a good match as much as the next guy, but the way you're moving, you're going to destroy Earth, and then you'll be lost forever." Broly finally calmed down, slowly de-transforming into his base form. Goku tilted his head. Vegeta pushed him out of the way as he began to insult Broly, explaining to him just exactly he could have done to win the fight. Frieza left without anything else to say. It was clear that it was a lost cause, but he promised to return. Now, Shilai and Lemo decide to stay on Earth, wanting to accompany Broly. Bulma promised them that the beach house she had built in the area where Goku and Vegeta could fight at will would be their new home. Now the Dragon Team lives happily ever after, right? Well, true believers, that's not the case this time, as an even bigger threat looms over the horizon, this time one of pure dark magic, a god-like figure named Moro.
Hey kids, don't go away. We'll be right back.
I hope you guys are enjoying the video, and if you like the stuff I do, there's a way you can support the channel. By clicking the membership button, you will be able to see various tiers. Each one of them has some rewards. My personal favorite ones are the Super Saiyan hair badges that adorn your name in comments and live streams on my channel. The longer you stay a member, the larger the power up. So if you like the stuff I do and feel like supporting me in some way, be sure to check out the membership. Anyways, back to the show.
Back to our show.
And our heroes would find out about him soon enough, as they get a visit from Miras and Jacko, two galactic patrolmen. Goku, Vegeta, and Buu were training at Capsule Corp when the Galactic Patrol decided to attack, bringing them all three in. Miras begins to explain everything about how an evil wizard named Moro has escaped the Galactic Patrol prison and is on his way to Namek to restore his youth. We need the being inside of Buu, the Grand Supreme Kai. Everyone looked at Buu in surprise, except for Goku. The Grand Supreme Kai had actually shown himself during his trainings against Buu in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, in the time where he tried to achieve Super Saiyan 4. It was like meeting an old friend to Goku. Before they begin on their expedition, Goku calls on Broly for help. Miras takes the team to the Galactic Patrol's Time Chamber, where a year inside was 4 months on the outside. Some were worried about what Goku might think about the chamber, but he took it well. He didn't like it, but he was used to it at this point. Goku even asked, "The time chamber I know is a little different. Are you able to change the flow of time?" "Of course. We could make it like yours, where a day equals a year. But we aren't training. I just want to see you all go all out. Test your powers before approaching Moro." Miras was extremely impressed by all of them, and after a quick sparring match, the team travels to planet Namek, where Moro had all but wiped out the entirety of it. He had already wished for eternal youth. As soon as he finished his wish, his body became young and more powerful. Moro's first wish was stolen from him by Cranberry. His second wish was to restore his youth, and the third to break everyone out of the Galactic Patrol prison. He commanded all of his forces, which he had broken up from the prison, to get to their ship and await his next command, as he felt a powerful force. As he said this, the heroes arrived. Goku, Broly, Vegeta, Buu, and Miras. Moro welcomed the old Kaioshin and told him to go all out. Goku insists on helping, but Buu tells him to stand down as he transforms into the Kaioshin. He wanted this to be his own battle. Goku respected his friend and agreed. He was unaware of the true power of Moro. Kaioshin does an incredible job against Moro, even switching back with Buu a few times to gain an advantage. But Moro was still stronger, and Goku was getting worried, with Miras insisting on helping. What they didn't realize was that Moro was getting much stronger with every punch. Buu's friends tried to jump in, but as Vegeta attempted to transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he realized he couldn't reach past God. While Goku couldn't tap into Limit Breaker, he remained a Super Saiyan 4. Broly had a large reserve of Ki left, and he was the first to jump in to help Buu. The others joined soon after, but it was clear what was going on. Moro continued to absorb all of the energy from the planet and the various fighters. Goku's energy was the most delicious power he'd ever tasted, and wanted more. He did everything in his power to blast Vegeta and Broly away, rapidly transforming as he gained more Ki. Miras realized that he couldn't win like this, yelling at Vegeta to retreat. Vegeta didn't want to leave Goku and Broly, but it seemed like he was the only reasonable one. They needed to retreat and plan things out, but Broly was rampaging and Goku couldn't listen. With Miras' help, Buu and Vegeta teleported away, and Vegeta promised that he would get help. Broly rampages on, but slowly slowly his power is eaten away. It looks like there's an opening. Goku could possibly do it, but Broly turns to tell Goku that the Super Saiyan 4 Goku he knows is no longer there. Caught in Moro's grasp, Goku is snapped out of Super Saiyan 4 to reveal something everyone feared for a long time. These years at Kami's had taken a toll on him. The time he just spent in the time chamber meant that he had reached the years where a Saiyan would rapidly age. Before Broly laid an old man. No wonder he stayed permanently in Super Saiyan 4. That state reverted Saiyans back to their prime. Moro was only playing games, and he declared himself the victor. Enjoying the power which Broly and Goku had gifted him, he rose up to the sky in his spaceship, looking over the planet. There was no more use for this, was there? In the blink of an eye, while Broly held on to Goku, Planet Namek exploded. Back on Earth, Moro's men quickly reached the Earth's defenses, but Chi-Chi, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, 16, 17, and 18 were having a harder time than they thought they would, thanks to the large number of enemies. The androids fared much better than the rest, but some enemies managed to escape through the planet, including 7-3. The menace reached Kami's lookout, looking for a powerful key presence in the world. He had locked onto Dende. Mr. Popo and Dende were terrified. They didn't know what to do. Tien had followed 7-3 and locked himself in combat. They needed the Dragon Balls in case something happened. They couldn't let Dende die. Tien pleaded with them to run, but 7-3 grabbed Tien by the throat and absorbed his power, growing an extra eye and throwing the man off the lookout. Popo did what he could to defend Dende, but it was no use. Dende was grabbed by 7-3 and perished. 7-3 smiled as he received Dende's power and realized something.
The Namekian, he knew how to make Dragon Balls.
7-3 crossed his legs and sat down, closing his eyes and creating a brand new set of Dragon Balls for Moro and himself to use. As everyone on Earth continued to try and defend it, the Grand Kai, Goku, Vegeta, Miras, Raditz, and Broly appeared on the battlefield. Broly asked what just happened, and Raditz explained that Vegeta contacted him and told him that his instant transmission may be needed, as Kakarot refused to stop the fight, and the Grand Supreme Kai was way too hurt. Raditz saved them all at the last second, but it was clear that Kakarot was in a bad shape. He looked so old. They knew this would happen one day. Raditz says they need to get Dende to heal him. The other fighters, they will keep everyone else busy down here. Raditz places 2 fingers on his forehead, but I can't find Dende's energy.
He couldn't have been... No way. Where's Tien?
He seems to be gone too, but there's a key presence similar to both of them. At Kami's lookout, along with...
The team realized that the Dragon Balls were now under Moro's control, and they must have already made a wish. In fact, they watch as the Dragon Balls are spread around the world from the lookout. They can only wonder what hellish wish Moro must have made. 7-3 kneeled before Moro, as they see his mane has grown long and wild. Moro says that he really does feel the power, having wished to be the strongest being in the universe. He then turned to 7-3 and swallowed him whole, apologizing. He couldn't allow anyone else to use the Dragon Balls against him. Everyone felt the insane power increase when Moro suddenly teleported to the battlefield, everyone looking at him terrified. Vegeta's heart beat fast, until he heard Goku whisper,
"Kami, Piccolo."
Vegeta's eyes widened and turned to the Grand Kai, telling him that they need to get Piccolo from hell. Goku is asking for him. He may know something. The Grand Kai explained that he didn't have enough energy, but Raditz put a hand on the Grand Kai, giving him a portion of his ki, using Spirit Fission. The Grand Kai thanked him, saying that he trusts Goku and Vegeta, teleporting himself and Goku over to the Kaioshin realm. All of the other Z fighters rushed alongside Vegeta, not letting anyone approach, with a new ally arriving at the battlefield, Zamasu. I felt Goku's energy depleted. I knew something was going on. I'm here to help. With the Z fighters ready, the battle began. At the Kaioshin realm, Shin hugs the Grand Kai tightly. It had been a millennia since the last time they saw each other, and the Grand Kai was happy to see him too, but he needed their help. Goku is asking for somebody known as Piccolo, who resides in hell. Shin's face went pale. Piccolo was the horrible being that did some terrible things to Goku. Was he sure? What for? With no more time for questions, Shin requested Piccolo be brought to the Kaioshin realm, asking Yama personally. He complied, though it was after some arguing. Piccolo's cape flowed gallantly. Everyone was a little anxious, but the Namekian slowly approached Goku on the ground. Son Goku, you've looked better, my friend. And you've gone a bit green. Piccolo and Goku talked in private for a minute, until he finally realized Goku's plan. Those Dragon Balls, are you sure? It's risky. Many lives will be lost. Trust me, I have a plan. If we do this right, then all the innocent civilians will be returned to life. Very well, my friend. I shall bring back all those years I took from you. Grand Kai, please, take me to the lookout on Earth. While Moro defeated everyone left and right, Broly, Vegeta, and Zamasu were the only ones left standing. Even so, they were extremely damaged. Nappa commented on how powerful this being was. He hadn't fought in a long time and he was really rusty, but he could just see it. Moro had a fighter's eyes. Meanwhile, the Grand Kai, Piccolo, and Goku roamed the lookout, until stumbling upon a room. Once there, Goku couldn't help but feel Moro defeating his friends. He turned to the Grand Kai, telling him that he's going to the battlefield while Piccolo does his thing. Piccolo promised Goku to atone for his sins, and they nod to each other. With Goku teleporting to the battlefield, only to watch Broly berserking against Moro, who was clearly just toying with him. Moro lets go of Broly and turns to Goku. I defeated you once, old man. I can do it again. Your frail body can't do anything against me. You're hurt and weak. You're all alone. I'm not alone, Moro. I have my old friends and enemies by my side. A bright light hugged Goku, with Moro wondering what the hell was happening. At the lookout, we see Piccolo enter the Grand Kai in front of a huge red Shenron, worried but hopeful. Moro then saw a set of Dragon Balls disappearing from the lookout into the galaxy. Another set? What the? The light dims down to reveal a young, bashful Goku, displaying the age he should be. Goku thanked Piccolo and Kami under his breath, and finally thanked the Dragon Balls. He was given back all those years that were taken from him. Goku smiled, activating Ultra Ego. But this wasn't the Ultra Ego he revealed during the Tournament of Power. His younger body allowed him to do something incredible, utilizing Ultra Ego on top of Super Saiyan 4. Moro realized what was happening, and he smirked. He knew that he had wished to be the strongest in the universe. It was time to test if those Dragon Balls really did their job. Moro and him crashed, nearly breaking apart the whole planet. Everyone cheered, although it seemed to Vegeta like Goku was fighting without a care for the planet. Vegeta commented on this, but Piccolo said, "The planet's doomed either way, Vegeta. We need to get out of here. It's all part of Goku's plan." Vegeta was surprised to finally meet the person Goku had talked about for so long, but if Kakarot trusted him, it must be for a good reason. The Kai gathered everyone, including Bulma, Trunks, and the pregnant Chi-Chi. They all teleported to the Kaioshin realm. Zamasu wanted to go back and help Goku, but Piccolo told everyone to calm down. Goku had a plan. Bulma asked what the other set of Dragon Balls was, and Piccolo explained. Those Dragon Balls were created by me, before separating into Kami and Piccolo a long time ago. They are unstable, and the negative energy they create will destroy Earth in a year's time. All that negative energy now resides within Earth. Everyone began to argue and complain. How could Goku do this? This was his plan? But Piccolo said that it will all become clear. But first, they needed Miras' help. In the meantime, Goku realized that the raw power of Ultra Ego's Super Saiyan 4 was not what he needed at the moment. It was powerful, but Moro was far stronger. What he needed to do was able to move and dodge Moro's attacks. What he needed was Ultra Instinct. He knew he had it in him, he could do it somehow. But it was the first time in his life where he struggled so much. He needed to tap into it. He needed Vegeta. Vegeta, that's right! What would Vegeta do in this situation? He closed his eyes and tried to think like the prince. And slowly he started to dodge attacks. This wasn't Ultra Instinct. It was something akin to what Master Roshi did in the manga. Clearly, Goku had a lot to learn from Vegeta, but if he could somehow combine Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego, then he would be the perfect fighter. As of now, this would have to do. Eventually, however, Moro got tired of all of this. He was supposed to be the strongest being. Maybe he just needed a little bit more power. Moro began to absorb all of the power from Earth, to the point where it seemed like he began to fuse with the planet. Goku couldn't do anything to stop it, but he didn't need to either. This is exactly what he wanted. Goku apologized to Earth, looking over at Grandpa Gohan's old home. He sighed. All the years he spent defending it, he had to sacrifice at this one time. Goku teleported over to the Kaioshin realm. Thankfully, Moro was distracted while becoming one with Earth. Everyone ran to hug the young Goku, and he said that he was happy to see them again, and that he trusted that Piccolo told them the idea. Bulma asked Goku if he was sure, and Goku told her to trust him this one time. Miras then nods at Goku as the two disappear. We cut to a different planet, one that looks like a desert. There, Goku stands alone. He concentrated his ki, sensing Moro, until Moro finally sensed him back. The being teleported instantly to where Goku was. He was slowly deforming, it seemed. Parts of Earth were growing off of him, but because he had so much power already, he was able to control it a little bit more than the Moro in the manga. Goku and Moro stood in front of a pyramid-like structure. Miras was behind them, standing right in front of the door. Moro licked his lips. He wanted to take even more power, and if he could take Miras's, then he would be unstoppable. Goku taunted him, telling him to come at him. As the two clashed one more time and began to fight, Goku was trying to lure Moro into the time chamber. When he finally screamed out, the angel swung the door open, with Moro and Goku both going into the time chamber. Moro looked around. He didn't know what this place was, but Goku was all too familiar. Goku said that they could fight here at their heart's content and not bother anyone else. It was just him and Moro. Moro said, "Huh. You're stupid. You've really trapped yourself in here with me?" "Trapped myself? You've got it all wrong, Moro. You're trapped in here with me." Outside, everyone looked from the old Kai's crystal ball. It seems like the plan worked, and Miras shot them a thumbs up. Piccolo began to explain. Goku's plan is simple. Moro became one with Earth. All the negative energy from the Black Star Dragon Balls now resides in him. If Goku and Moro can fight it out for 1 year in the time chamber, then Moro will explode from the inside out, thanks to the negative energy from the Black Star Balls. All he has to do is keep him from screaming and escape himself. Miras was able to modify his time chamber to match the one on Earth. Now, we just wait. Goku knew exactly what one had to do to escape, and that's why he did everything in his power to stop Moro from opening his mouth. It was a hard battle, perhaps the hardest Goku has ever had, but it seemed like 7-3's Shenron only made him the strongest person in the universe. At that time, the second Goku regained his youth, he shot right back up above Moro. The two continued to fight for a whole year. Although it seemed like towards the end Goku was about to lose, knocked out of Super Saiyan 4 once more, he was only fighting in his regular Super Saiyan state. But he could feel it. He could feel Moro's ki getting more and more unstable. Finally, Moro said that it was over, and Goku agreed. Instead of saying anything else, Goku screamed at the top of his lungs, opening a portal that led to the outside world. Moro was wondering what he was doing, but without saying anything else, Goku jumped out of the chamber as Moro tried to reach towards him, but instead exploded. Goku was propelled out of the chamber, tired and beat. No more signs of Moro as Genki particles floated up to the sky, returning back to where they belonged. Goku sighed in relief. He looked over at Miras, who shot him a thumbs up. Goku said, "You know, you'd make a pretty good angel." Miras perked up. "How did you know?" "The white hair. You look just like Whis because of it." And thus, the day was once again saved, thanks to the efforts of Goku and Vegeta, as long as everyone else. The team gathered the 7 magic Super Dragon Balls with the help of Zamasu, who for a second did think about stealing Goku's body, but resigned. Instead, everyone wished for any damage done by Moro to be returned to normal. Thus, everyone and Earth was returned to life. Goku and Vegeta sat on top of his childhood home, watching Zamasu and Broly fight. They were their students now, which was funny.
You know, Kakarot, that was a close call. You spent so much time in the time chamber, you almost croaked like an old man.
Huh, I know. But you guys saved me, and I thank you all for that. It took me a long time to admit that I needed help from everyone else, and that I couldn't do things on my own. I wouldn't be here without you, Vegeta.
What do you get at being all mushy? Don't be ridiculous.
But I admit, we make a pretty great team.
Don't you think it's finally time to have a rematch against Beerus?
Huh. To be honest, I haven't thought about it. But if we do that, I want you to be by my side, Vegeta.
I wouldn't have it any other way, Kakarot.
But first, let's see whose student is the best.
Right. Let's do this, Vegeta.
Goku trains alongside Vegeta at Mount Paozu a few months following the defeat of Moro. He thinks back to his time in the time chamber and how he used the newly found trust of his friends to conjure up a plan. Vegeta realized that there was something bothering Goku, and he speaks up, asking why he was fighting so sloppily.
Sorry, Vegeta. I've been thinking about the fight against Moro in the time chamber.
I wish I'd have been there to see it myself, but I do wonder, how did you survive a whole year while being in there?
I was thinking about that too. The ultimate sign of trust from my part was letting Majin Buu help out during the fight. I let him absorb me, and he switched places with me for the majority of the battle. By being one with Majin Buu, I didn't eat any food nor water.
You will let yourself be absorbed. Fitting for a low-class Saiyan, though that plan is very clever, I'll give you that.
Chi-Chi calls out for Goku from inside the house. She was holding the newly born son, Gohan. When he was born, he blew everyone away by having an incredible ki presence, even if he wasn't strong. Broly and Zamasu had been spending a lot of time alongside Vegeta and Goku, who served as their masters. Though Zamasu insisted on still wanting to kill Goku, he could never act on it. They both knew it. He even started creating new life in the forms of plants and vegetables in his own garden near the Sun family home. Goku had successfully saved Zamasu from a horrible fate. Meanwhile, Vegeta was atoning for his father's sins by helping the boy his father cast away long ago. He was an incredible being and could even rival Goku and Vegeta. They wondered if perhaps he could unlock a new stage of power as well, but he had a lot to learn in order to control his power first. Goku floated down to welcome Broly and Zamasu, putting Gohan on his shoulders. But something strange occurred. He quickly spun his head and put Gohan down. As he played with his tail, two beings appeared, explaining that a man named Granolah had all but killed their entire race, and they needed help from Goku and the others. Vegeta wasn't sure about this, but Goku thought it would be a great test for Zamasu and Broly. The team agreed, with Goku kissing Gohan and Chi-Chi goodbye. Unbeknownst to Goku, the beings were named the Heaters, and they were planetary traders who took a large portion of Frieza's empire. They were setting up Goku and Vegeta to die, as they wanted to get rid of their biggest threats while they continued to spread through the universe. Granolah was a man whose planet had been ravaged by the Saiyans long ago. He used the Dragon Balls on his planet to wish to be the strongest being in the universe. Goku meditated on the way to planet Cereal, while Vegeta, Broly, and Zamasu trained. Once they arrived, they were quickly challenged by Granolah. Goku realized that his ki didn't have any negative presence, and wondered how he got so powerful. Zamasu and Broly were the ones to step out to the plate first, with Granolah annoyed at having to battle someone that wasn't a Saiyan. He tried to take care of Zamasu quickly, but he wasn't ready for the power that Broly had. Broly was slowly controlling his unbelievable power, but that same power only reinforced Granolah's beliefs that Saiyans were ruthless monsters. The battle was intense, and Broly stood little chance. Vegeta believes that Broly could have won if he had gone berserk, but that was far too dangerous. The Heaters continue to cheer for Granolah as he manages to use an illusion to distract Broly and pierce through his chest, defeating him. Zamasu reappeared behind him and locked him in a divine lasso as he stepped him multiple times. It seemed to work at first, while Vegeta got Broly away from the battlefield, but Granolah smirked and expanded his aura, making Zamasu's Keyblades not only come off his body, but shoot right back onto Zamasu. He was severely hurt. Is that all you've got, Saiyans? A washed-up god and a monster who can't even go all out?
Looks like we've underestimated this guy, Vegeta. You ready for this?
Right.
Vegeta and Goku screamed out. Using Ultra Ego and Ultra Instinct, the two Saiyans high-fived each other, but Goku rushed in first, saying that he called dibs. Goku does well against Granolah, as it is not clear who's actually stronger. Goku can't believe it, but this is the first time in a while that someone was truly tougher than him. He only lost against Moro the first time because his energy got absorbed. This time, he just wasn't strong enough. Goku was kicked away, once again realizing that the raw power of Ultra Ego wasn't always what he needed. Ultra Instinct would be just as valuable. As if Vegeta was reading Goku's mind, he jumped into action as Ultra Instinct and continued to fight without saying a word. It looked like Vegeta was faring a little bit better because of how many attacks he could dodge, but attacks that did land hurt a lot more. Whis had previously taught Vegeta that Ultra Instinct is not meant to be a proper transformation, but rather a part of his base form, just like angels have, which then could potentially be used alongside Super Saiyan. Vegeta was having a hard time doing this, and Ultra Instinct did drain him a lot, though it seemed there was a point where he could snap into Super Saiyan Blue at the same time. He did this, avoided an attack, and punched Granolah back. This hurt the Cerulean a lot, but it took a lot more out of Vegeta, who was instantly kicked back onto Goku.
What the hell is going on, Vegeta? We should be able to beat him. After the battle against Moro, you told me that you learned to trust your friends. But we have never properly fought together, have we, Kakarot? I like fighting on my own. Well, this adversary may need both of our power to beat him. So I ask you this one time, trust my strength, just like you taught me, Jiren, and many others to do.
Alright, Vegeta, let's go. Goku and Vegeta focused their ki. Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue, Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego, two sides of the same coin. They rushed forward, showing Granolah the true power of Super Saiyan team-up. When Granolah attacked Vegeta, the prince dodged. This gave Goku a chance to attack Granolah. These sorts of combinations showed Broly and Zamasu just how it was done. Granolah's eyes were bulging out of his head as he began to shake. No, I can't lose against you Saiyans. Not again. I will end this here. Granolah pointed his finger up to Goku's chest, firing. It was too fast, even for him, but Vegeta stepped in the way, saving Goku. Smoke came out of Vegeta's palm as he stopped the blast with his bare hand. Goku was very impressed. But before the battle could continue, another being arrived from the sky. A Namekian stopped the fight, with Granolah identifying him as Monaito. He explains to Granolah that the fight must be stopped, as he recognized Goku as someone related to the man who saved them both long ago, Bardock. Goku's eyes widened. Bardock? The name, it sounded so familiar. Unlike the original story where Goku never wondered where he came from, the years he spent locked away in the hyperbolic time chamber gave him a lot of time to think. Once he began to lose his mind, he saw visions of himself in a pod and a Saiyan sending him away to a planet. He could hear the name Bardock being said. Monaito explained how Bardock saved Granolah from their true enemy, Gas, and the rest of the heaters. Granolah couldn't believe it, but above that, Goku was finally hearing something about his father. So, he was a hero? A Saiyan that gave up stuff for others? He likely had to learn that, as Saiyans were naturally ruthless. It seemed like Granolah and the rest had made peace, but now the cat was out of the bag regarding the heaters. The sky turned dark as Epilogue wishes for Gas to be the strongest being in the universe. Goku chuckled under his breath. Come with the strongest under the universe? Really? How unoriginal. The other heaters introduce the newly powered up Gas to the battlefield, and he begins to battle the heroes. All of them are fairly hurt, but willing to fight. Goku ponders for a moment if he could just use his destroyer energy to Hakai Gas. Surely he has enough power to do it, but he thinks back to the battle against Moro. Just like back then, he wanted to enjoy the battle for as much as possible. Regardless of the fact that his life was in danger, he wanted to experience the thrills of battle more than anything else. Destroying his opponents would just be too easy. Even after all this time since leaving the time chamber, Goku still yearned for a good battle. He truly was a Saiyan, wasn't he? Goku's thoughts were cut short when he and his friends were blasted away by Gas's aura. He was growing tired of waiting. Granolah believes that he got them into this situation, so he steps up to the fight. Sadly, he can't stand a chance, and both Vegeta and Goku are hurt enough that they begin to lose as well. Goku's pursued through the planet, and he realizes that he needs some time to find a way to beat him. That's when Goku teleports to the first familiar presence he can find, In the middle of a desolated planet with clothes spread around the ground, a single android stands in the middle. Cell. Goku teleported right in front of his old adversary, telling him to keep Gas distracted. Cell had no idea what was going on, but his power had significantly grown since their last match during the Tournament of Power. Gas teleported right behind Goku. Cell sensed Gas's ki and realized that his power was even larger than Goku's. If he could absorb his energy, then he would be unstoppable. Cell managed to distract Gas for a good amount of time, as he had been going through different planets absorbing people in order to match Goku and fight him eventually. Goku wonders out loud just how strong Cell could have possibly gotten.
You really are something else, Cell. Does that mean you can go golden like Frieza now? Or do you, grow hair? Wouldn't you like to know?
Stop ignoring me!
Goku teleported back to Cereal, where he frantically asked the others if they had a plan. Monaito explained that the only person he's seen defeat Gas was the previously mentioned Bardock. Perhaps the scouter he left behind had some clues. The team gathered in and listened. The second Goku heard Bardock's voice, all those old visions became clear. Goku could clearly hear and even see his father saving him from an awful fate. A small smile formed on Goku's face. All the time he had spent in the time chamber, he thought he was all alone, but in fact, he had his father and mother in some way with him, just like his grandfather Gohan was. If his father could defeat Gas, then so could he. The scouter message retold the battle between Bardock and Gas. Vegeta then asked where Gas was, and Goku snapped, realizing that he had left him behind alone with Cell. Goku told Broly, Zamasu, Vegeta, and the rest to hang on as they teleported over to Cell once more. There, they watched Cell panting, blood dripping from his arm, a missing leg, and a broken wing.
Took you long enough. I don't know how long I can keep fighting him. You owe me a big one.
Our fight will come soon, don't worry. You can take a step back for now. Ready, Vegeta?
Let's do this, Kakarot.
Goku and Vegeta screamed at the top of their lungs, transforming into Ultra Ego Super Saiyan 4 and Ultra Instinct Super Saiyan Blue respectively. The intense battle began as Gas continued to attack by creating many weapons, but the two of them seemed to dodge and even use them against him. He was stronger than them, but the Saiyans continued to learn as they fought. The fight culminated in Vegeta firing a Big Bang attack that shot Gas right back down to the ground, where Goku awaited while charging a Kamehameha. Gas opened his eyes, realizing just how familiar this moment was, as he finally recognized who the Saiyan reminded him of. Behind him, Goku felt like there was another person supporting him. Without looking back, he knew who it was. Goku fired a Kamehameha as a Mirage of Bardock fired his own attack, the Spirit Cannon. This father-son attack was enough to blast away Gas and keep him shook. Gas was still very powerful. He was standing tall but shaking. He didn't have much left in him. Goku smiled and said, "Thanks, father." Vegeta, Granolah, and Goku slowly approached Gas. They couldn't let him go free. They discussed what to do. Perhaps the galactic prison? As they said this, Vegeta's eyes widened as Cell jumped behind Gas and pierced through him, absorbing him immediately.
Cell? I'm sorry, Goku, but I couldn't let all that power go to waste. It's, incredible. But you all took quite a beating. I want to fight you at your fullest when you've gotten even stronger. In the meantime, I will continue to scour the universe for more training partners.
Wait, Cell, I won't let you terrorize any more planets.
Please, you are in no position to fight me. Avenge those I've killed at a later date. You've got Dragon Balls, don't you? Farewell.
Goku reached forward, but Cell teleported away. Goku cursed, but there was nothing he could do now. Cell was out in space, laughing to himself. This power was so strong, but he knew by the time he was ready to fight Goku again, he would have shot right back above him once more. He needed to continue training. The fact that he was able to train his tail to come out in its perfect form was quite an achievement, and it only helped him to get stronger. This was the right course of action. The next thing the Heaters know, Broly was dragging them all into the galactic prison where they could spend their time from then on. Granolah and the rest said their goodbyes, with Granolah promising to help Goku any way he can, including training. Goku thanked Granolah, but told him that he wants to pay him back in only one way, coming to train with his son, Gohan, when the time came. After all, it's almost poetic that he get to train the grandson of the man that saved him. Granolah agreed, saying goodbye as if old friends. Now, back at home, Goku watches as little Gohan plays with Trunks. Goku knew that the next battle ahead would be his most important one, the battle against Lord Beerus. Vegeta had something similar in mind, as he wanted to challenge Whis. But that's for next time on Dragon Ball Super. Goku begins to talk to Vegeta, briefly talking about the battle between Granolah and Gas. Vegeta asks Goku if he actually was holding back against Gas, and Goku nods at Vegeta. The Prince of All Saiyans sighs. He should have known. Goku admits that he held back from using any destroyer energy on Gas. Vegeta retorts, saying that this isn't what he meant. Goku's confused, but Vegeta reveals that he knows Goku's holding back something else, something much more powerful than a mere Hakai. Goku laughs. He can't hide anything from the prince after all. Goku responds by saying that he noticed Vegeta was holding back against Gas as well. Vegeta nods. As they watch Trunks play with little Gohan, Goku thinks that it's almost time. He can feel it. Vegeta understands what he means. His rematch with Beerus. Goku asks Vegeta if they can train together for a little bit longer to work out some kinks he's been having with Ultra Ego and maybe help him with something else. Vegeta agrees and the two train together for several months. One day, as Goku's catching fish with his tail at Mount Pautsu, Beerus and Whis arrive. Goku greets them and asks if they're coming to join him and his family for dinner, but surprisingly, they refuse. Beerus states that he's able to feel Goku's power all the way from his planet now, and it's enough to make him tremble with excitement. Beerus can't contain himself any longer, and he needs to fight him right now. Goku smiles. He wants to fight too. However, he asks Lord Beerus to wait just a little bit longer. Beerus gives him 1 day. Goku thanks him as he teleports around Earth and even across the universe, meeting up with old friends. He approaches Krillin, 18, and Marin at their home, thanking Krillin for all his help through the years, and telling him that no matter what, they've always been best friends. He then went to Tien. The stern man looked at Goku, and without saying a word, the two clashed. They had unfinished business. The outcome of the match is unknown to everybody. However, both Tien and Goku are satisfied. He visits Raditz, and the two contemplate their life as brothers, and how much they've both changed. Goku looks at Raditz and thanks him for coming after him all those years ago, after the battles on Namek. He even visits his old masters, starting with Master Korin. Goku visited Angel Piccolo. After his help during the battle against Moro, King Yama realized that he's completely atoned for his sins. However, Piccolo refused to go to heaven. Instead, he chose to become the protector of hell, making sure that all those evil souls remained under watch. Goku clapped at Piccolo as he watched him defend hell, and Piccolo wondered why Goku was there. Goku simply said that he was visiting, and that he was sorry they never got a proper rematch. The two shook hands, electricity emitting from it. Piccolo cocked an eyebrow, but nodded at Goku. The two had made peace. Goku arrives at Kame House. He hadn't seen Roshi since he escaped the time chamber. At first, it was because he didn't remember him, but once he did, he felt like he couldn't bear to see his old master anymore after all the pain he brought the world. Goku knocks on the door and Roshi answers. Goku doesn't know what to say, but before he says anything, Roshi immediately rushes to hug him with tears in his eyes. Goku's emotions get the better of him, apologizing for losing himself, tarnishing the name of the Turtle School, and causing so much harm to the planet and its people. Roshi tells him that he's sorry too for not finding him sooner. If he just went out looking for him, he wouldn't have had to go through so much pain. As the two calm down and eventually talk and catch up, Goku tells Roshi about his rematch against Beerus, and that he's worried about what will happen if he wins. If he becomes the next god of destruction and becomes even stronger, will he go out of control again? Roshi reassures him that he doesn't believe that will happen. Goku went through a path of darkness all on his own, yet he was able to follow the light in the end. Seeing what darkness was capable of, he knows what the consequences of that power are and how it can corrupt. To be a Turtle School student is to be a master of peace and a master of war. Roshi has always known that Goku was a special boy who could make the impossible possible. As someone who has walked the path of darkness and light, he can forge a new path no one else has ever seen before. He truly believes that Goku can overcome any temptation that comes his way. If someone as good as him can fall into the depths of despair, as far as he did, and come out a better person, then there really is hope for the rest of us. Maybe he can make the universe a better place than he found it. Goku thanks Roshi for his advice, hugging him, promising to visit more, and bring over little Gohan real soon. Roshi laughs. Of course his son's name is Gohan. Goku smiles. It couldn't have been anything else. They say goodbye as Goku teleports away. Finally, Goku returns to Mount Pautsu to spend some time with his family. He tells Gohan a bedtime story about a little boy that was locked away in a room he couldn't get out of. He became really sad and scared. He thought he was all alone. When he left the room, he was angry and hurt everyone he came across, even if they wanted to help him. He didn't care about anyone else but himself anymore. But despite how much he hurt them, there was still people out there who wanted to help. It took him a long time, but these people made the boy feel as though he didn't have to be alone anymore. It took a lot of hard work, but he eventually eventually forgave himself and learned to laugh again. As Goku finished the story, Gohan had fallen asleep. The next day, Whis was already waiting for Goku outside of his home, along with Vegeta. Goku said goodbye to Chi-Chi and Gohan. He'd be back real soon. The trio arrived at Beerus' planet. Goku asks where Beerus is, as Whis points at his staff. If they were to battle at full power, the entire universe would be destroyed. So, Whis prepared an arena inside of his staff. Goku and Vegeta enter the staff, where Beerus awaits. Goku bows to him, as the two eye each other. Beerus tells Goku that this is the last test for his pupil. If he manages to defeat him, he will accept him as an apprentice to become the next god of destruction. Beerus asks Goku if he understands the weight of that title, and Goku simply smiles. He'll worry about the details later. Right now, he just wants to fight. Beerus has one last question. He asks Goku if he was really restraining his power when they first met. Goku admits that he did. Beerus grins. The nerve of that guy. No matter, Beerus was holding back too. The two clash, and their power shakes the entire dimension within Whis' staff. The angel has to create a barrier around himself and Vegeta so they don't get caught in the destroyer beams. The two are able to watch the fight from within the bubble. Beerus is amazed at Goku's power and skill. At this point, Goku has gotten used to the destroyer energy and wills it as if it's an extension of his own body. It was as simple as breathing. Beerus is delighted, powering up even further. Goku goes through various transformations, Super Saiyan 2, etc., before reaching Ultra Ego Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta marvels at Goku's strength, remembering how he felt the first time he saw Kakarot as a Super Saiyan on that giant planet. Back then, he felt nothing but anger at himself for not being the first one to achieve the legend, for being so grossly overpowered by a low-class Saiyan. But now, he feels nothing but pride for him. Only someone like Kakarot was fit to be his eternal rival. Goku and Beerus continue to fight. Beerus can tell that Goku still has something hidden under his sleeve. Goku relents, admitting that he has one final trump card. Goku powers up to the max as an ethereal white light and purple miasma swirls around him. The two energies seem to repel each other at first. As Goku roars, the two energies clash against one another in a swirling vortex. The entire dimension starts to crack like glass as Vegeta and Whis watch in awe. The two energies finally mix together into one as a galaxy expands outwards. The galaxy starts to shrink and condense into Goku. He's covered in black nothingness, stars, and galaxies, until it cracks, breaking open and revealing a brand new form. Goku had fur similar to Super Saiyan 4, but it was a silvery color. His eyes were burning with intense conviction. Beerus demands to know what he's looking at, and Goku begins to explain. I can't keep this one up for long, but this is my attempt to combine Super Saiyan 4 with Ultra Instinct. I had to ask Vegeta for help with Ultra Instinct. I struggled a lot with it, but I was able to get the hang of it eventually. I'm still not as good as Vegeta. In fact, this is what he had originally in the tournament. I guess you call it Ultra Instinct Omen. But there's something beyond. Something that only Vegeta and I can achieve. Together. But that's for later on in this fight, isn't it, Lord Beerus? The next stage in Super Saiyan. From outside the staff, Vegeta is getting impatient. He too wants to fight, but Lord Beerus is clearly busy with whatever that new form is. Vegeta knew that Goku would snap out of that state at any second, and that from then on, they would need to fight together. But first, he looked at Whis in the eyes. Whis, you're always so quiet, always standing behind Beerus. I've never gotten a grasp of your strength. So please, while Kakarot and Beerus are playing around, grant me one final fight. Huh? What's this? Really, Vegeta? So this was you guys' plan all along? While Goku fights Beerus, I get to fight you. Well, it's an honor to get to fight the Prince of all Saiyans, but I promise you, I'm not gonna go easy on you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Come on then, Angel! Don't get cocky now. Beerus shouts out in delight. This is what he's been waiting for all along. Goku really was an interesting guy. The God of Destruction powers up to the max, and the two clash once more. Whis blocked Vegeta's attacks, one after the other, but after each hit, Vegeta transformed into the next form. Super Saiyan Punch, Super Saiyan 2 Punch, Super Saiyan God Punch, Blue. Finally, one blast transformed Vegeta into Ultra Instinct. He smirked as he finally landed a punch on Whis. Whis was very proud of his student. Perhaps he really was more advanced than it seemed. The battle intensifies as he is finally able to once again utilize Ultra Instinct as part of his own being. While in Super Saiyan Blue, Goku and Vegeta both clash fists against their respective opponents. with the staff slowly showing its cracks. Rushing side by side, Vegeta and Goku traded battles, while dodging and weaving out of the way. Goku eventually falls out of Omen, just as he's about to launch a final blast at Beerus. He wasn't able to hold on to that state for too long after all. Beerus is about to punch Goku, but he gets kicked away by Ultra Instinct Vegeta. Goku looks on in shock, but Vegeta tells him to get back up. This isn't just his fight anymore, it's Vegeta's as well. Goku powers up into Ultra Instinct Super Saiyan 4, and the two Saiyans stand side by side, staring down at Whis and Beerus. The final battle is about to begin. Beerus starts to get pushed back, with Goku and Vegeta doing a combo in order to beat him. Beerus commends the pair at their absurd strength, but he refuses to give up here. Whis appears in front of Beerus, saying that it's about time he steps in. He won't stop their fight. He's in fact curious to gauge their strength as well. Beerus tells him to stay out of this. It's now a 2v2, an angel and his destroyer versus an angelic being and his destroyer. During the battle, Whis says that he's very impressed. Through trusting each other, they compensate for each other's weaknesses. Whis stops the fight in order to reinforce the barriers in his staff. Goku and Vegeta are panting, and so is Beerus. Whis is faring better, but he's taking a few rough hits himself. Goku in particular hits like a truck, and Vegeta is hard to hit. Beerus wiped some blood off his lip, and Vegeta pulled back his arm. The two punches clashed, as Whis continued to block Goku's attacks with one finger. Though Goku knew he was simply mocking him, the Saiyan wasn't showing his full strength. In fact, he never had. So it caught Whis by surprise when he suddenly powered up and punched him square in the face. Goku and Vegeta opened their auras, pushing Whis and Beerus back. The Angel and the God of Destruction began to power up their ki, ready to fire an attack. Vegeta did the same, but Goku stepped in the way, saying, Wait, I have something. It's clear that this battle has reached its apex. I think it's time to step it up a notch. From his pocket, Goku takes out 2 sets of Potara earrings. What the hell is that, Kakarot? You said it yourself, Vegeta. Now that I have regained everyone's trust, I need to show that trust back. These earrings are used to fuse 2 warriors together. Are you crazy? Where the hell did you even get those from? Goku begins to explain as we flash back. The day before battling, Goku had approached 2 other allies, the most important ones he's had. First, Majin Buu. The pink monster had become a great friend to Goku, and he wouldn't have gotten nearly as far as he did without him. Goku and Buu reminisce on the past, and Buu told Goku that there was one more person that wanted to meet him as well. Buu switched places with the Grand Kai. The Grand Kai told Goku that he felt as if he was also his student as well. After all, they spent a lot of time together within the time chamber before Goku discovered Super Saiyan 4. The Grand Kai explained that he had one more test for Goku. He knows he's going to face Beerus and Whis, but that there was one more ally that he was going to be fighting with or against. That man was Vegeta. Depending on how the battle went, they could be each other's greatest allies or their worst enemies. So, he took off his Potara earrings and handing them to Goku, telling him that his last lesson to him is trusting Vegeta to the point where they're fighting as one. Goku was confused on what that meant, but he knew it had something to do with the Potara. The Grand Kai acknowledged this, and said that these 2 earrings will make their rivalry the strongest being in the entire universe. But that, if he wants it to be a fair fight, maybe he should find another pair for Whis and Beerus. Goku thanked the Grand Kai, and went on his way home. There, he had one training session with Zamasu. Zamasu slowly approached the Saiyan. After a long sparring session, Zamasu said that he was very thankful to Goku. It was thanks to him that he was reappointed as a Kaioshin in training. He had changed, and he now realized that mortals were not his enemy, but in fact, people he needed to protect and work alongside of. Goku said that he didn't need a thank you. He was just happy that Zamasu had finally seen the light. It took Goku himself a long time to realize this, that other people were not his enemies, nor things that got in the way, but rather people to protect and work together with. For a brighter future, Zamasu smiled. And that's when Goku snapped his fingers, realizing that he did have something that he needed from him. Goku asked for his Potara. Zamasu asked why, and Goku explained everything. Zamasu was in disbelief that Goku was stupid enough to challenge the god of destruction, and especially his angel. But then again, Goku was full of surprises. That damn mortal couldn't help but reach the realm of the gods, could he? It was Zamasu's honor to help him reach that. Zamasu handed him his Potara, a sign that a god and a mortal could become the best of friends, a sign that the two beings were not that different after all. The Saiyans look at the earrings in the present. These were the same things those Universe 6 Saiyans wore to fuse into Kefla. Goku looks at Vegeta and he smiles. He couldn't imagine a better partner to fuse with. At the same time, Whis asks Whirus if he trusts him. Whirus pauses and nods. Of course. As Goku and Vegeta put on their earrings, Goku throws the other pair to Whis. Whis catches them, and without saying anything to Beerus, places the Potara on his ear. Beerus tries to complain, but it's too late. Two blinding lights engulf the entire dimension within the staff. The staff itself begins to shine so brightly that it shoots out of Beerus' planet, startling the Oracle Fish. The fish smiles. The real battle was about to begin. The one he had seen long ago. Vegito and Whirus are born. The pair fight. Vegito switches between Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego during the battle. To Vegito, it is almost like taking a trip down memory lane. Goku was so distrustful. Of course, their most important battle would be one where he becomes one with his most fearsome rival, a man who eventually became his greatest friend. Their battle caused Whis' staff to crack. Reality starts to shift and shatter through the universe. Space and time distorts. The effects are even felt in neighboring universes. Vegito moves out of the way of Whirus' tail, but Whirus is far too fast. Vegito bites down as the tail is about to strike him. Whirus screams as Vegito jumps back, charging up his ki. It was time to try what Goku was trying to do, a perfect fusion between Ultra Ego and Ultra Instinct. Goku may have failed at this, but with Vegeta's support, there is no way it won't work. Check this out, Ultra Ego and Instinct. Call this Super Saiyan 5. Vegito's eyes sparkle as his aura erupted into starlight. His hair turned silver and purple, his fur glimmering in an aura. To the normal eye, it was impossible to tell if it was purple or silver. You really don't know how screwed you are you? You'll have a hard time trying to hit me, and even if you manage to do so, it'll only make things worse for you, as my battle instincts kick in. Whirus smiled, acknowledging Vegito's ability to reach further beyond. Perhaps he had finally caught up to him. Vegito and Whirus get into their battle stances, taking a deep breath before rushing into each other, clashing fists. Suddenly, everything goes dark. Not long after Goku defeated King Piccolo, he found himself at Kami's lookout, being sent up there by Master Korin. There, he met Mr. Popo, who trained him and got attached to him in preparation to Kami's own training. However, unlike the original story, this Kami is more paranoid. As he sees Goku's immense power, and he continues to get stronger and stronger, he sees that there's some darkness within Goku. We zoom out of Kami's mind. He just had a vision. The boy he had been training for the past few years, he just saw him destroy an entire reality with one punch. Yes, he must be trapped. He can't allow that to happen. Crack! Glass breaks over Kami's face as Vegito screams and shatters it even further. The battle continues. Punch after punch, there is breaking down of dimensions. Strange creatures, different realities, all fly past Vegito and Whirus. Two beings stronger than anything else out there. Vegito cups his hands together while Whirus points his fingers out. The two beams clash into a galaxy-like shape, which is in actuality their power creating another dimension. The flash of light dissipates only to reveal emptiness. Nothing. Vegito and Whirus were floating, surrounded by a black void. Where were they? When were they? It didn't matter. Outside of time and space, in an empty reality of nothingness, the two beings only cared about their fight. If anything, this place was the perfect opportunity to stop holding back, to stop worrying about Earth, the galaxy, the universe, to stop worrying about everything, just to focus on the battle. both warriors began to power up, with their auras emerging into a monstrous size, slowly creating an entirely new dimension just with their power alone. Unknowingly, warriors across time and space were fighting in this void of existence, unaware that their fighting grounds was the combined aura Vegito and Whirus. These last two began to fight again, flying off millions of kilometers away in mere seconds in their clash. Vegito rushed at Whirus instantly, but the angel saw it coming and dodged the attack. Vegito teleported above Whirus, but once again, Whirus blocked it. What he didn't expect was Vegito using Ultra Instinct to move his fist around the block to punch the god straight in the face. Now that was an impressive way to use that technique. The battle went on for a while, even breaking into our own reality, as Vegito looked directly at the screen and said, "Wait, what?"
So this is where I'm at, huh? All my adventures and many others? You've been watching me for a long time, so how about you help out? That's right, viewer. This multi-dimensional battle involves you too. Come on then, share your energy with me. Type it in the comments below. Raise your hands up to the sky. It's time for my ultimate technique. Great! I can feel the energy pouring in. Thank you, everyone! That's impossible. How can you get so much energy from the space between realities? What I've learned from so many years of trying to push others away is that I'm never alone. Even when there seems to be nothing around, I have people supporting me. Beings out there with their own potential that want to see the likes of Goku, Vegeta, and the others succeed in hundreds of adventures. There's always someone to share their energy with me. This is the final spirit, Kamehameha!
Vegito fired the ginormous blast, which sparkled in colors we can't even see, creating multiple realities along the way. Whirus quickly rose his hands up to the sky and fired back his own energy sphere. The two attacks clashed, with neither giving up too much ground, but both sides began to take steps forward as the two blasts began to crush against one another, until finally exploding into a true Big Bang, giving new life all around, and leaving behind a giant spiral, a double helix between the fallen Whirus and Vegito, made up of pure Genki. Whoever stood up first and declared himself as the winner would be the champion. From within Vegito's memory, he could recall being in a similar situation as Goku long ago. He remembered the smile on the young boy's face, a smile which had only recently returned. Whirus began to stand first, then Vegito. They had barely any power left, but Vegito stumbled, taking a knee.
Don't you see? You can't reach me yet.
Whirus fell back down to the ground, hungry and tired. Vegito knew he had to do it. Just one more step, and he will prove himself that he was worthy. Vegito's eyes sparkled as he jumped up to the sky and screamed out,
"Alright! I'm the winner!"
His aura sparked up once more in a rainbow as Beerus' planet appeared around them once more, and the two fusions defused. Vegeta and Goku fist bumped. It was finally over. Beerus on the ground turned his head to Whis, tears on his eyes.
"They've done it, huh?"
"It sure seems that way, Lord Beerus. But don't be sad. This is just the next step in your grand adventure."
"These aren't sad tears, Whis. I am proud."
Whis floats over to Goku and Vegeta, healing them along with Lord Beerus. He comments on how that was an awesome match, but that he was taking a huge gamble in fighting. See, angels aren't allowed to fight. They will literally disappear, but he just couldn't help himself. The excitement he saw in his students' eyes made him really want to battle them. It was worth it, even if he disappeared right now. But he hadn't. He wondered why exactly he was still around. That's when a bright light appeared behind them, as the king of the multiverse, Lord Zeno, appeared, along with his entourage and the Grand Priest, congratulating them on an amazing battle. Though they disappeared there for a while, he wondered where they went. Zeno excitedly asked them to fight one more time, but Goku and Vegeta were beat. They said that maybe in a couple more years. Zeno was a little disappointed, but allowed it. He wondered if maybe someday he'd be able to fight against Goku and Vegeta himself. And so, A few years passed. 10 years later. We find ourselves on Earth, the Grandpa Gohan's house. A young Son Gohan sits there, meditating. He had been training all of his life under his father and mother's tutelage, but this was a test he couldn't exactly study for. From space, a twinkle rushed down and crashed in front of Gohan, who was unbothered as he opened his eyes slowly. Before him stood a giant bug-like creature.
I sense a powerful presence here, but you're not Son Goku. I am looking for him. Our final battle is at hand.
My dad's a little busy right now, but he sent me here to stop you, Cell.
Huh, I doubt you could take me on, brat. I've been training for many years to take him and this planet down.
I know. That's why I'm here. Gohan's aura sparked up in a silver flare, his hair spiking up in a similar color and his eyes reddened. Gohan knew this would be over in a flash. We then cut away to Kami's lookout. Goku, just like his son, meditates quietly, but there is something calling him down. He can hear the years of battle as he stands up and turns his head. There, he can see it. He can see the door. Goku begins to take steps towards it, his hand inching towards the handle. He can enter the time chamber one last time.
Dad, come on! Whis is here, we gotta go! Vegeta is waiting for us!
Goku clenches his fist. His hand never reaches the handle. He didn't need the time chamber anymore. Son Goku was at peace. He smiled and turned back as we finally see him in full. Alright, I'm coming, Goten. Tell Chi-Chi to wait. As he runs to his family, we appreciate the full God of Destruction regalia. Goku finally reached Whis, and the two smiled at each other and teleported to Son Goku's planet. Goku and his friends have had glorious adventures, but I'm afraid this is all we can show you. There'll surely be more trouble along the way, but somehow they'll always get through, and the Dragon Balls will be there for them. The end.